Cantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Savage Skies, Emerald Hell, the U.S., Australia, Japan, and the Ferocious Air Battle for New Guinea in World War II, by J. A. Stout. Narrated by Rich Miller. Preface. Really? I didn't know we fought the Japanese in Africa. This was my friend's response upon learning that my most recent book was about the Allied air campaign against the Japanese over New Guinea during World War II. My shoulders sank as I briefly considered the truth that a comprehensive knowledge of world geography, or World War II history, was not imperative for a person to succeed in life. And to be fair, among its many nations, the African continent does include a Guinea-Bissau, a Gambia, and a Ghana. Although my friend's familiarity with the world map was disappointing, I was heartened by the obvious fact that my subject matter was not overexposed. The site of the fiercest fighting in the Southwest Pacific, New Guinea ranks among the absolute worst places in the world to fight a major conflict. Its interior is an inhospitable hell, largely inaccessible even today. Cloaked by smothering jungles and stinking swamps, and spiked by cloud-shrouded mountains, it hosts myriad diseases and is populated by indigenous peoples who might or might not be friendly. It simply swallowed fighting men from both sides. Many thousands of them remain missing. The seas surrounding the island are equally merciless. An accurate count cannot be known, but many downed airmen were eaten by sharks. Men who weren't eaten often drifted away and died of exposure. Weather, especially in the form of violent thunderstorms, could make life on the island miserable. Those same storms made flying deadly. The Allies, mostly Australians and Americans, endured all of this as they battled a deadly, determined, and unforgiving foe. The Japanese were many things, including breathtakingly cruel, but they were never described as pushovers. Fighting them in the infernal perdition that was New Guinea could only be understood by those who had to do it. No one wanted to fight in New Guinea, neither the Japanese nor the Allies, but each side was compelled to do so. Japan needed bases there from which it could isolate Australia. The Allies needed bases there to keep them from doing so. New Guinea was simply too big and too strategically situated not to be contested, and contesting it by air was critical to success. The fighting in New Guinea featured prominently in the nation's public consciousness during the early part of the war. But the grind there continued until the end of the war, and even though it was still killing men, it was eventually overshadowed to a certain degree as more campaigns, North Africa, Italy, the Solomons, and others, got underway. By the time Europe was invaded, it had become almost a backwater thanks to Allied successes. Since the war, for many reasons, the fighting that happened elsewhere during World War II has attracted more attention from academics and readers of military history. And, as indicated by my friend's surprise, it remains largely unknown to perhaps the majority of Americans. This is regrettable, as the story of the New Guinea campaign highlights the best and worst of the participants, and includes remarkable examples of brilliance, buffoonery, and bravery. Moreover, the lives of the men lost there were just as dear to their wives and mothers as were the lives of the men lost elsewhere. My goal for this book is to create more awareness about the fight for New Guinea by describing it in the context of the air actions that made the Allied victory possible. While it is necessarily a wide-ranging overview that cannot possibly include every unit or engagement, I hope that the many stories, vignettes, and anecdotes underscore the hardship and terror endured by these very real men who fought a unique war during a hard and terrible time. Prelude. The sun had burned most of the fog from the Nadzab fighter strip, although everything, the ground, the grass, and the runway, was still wet. Water dripped from the wings and fuselages of the aircraft, and skeins of low clouds still clung to the distant hills, but the sky had already turned from gray to blue. The month had been a slow one for the men of the 35th Fighter Group. They were transitioning from the indifferent P-39 Airacobra to the P-47 Thunderbolt, a powerful monster of an aircraft, but not a lovely one. Lovely or not, it didn't matter. The P-47 was the aircraft they had been assigned, and the P-47 was the aircraft they would fly. Jeeps and trucks bumped along the ground to the different revetments where they delivered pilots and ground crews and tools and material. Mechanics banged panels into place and buttoned them tight. That and everything else done, they wiped what was left of the fog from windscreens and canopies. Pilots, many of them not convinced of the P-47's worth, walked around their aircraft, poking here and pulling there. Satisfied, or not, they donned their gear and got ready to fly. The noise was just a faint whine at first, little more than a ringing in the ears. And yet it persisted. Indeed, it didn't just persist, it grew louder. Men stopped what they were doing and scanned the horizon. And there they were. 8 black dots in a line-abreast formation dropped from the sky toward the 35th's flight line. Some of the men shaded their eyes with their hands and scrutinized the dots more carefully. The dots turned into aircraft. Bright flashes, gunfire, winked from their wings and noses. And the 35th's men ran. Some of them ran for trenches, and some of them ran behind revetments, and some of them simply ran for distance and kept running. Others crouched behind aircraft. "We could hear the bullets whistling by as they strafed," said Joe Potts. "They really did whistle, just like in the movies. They were sleek-looking planes with that inline engine." Bullets and cannon rounds spattered across the ground and into aircraft. The enemy fighters ripped overhead seconds later, just high enough to keep them from flying into the P-47s, which sat fat and still and unperturbed and still dripping wet. The strafers were painted dark, their fuselages and wings splashed with the blood-red roundels of Japan. They were Kawasaki Ki-61s, codenamed Tony, and, as Potts noted, they were fast and streamlined and deadly beautiful. And then they were gone. The 35th's narrative for that day, January 15, 1944, noted, "Some of the boys at the line really had ringside seats, although no one was hurt, and only 4 P-47s were hit, 3 of which were put out of commission." 1. It was trickling down my legs. "I've got shits entered in my logbook with my first combat," said Arthur Tucker, a P-40 pilot with the Royal Australian Air Force's, or RAAF's, 75 Squadron. "That wasn't fear. That was the fact that it was trickling down my legs because I had gastroenteritis." Such was life at Port Moresby, New Guinea, for the Allied men fighting there in early 1942. The second largest island in the world, New Guinea was vast, unexplored, and dangerous when it was first spied by the Portuguese in 1526. That was still true to a great degree at the outbreak of World War II more than 4 centuries later. It wasn't until 1938, just before the war, that a highland valley inhabited by tens of thousands of natives was discovered from the air. When they were reached by foot, it was the first time they had encountered anyone from outside their world. Spanning roughly 1,600 miles from east to west, and 450 miles from north to south at its deepest, New Guinea sits less than 100 miles from the northernmost point of Australia's Cape York Peninsula. Mountain ranges rise across much of it, reaching heights greater than 16,000 feet at points. The majority of the island is covered by near-impenetrable jungle, while much of the rest is swamp. Dry scrub and grasslands are only occasionally encountered. Ridges and peaks and canyons and rivers and jagged escarpments make roads nearly impossible, and foot travel a misery. Snakes and insects and leeches and diseases and mean-spirited plants, spiny and poisonous, make it worse. Compounding the wretchedness of it all are regular, often severe thunderstorms. The saying goes, "It rains 9 months out of the year, and then the monsoon season starts." It wasn't until nearly a century after it was discovered by the Portuguese that New Guinea was proved to be an island. It was inhabited by tribes of dark-skinned, fuzzy-haired people, Papuans, who lived in a state of near-continuous conflict with those who weren't from the same village or area. Many of the tribes took heads as trophies and sometimes ate each other. Primarily hunter-gatherers, they also practiced subsistence agriculture. Their civilization was not advanced in the traditional sense, but they thrived in an ecosystem that regularly killed or ejected white colonizers, traders, and missionaries. Partly because there were easier and more lucrative places in the world to seize or colonize, and partly because it was literally on the other side of the world, Europeans took time to pay serious attention to New Guinea. It wasn't until the 19th century that they established themselves in the region and began to divvy up the islands. The Dutch took the western half of the island, which was called Netherlands New Guinea, or more commonly Dutch New Guinea. The Germans helped themselves to the northeastern part of the island and nearby archipelagos, which they sensibly named German New Guinea. The British and Australians took the southeastern part, which they christened British New Guinea. Assessing that it didn't offer much value, Great Britain passed control of British New Guinea to Australia in 1906. Because the different parts of the island couldn't be named and renamed often enough, the Australians called it the Territory of Papua New Guinea. A few years later, during World War I, Australian forces captured German New Guinea, and it was subsequently awarded to the British following the cessation of hostilities. But the British weren't particularly taken with their new prize and gifted Australia with the responsibility for its administration. Australia subsequently renamed it the Territory of New Guinea. Ultimately, at the start of World War II, Australia called the two different parts of the island for which it was responsible the territories of Papua and New Guinea. Following their sneak attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, the Japanese advanced rapidly through Asia and across the Pacific. The American forces at Guam were defeated within a couple of days, and Wake Island was seized later that month. The British were defeated at Hong Kong at the same time, while their supposedly indomitable fortress at Singapore, to the great shock and embarrassment of the entire empire, fell with barely a whimper in February 1942. The Japanese raced down the Malay Peninsula from there and thence to the Netherlands East Indies. America mourned when the last of its defenders in the Philippines surrendered in May 1942. In the Central Pacific, the Japanese built bases in the Marshall, Caroline, and Gilbert Islands and elsewhere. What the Japanese accomplished in early 1942 was remarkable, but New Guinea seemed to confound them. They had little trouble ousting the Australian garrison at Rabaul on New Britain Island, or chasing the Australians out of other outposts. However, the main island and its peripheral islands were a vast territory of little value to them other than as points from which to isolate Australia from the United States. It seemed simple enough. It turned into a nightmare that killed men and destroyed equipment on a scale the Japanese could not afford. The city of Port Moresby was the Allied center of gravity in New Guinea at the start of World War II. It sat on the southern coast of the tail of land that extended east from the central part of the island. Discovered and named in 1873, it wasn't developed until late in the 19th century, but grew steadily to become the region's largest city and trading center. It had a deep natural harbor ringed by protective mountains, and consequently became a center for shipping that serviced commercial enterprises both on the coast and in the interior. Wharves and warehouses were developed, as was an airport and the sorts of infrastructures typical of a modern city. This included water and electrical services, roads, hospitals, and government buildings, not to mention residential areas. In short, it was the most important city in New Guinea. Its location, just more than 300 miles northeast of Australia's extreme northern limits, together with its other attributes, made it strategically important. This fact was not lost on Australia, and work to expand Port Moresby's capacity as a wartime base began even before the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. By early 1942, It hosted a hodgepodge of military organizations, including engineering, artillery, anti-aircraft, and anti-tank units. But there were no RAAF fighter squadrons to protect it. On the heels of Australia's defeat and ejection from Rabaul on New Britain Island at the end of January 1942, the Japanese sent their first air raid against Port Moresby on February 3, 1942. There was nothing to oppose it. There were no defending fighters, and the enemy aircraft flew higher than most of the anti-aircraft guns could reach. If the defenders at Port Moresby were not literally sitting ducks, they were certainly defenseless, and able to do little more than take cover from the Japanese bombs. They did occasionally fire their rifles and machine guns when enemy fighters, namely the Mitsubishi A6M0, dropped down to the deck to strafe whatever their pilots felt might be worth a burst of machine gun or cannon fire. Simply put, the Japanese operated however and whenever they pleased over Port Moresby. There were rumors that a squadron of Curtiss P-40 fighters would arrive soon. Named Kitty Hawks by Britain's Royal Air Force and the Commonwealth nations, these fighters would, at a minimum, snatch away the free rein that the Japanese enjoyed. Indeed, there were hopes that the Kitty Hawks, frontline American-made fighters, would be a real deterrent. But they didn't arrive, and they continued to not arrive. Day after long day, suffering through regular air raids, the men at Port Moresby waited. They started referring to the Kitty Hawks as Tomorrow Hawks, Never Hawks, and other derogatory names. Were it not for the increased level of activity in the harbor, the defenders might have justifiably felt abandoned. In truth, the RAAF was moving as fast as it could to get a unit of capable fighter aircraft up to Port Moresby. However, except for a few problematic and much maligned Brewster Buffaloes, Australia had no modern fighters, and its aircraft industry was not capable of producing anything of that sort in the near term. Aside from a few license-built Bristol Beaufort torpedo aircraft, the most modern indigenously produced aircraft was the Wirraway, built by the Commonwealth Aircraft Corporation, or CAC. But it was little more than a derivative of the North American NA-16, an American training aircraft. But good things came from bad things. Shipments of Curtiss P-40s that were destined for American units in the Philippines were ordered to Australia instead. The Japanese had established a strong blockade around the Philippines, and the odds of beating it were small. As the aircraft crates were unloaded in Australia, the recently cobbled-together U.S. Army Air Forces, or USAAF, headquarters in Melbourne, allocated the aircraft to its own newly arrived units, and also set some aside for the RAAF. Americans and Australians together assembled and trained on them. By March 1942, up to 300 aircraft had been put ashore. The USAAF sent some of them to Java in an attempt to stem the Japanese advance there, but that abortive effort achieved virtually nothing. In truth, it was a disaster as too many pilots were killed and too many aircraft were destroyed or left behind during the rush to escape back to Australia. All this occurred during an exceedingly desperate period for the Allies. There was no indication whatsoever that the Japanese could be stopped. The Allies had won no meaningful victories, and the Japanese had swept unchecked across Asia and the Pacific. Arthur Tucker, a pilot with the RAAF's 75 Squadron, declared, "Australia was in a state of absolute panic and defeatism and lack of leadership." This, he believed, was mirrored in the RAAF. "I believe that there was an incredible defeatism in all levels of our community." The non-stop defeats and failures were a despairing backdrop for how and where the RAAF ought to use its exceptionally meager resources. Where the defense of New Guinea was concerned, its leadership was caught in a dilemma. The longer it took to train pilots to fly the P-40, the more at risk were the forces being bombed at Port Moresby. But should the pilots be sent to Port Moresby without the training they needed, disaster was sure to follow. There was no good answer, and pilots from different units were given orders to the base at RAAF Townsville in northeastern Queensland, Australia, where 75 Squadron was formed on March 4, 1942. The unit was to be assigned 24 P-40Es, the first of which was received on March 8th. Flight training began on March 11th, and pilots, ground crews, and aircraft continued to arrive during the next couple of weeks. There was a bare handful of pilots with experience from fighting alongside Britain's Royal Air Force, or RAF, in the Middle East, but most of the rest had no combat time, many fewer flying hours, and no experience at the controls of the P-40. That lack of training was made apparent by a handful of minor mishaps and 2 more serious accidents that left the aircraft involved very badly damaged. The P-40 was a bigger, heavier, more complex, and higher-performance aircraft than the Wirraway, and it was understandable that it wasn't immediately mastered. Arthur Tucker recalled that simply climbing into the P-40 made an impression. To get into a Kitty Hawk, you had to climb up onto the wing and then clamber up in the cockpit, he said. And there, sticking in front of you, was this great 12-cylinder V engine with an air scoop on the top. And it sort of went up almost at 45 degrees, and you couldn't see anything ahead of you. You had to look out to about 40 degrees to the side to see, with your tail down. John Pettit arrived at Townsville from Brisbane on March 14th, the same day his son was born. My feeling, he said, was one of longing to be with my wife, of course. He had been flying less than a year, and like Tucker and Crawford, had very little experience with the P-40. He made a unique observation about the aircraft. I remember more than anything else the smell, and I can still smell it. Sometimes you get the smell in a ship, aircraft, and I don't know what it is, whether it is cables or what, or metal, or whatever they treat the metal with, but there is a certain smell about it, particularly American airplanes. Despite its weight, size, performance, and complexity, none of the Australian pilots described the P-40 as a particularly difficult aircraft to fly. It was simply different and new. Arthur Tucker said, "If you'd flown a Wirraway, you could fly a Kitty Hawk right from the beginning, and it was simple and smooth and easy." Still, there was much to learn about it, and had the Australian pilots been given more time to fly it, they would have become more proficient. But they were not. "I flew it 3 times, said Arthur Tucker. Fellow pilot Robert Crawford's experience was the same. "I had 6 hours on the type," he declared. That level of P-40 experience was fairly common for the pilots of the newly formed 75 Squadron. It could not have been otherwise. The unit was formed on March 4, 1942, and received its first P-40s on March 8th. It flew its first training sorties with the Kitty Hawk on March 11th, and the squadron's first aircraft left for Port Moresby and the war 8 days later on March 19th. The situation was that desperate. The day that seemed as if it would never arrive finally did. Men squinted into the late morning sky at the 4 fighters approaching 7 Mile Drome at Port Moresby. After weeks of being hammered by the Japanese, most of them thought it was another enemy raid. One machine gunner thought it was the usual enemy visitation, noted a newspaper report. He opened fire. Others followed suit until the valley resounded with a fusillade. Intensive fire continued until the first machine touched down. The aircraft were P-40 Kitty Hawks of the RAAF's 75 Squadron. These fighters at which the men at Port Moresby were shooting were the fighters for which they had waited so long, and they didn't realize it. William Bellairs remembered, "And so our boys gave them, with their rifles and their light machine guns, a bit of a welcome, which didn't endear us very much to them, I can assure you of that. But it was not our fault, really, because no one was informed. And then the order came through, 'Stop firing, stop firing, they're ours, they're ours.'" But if there was a bright side to the incident, it was that the skills of the defending gunners were reasonably good. 75 Squadron recorded that all 4 aircraft were hit, and that one bullet missed the lead pilot, Peter Jeffrey, by half an inch. It slammed into his headrest. Unfortunately, one of the other aircraft was no longer flyable. The confusion and shouting and finger-pointing eventually subsided, and the 2 aircraft that had been least damaged were refueled. An unescorted enemy reconnaissance aircraft was reported inbound, and two pilots, Wilbur Wackett and Barry Cox, took the two P-40s airborne. They spotted a Mitsubishi G4M twin-engine bomber, codenamed Betty, and made several attacks as it dived away. The Japanese aircraft was unable to escape the two Australians, and it exploded before falling into the sea. It was perhaps the easiest victory 75 Squadron would score over Port Moresby. The destruction of the Japanese bomber and its crew occurred in full view of the units that garrisoned Port Moresby. The men erupted with spontaneous cheers and backslaps and jigs. Trucks full of cheering men, almost giddy at the spectacle, bumped up and down the rough roads. The men of the anti-aircraft units recalled the event. How everyone was cheered, and what a beautiful sight to see two of our chaps get that Jap Reco plane way out over the reef. The little planes dashed around searching for the Jap in a big cloud bank. And what a cheer when the Jap was seen to crash in flames and a large column of black smoke reached up to and flattened itself against the low cloud bank. These were men who had been bombed by the Japanese for 6 weeks and who had been able to do nothing but endure it. Certainly they would be bombed many more times, but no longer would they be undefended. Later that day, a Lockheed Hudson from the RAAF's 32 Squadron led 13 more P-40s from 75 Squadron to 7 Mile Drome. Happily, they were not fired upon. They were followed by a handful of other fighters and pilots during the next couple of weeks to help buttress the squadron's strength. Continuous losses kept the unit from ever reaching its authorized strength of 24 aircraft. But overall, March 21, 1942 was a good day for the Australians at Port Moresby. It would stand in contrast to the many dark days the men would endure in the coming months. Peter Jeffrey, who had nearly caught a friendly bullet in his head when he landed at 7 Mile Drome, had passed command of the squadron to John F. Jackson 2 days earlier on March 19th. Jackson was tall and balding, and his ears stuck out a bit. In appearance, he certainly was not the movie star cliché of a fighter pilot, and at 34 years of age, he was quite old when compared to his comrades. John Jackson was referred to as Old John. A veteran of the fighting in the Middle East with the RAAF's 3 Squadron during 1941, he was already an ace, having been credited with downing 4 German and 2 Vichy French aircraft. He was not an ebullient sort, but instead was quiet and businesslike and nice. He moved with confident ease. Moreover, he led by example and flew more than his share of missions. As they grew to know him, Jackson's men embraced his do-as-I-do leadership. Arthur Tucker recalled, "He was a magnificent fellow, middle 30s, ex-estate agent, and he was that sort of wonderful, solid Australian countryman that we all like to think most Australians are, but few ever reach that sort of stature." Tucker had more to say. He was the only bright spot of it, and I would say that had John F. Jackson not existed, the squadron would not have been effective in that defense role for as long as it was. William Wetters, another of Jackson's pilots, recalled him as a most outstanding man, and with great consideration for the pilots under him. He would have duties that he could give to others, but preferred to do them himself. Not everyone, however, was convinced of Jackson's suitability for the role. Peter Jeffrey, the recently promoted wing commander who passed command of 75 Squadron to Jackson, had been Jackson's commanding officer in the Middle East. He was a bit hard of hearing and his eyes weren't all that good, Jeffrey said. He shouldn't have been in fighters because he was a bit old. Jeffrey also mentioned that flying close formation with Jackson was a bit dicey as, when he turned his head, he also turned his aircraft. Jackson also tended toward being too aggressive and was not inclined to wait to fight another day when the odds were stacked against him. When Jeffrey expressed his doubts to Jackson, Jackson replied, "I've got a wife and kids back there in Australia, and no Jap bastard's going to get anywhere near them except over my dead body." Despite his misgivings and his belief that Jackson would press himself and his men too hard, Jeffrey passed command of 75 Squadron to Jackson. "And that would be his only fault as far as I'm concerned," Jeffrey said. But he had extraordinary courage, extraordinary courage. Jeffrey was not mistaken. Press hard is exactly what Jackson did. Ground crews armed and fueled and otherwise readied 10 aircraft for an early morning strike against the Japanese airfield at Lai. At 0630 on March 22nd, the day after 75 Squadron arrived at 7 Mile Drome, Jackson advanced the throttle of his aircraft and rolled down the runway to lead the formation 190 miles almost straight north across the Owen Stanley Range to where Lai sat on New Guinea's northern coast. One of Jackson's pilots, John Legay Brereton, swerved to dodge a Lockheed Hudson that had taxied onto the runway. Brereton avoided smashing into the other aircraft, but his wing struck a small hillock, and his aircraft's landing gear was torn away. The wrecked aircraft skidded to a stop and caught fire. Brereton was pulled from the burning P-40 and survived, albeit with injuries. Jackson led the remaining aircraft across the island and out over the sea to set up for a strafing attack on Lai from the north. The Japanese had seized the town only 2 weeks earlier on March 8, 1942, and immediately started using its airfield. But Jackson's group was not to be the first to hit the enemy there. 2 U.S. Navy aircraft carriers, the Lexington and Yorktown, had sent more than 100 aircraft against the Japanese on March 10th, 2 days after they came ashore at Lai. Launching from the Gulf of Papua, the Navy flyers crossed the island from the south, crested the Owen Stanley Range, and caught the Japanese completely by surprise, sinking 3 transports at the cost of 1 aircraft. Satisfied with the day's work, the Navy sailed away. After arriving overhead at Lai, Jackson led 5 Kitty Hawks in a diving line astern to shoot up Japanese aircraft parked around the airfield. The enemy fighters were lined up on one side of the airfield, and the bombers were arranged in a row on the other side. It made them easy targets, and the 6 50-caliber machine guns carried by each P-40 made a raucous rumble as they sent streams of bullets into the Japanese aircraft. Above them, 4 other P-40 pilots flew high cover in the event that enemy fighters tried to disrupt the attack. Flames and smoke spiraled up into the sky. The Australian pilots, buoyed by the spectacle of destruction they had created, wheeled around and made another attack from the opposite direction. The enemy defenses were either caught by surprise or were incompetent, for there was little anti-aircraft fire. The P-40 pilots continued their attacks. John Piper fired his guns at a line of bombers but fixated too intently on his last target. "I got too low and hit the propeller of the aircraft," he said. "It made a good bit of a clang and I hadn't realized it then, but a gun had fallen out." The impact had also severed a wing spar, a critical structural component. "But it kept on going all right," Piper said. A patrol of 3 Japanese Zeros finally dived on the Australians while the 4 high-cover Australian pilots also roared into the fight. At the same time, John Piper raced to escape with his damaged aircraft, but the enemy pilots were determined to make certain he didn't. "We were being chased out at that time," he remembered, and the 20-millimeter cannon fire from the Zeros impressed him mightily. They looked like gasoline-dipped cricket balls that had been set afire. "And all of a sudden," he said, "zip, they go past you like that." During the ensuing fracas, the Australians claimed 2 Zeros downed in air combat. Peter Turnbull and his wingman, John Pettit, made claims for 1 apiece. Pettit recalled seeing a Zero attack a Kitty Hawk as it was strafing. Finished with its firing pass, the Japanese fighter zoomed into a high-climbing turn, more or less in front of me, Pettit said. And all I instinctively did was pull back on the stick and pull the trigger, and allowing what I thought was enough deflection, and that aircraft went down. A pair of Lockheed Hudson light bombers from the RAAF's 32 Squadron was scheduled to bomb and photograph Lai following 75 Squadron's strafing attack. Jackson and his men were tasked with escorting them over the target and taking them back to Port Moresby. As planned, the 2 Hudsons motored over Lai and dropped their bombs. The Kitty Hawks raced to their aid, but a single Zero outpaced them and attacked both aircraft. 2 crewmen were wounded, but the gunners aboard the Hudsons shot the Japanese aircraft down. The many fires burning on the airfield indicated the raid's success, but it didn't come without cost, as 2 P-40s were missing. Wilbur Wackett and Bruce Anderson failed to return, and none of the other pilots were certain what happened to them, although it was presumed that they were shot down by the enemy fighters. That presumption was correct in the case of Wilbur Wackett. He was part of the high cover flight and dived on the Zeros which were attacking the strafers. During the dive, the light in his gun sight failed, but he nevertheless maneuvered to take a shot at one of the enemy fighters. However, when he pulled the trigger, only 1 of his 6 guns fired. Still, he scored strikes on the Zero's left wing. "I then dove away," he said, "and the next thing I knew was that my engine was hit by a burst of fire." Wackett never saw his attacker. He ducked into a bank of clouds and tried to bring his engine back to life by switching fuel tanks and activating the emergency fuel pump. It didn't work. The engine failed as he descended out of the clouds at 1,000 feet. In the distance, he saw 2 burning Zeros smash into the mouth of the Buong River. When he put his dead aircraft into the water, he was 8 miles from the coast. Jackson led 75 Squadron and the 2 Hudsons back to Port Moresby. Analysis of photographs from one of the Hudsons confirmed that 9 Zeros and 3 twin-engine bombers were destroyed on the ground. Added to this number were the 2 Zeros destroyed in aerial combat by Turnbull and Pettit and the Zero shot down by the Hudsons. But the single day's action had claimed nearly a quarter of 75 Squadron's 17 aircraft. Brereton's takeoff accident, combined with the loss of Anderson and Wackett over Lye, totaled 3 aircraft. But later in the day, John Piper wrecked another of the precious P-40s when he landed after spending 2 hours over Port Moresby, waiting to intercept an enemy raid that never materialized. Piper was uninjured, but if 75 Squadron kept losing aircraft at the same rate, it wouldn't last but a few more days. Although Jackson and his men almost certainly didn't care, it is interesting that the P-40 went by 3 different names for no rational reason whatsoever. The USAAF settled on Warhawk for all variants, whereas the RAF named the early models, P-40Bs and P-40Cs, Tomahawks. The P-40D and later models were called Kitty Hawks or Kitties by the RAF and the Commonwealth nations. 75 Squadron flew P-40Es at that point in the war. Whatever they were called, the aircraft were fine fighters. Curtiss had modified its radial engine-powered P-36 in 1938 with the inline 12-cylinder Allison V1710 engine. After refinements, the new design, the P-40, demonstrated top speeds in excess of 350 miles per hour. Although it lacked the turbo supercharger necessary for high-altitude operations, it was a very good fighter at medium and low altitudes. Compared to the German Me-109s it encountered over North Africa, it was just as fast in level flight. In a dive, it was faster. It also turned better and had considerably greater range and endurance. Built exceedingly tough, it endured harsh operating conditions worldwide. However, all was not rosy for 75 Squadron, as the P-40s were new not only to most of the pilots who flew them, but also to most of the mechanics who maintained them. And replacement parts were virtually non-existent as the supply line from Port Moresby to the Curtiss factory in Buffalo, New York measured nearly 9,000 miles. And in light of everything else happening across the globe, 75 Squadron was not at the top of the priority list. But the squadron's pilots were happy with the aircraft. It was as fast or faster in level flight than the Zero. In fact, its liquid-cooled engine produced approximately 1,200 horsepower, as much or more than most other fighters at that time of the war. One pilot recalled how it accelerated. "Not as sensitive as a Wirraway, but has tons of power. Boy, do they give you a push in the back." In fact, it could dive away from the Zero if a pilot got into trouble. And it was much more rugged and carried better armament. But it was not nearly as maneuverable as its Japanese counterpart, nor could it climb as fast or high or fly as far. In practice, this meant that the Zeros could fly so high that the P-40s, equipped with only a single supercharger, could not reach them. This made it possible for the Japanese pilots to choose when and how to start a fight. And because it wasn't as maneuverable, if the P-40 pilots chose to engage the Zeros in a turning fight, they stood a good chance of getting dead. John Pettit recalled that the Kitty Hawk was beautiful in appearance, and he appreciated its speed in a dive. If you got into trouble at high altitude, he said, you could just put the nose down and it streaked away, and it was strong enough to come out of a high-speed dive. Pettit especially liked the P-40's armament. Its best feature was its guns, he said. It had tremendous striking power, as you can imagine, with 6 half-inch 50 caliber guns, 3 in each wing, and the damage they did was incredible. That it had good armor protection also gave its pilots comfort. Pettit recalled other pilots describing how they could hear and feel Japanese machine gun rounds rattling off the cockpit armor. This was protection the Zero pilots did not have. Pettit's friend Alan Wetters was flying over Port Moresby on one occasion when he was attacked from behind by a Zero he never saw. Rather, it was the reverberating shock of the enemy aircraft's rounds hitting the armor plate behind his seat that alerted him. Like piano notes without the music, he said. Another protective feature was the P-40's self-sealing fuel tanks. These became standard on American combat aircraft. When hit by a bullet or cannon round, the material inside the self-sealing tanks, typically 2 layers of rubber or rubber-like material, would expand to seal or minimize the hole. The P-40 often came home with its fuel tanks riddled by bullets, whereas its Japanese counterparts were transformed into flying torches when their fuel tanks were hit by just a few machine gun rounds. Pettit was saved by the P-40's sheer ruggedness on April 6, 1942, during an attack on a formation of Betty bombers. In a steep climb, almost at stalling speed, he fired his guns. At the same instant, the rear of his aircraft was hit by a 20-millimeter cannon shell fired by the bomber's tail gunner. His aircraft was knocked out of control. "I just spun straight out of it," he said. "I just went in all directions and finished up pointing straight down at the ground. I pulled out of it. It was no problem, really. But when I looked back, I could see this great... It was like a can opener had been through the leading edge of the tailplane on the starboard side." Pettit was uncertain what effect the damage might have on the aircraft's flyability, and he put the aircraft through some gentle maneuvers. "I couldn't say that it made any difference, actually," he said. Confident in the aircraft's structural integrity, Pettit landed back at 7 Mile Drome with no problems. An issue with the P-40 that especially vexed the Australian pilots was that the light bulb that reflected the aiming reticle onto the gun sight's glass failed too often and easily, and there were no replacements except for what could be cannibalized from wrecked aircraft. Inasmuch as shooting down enemy aircraft with its guns was the primary mission of the P-40, the means by which to aim them was of critical importance. No ready solution was at hand, and the pilots were forced to shoot their guns by guesswork, or to fly so close to the enemy aircraft that they could not miss. With no good options, the resourceful ground crewmen crafted fixed sights from water pipes and wiring. They might have been better than nothing, but the point was debated. For all its faults, flown correctly and properly maintained, the P-40 was a fighter with which 75 Squadron could make things difficult for the Japanese over Port Moresby. But that was not possible if the unit's men were sick. Even though the development of 7 Mile Drome had been underway for months, there was little emphasis placed on health, hygiene, or comfort. In fact, there were no provisions for the pilots or ground crews to relieve themselves. Rather, they grabbed a communal shovel and a page of old newspaper before stepping a few feet into the tall kunai grass. There they dug a small hole and defecated. Many of the men, suffering from the effects of gastroenteritis or dysentery or similar maladies, made several trips a day. The grass grew trampled and spotted with little mounds marking the locations where the men had done their business. Indeed, 75 Squadron moved their camp on one occasion because the health of the men was so poor. But still, the men worked and the pilots flew. The cockpits, which baked in the humid heat, were rife with infectious microbes as the bowels of many men simply let go, and there was no good way to get the residue out of the many nooks and crannies. One man had malaria so badly that he vomited on the windscreen and was unable to see well enough to continue the mission. This was perhaps just as well, as he lost consciousness immediately after he got the aircraft back on the ground. He had to be lifted from the cockpit. The problem with the diseases against which the pilots struggled wasn't just that being sick degraded their performance. Rather, that poor performance also caused accidents that damaged or destroyed aircraft. And those aircraft were just as damaged or destroyed as if they had been shot up by the Japanese. For example, Flying Officer P. Scandrett blacked out during takeoff and crashed on April 17th. Although he survived with injuries, the aircraft was so badly wrecked that it was written off. When 75 Squadron's pilots weren't too sick to fly, they sat alert close to their aircraft in a tent where they read or talked or played cards or wrote letters. Or they squatted in the kunai grass outside. Or just sat. A telephone was attached to a pole in the tent, and when it rang with information that a raid was inbound, the call went up. "It's on!" or "Pilots!" The men raced to their aircraft and, helped by their ground crews, hurried to strap into their seats and to don their helmets and throat microphones and other flying gear. They started their engines, taxied to the end of the airfield, advanced their throttles, and rattled down the runway in clouds of dust or sprays of mud. These were the most anxious moments for many of the men. While idling away their time on the ground or trying to sleep, they regularly imagined all manner of awful fates. Two real nightmares sometimes braced them upright out of already fitful slumber. Conversely, when they were airborne in actual combat, they didn't have time to ruminate on what horrible things might happen to them. They were too busy trying to kill and trying not to be killed. But the in-between time, as they rushed to get airborne and were vulnerable to strafing or bombing attacks, was desperately unsettling. "That was the worst time of all," said John Piper. Once airborne, the leader typically started to turn to give the other pilots an opportunity to cut the corner and join him. They clawed for altitude at the same time, desperate to intercept the Japanese bombers before they reached Port Moresby. In the event they reached an advantageous position and altitude, they flung themselves pell-mell at the enemy aircraft. Such an aggressive spirit was laudable, but it was unorganized and degraded the effectiveness of the squadron. The men were not trained in tactics, nor did their leadership maximize their effectiveness with relevant training. That such was the case is curious because their leadership was John Jackson. Jackson was 75 Squadron's commanding officer, but he was powerless to fix much of what was wrong at Port Moresby. He could do little about the diseases that racked the ranks of the men, and he couldn't get adequate replacement aircraft and parts. There simply weren't enough available. And he didn't have the resources available to launch training sorties. However, one thing he could have done was gather his pilots to discuss the best tactics and techniques for engaging the Japanese. He was smart, he was experienced, and he was certainly motivated to kill as many Japanese as he could. And he was emphatic toward his men. But the fact that 75 Squadron had no established tactics for engaging the enemy is certain. "This was one of the unusual conditions of the squadron," said William Wetters. "I cannot recall any information whatsoever on the tactics to be employed. All that we did was take off together, meet the enemy, and then operated as individuals." Arthur Tucker's recollections were virtually identical. "With regard to flying organization, there was none," he said. "The leader would take off and you scrambled to follow him. We didn't have any tactics at all, except that we tried to stay together and tried to stay alive." One exception was an admonition rather than a tactic. Jackson repeatedly warned his pilots against dogfighting with the Japanese aircraft. Doing so was a virtual death sentence, as the P-40 simply was not maneuverable enough. Rather, they were to make a firing pass, then dive away. When they had created enough separation, they could reverse direction and re-engage. The failure to create a meaningful set of squadron tactics no doubt cost lives, and just as certainly kept the men from shooting down as many Japanese as they could have. Still, Jackson's men followed him without reservation, and he maintained positive and confident, as indicated in a letter to his wife. "I think we'll hold the yellow bastards here," he said. "We've already given them a few decent cracks." In such primitive conditions, there were no pretenses at Port Moresby regarding uniforms or military courtesies, or even hygiene. Indeed, John Piper once flew a mission to Lye while wearing his pajama top. "Our dress didn't conform to any regulation," said pilot Robert Crawford. "It was just shorts and no rank, no nothing, and a hat. I doubt if I ever washed in Moresby because there was nowhere to wash." Crawford also recalled that he didn't wear socks with his boots until another pilot told him that if he went down in the water and his boots came off, the white soles of his feet would flash as he swam and attract sharks. Likewise, Crawford didn't wear gloves until it was pointed out to him that if he bailed out from a burning aircraft, his hands might be so badly injured that he would not be able to pull his parachute's ripcord. A lone Japanese aircraft was reported inbound from the northwest in the early afternoon of March 31st. It turned southwest, then northwest. And when about 4 to 5 miles distant, observed the 75 Squadron Operations Record Book, enemy aircraft observed to be diving to earth. One wing came adrift, and the aircraft crashed to the ground, and a huge cloud of black smoke arose. No anti-aircraft burst seen or heard. Obviously a case of aircraft made in Japan. John Pettit, 75 Squadron pilot, had watched the enemy aircraft from the ground alongside his friend and fellow pilot Peter Turnbull. Turnbull had spent a great deal of time in the rough interior of Australia and had a reputation as a jokester. He threw himself into a made-up version of an Aboriginal dance. As he finished, he pretended to fling a curse at the Japanese twin-engine bomber, a Mitsubishi G3M, codenamed Nell. It was nearly exactly at that time that the enemy aircraft shed its wing. Turnbull turned to Pettit and flashed a smile. "Got the bugger," he said. Ground crews in 75 Squadron worked tirelessly to keep their unit's Kitty Hawks flyable. It was miserable work in awful conditions, but it was necessary. The more aircraft that 75 Squadron could put airborne, the more difficult it was for the Japanese to bomb Port Moresby. But much of the good work performed by the mechanics was squandered by false alarms. Although radar was being rushed into service around the world and had already proved its value in Europe, there was no such capability yet at Port Moresby. Instead, the defenders relied on men with radios who lived in isolated jungle outposts, or often on the run. Situated close to Japanese bases or along the routes that the Japanese flew, these men, coast watchers, counted the number and types of enemy aircraft, estimated their altitude and heading, and then radioed the information so that Allied units could react in time. However, a review of 75 Squadron's records shows that the aircraft that scrambled out of Port Moresby encountered empty sky more often than they encountered the enemy. For example, all available aircraft were hurriedly launched on the afternoon of April 9th at 2 different times. They found nothing. This happened for several reasons. At times, the enemy formation went to a different target or was turned back by weather, or was recalled, or simply never existed. The service the coast watchers provided was no doubt valuable, and it was much better to have a rudimentary and imperfect warning system than to have nothing at all. But the false alarms did exact a cost. They put unneeded wear and tear and strain on the engines and airframes. This increased the need for maintenance that would otherwise not be required. Moreover, scrambles were opportunities for the tired and sick men of 75 Squadron to get into accidents that might kill or injure them and damage or destroy their aircraft. The Australians at Port Moresby were soon joined by new American friends. These were the men of the 3rd Attack Group's 8th Bomb Squadron who flew the Douglas A-24 Banshee dive bomber, the U.S. AAF's version of the Navy's SBD Dauntless. With an eye on developments in Europe, the Army Air Corps had dabbled in dive bombing during the 1930s, but never committed to it to the same degree as the Navy. However, recognizing the workhorse nature of the SBD and the investment being made by its sister service, the Army piggybacked on the Navy's procurements and placed an order for a small number of aircraft in 1940. Its variant, the A-24, differed little from the Dauntless, the main changes being the replacement of the Navy radios and the removal of equipment related to operations aboard the aircraft carrier, namely the heavy arresting hook. Initially, 3 squadrons of the 27th Bombardment Group Light in Georgia were equipped with the type. These units participated extensively in various war games during the latter half of 1941. During November, the aircraft were hurriedly disassembled, crated, and dispatched to the Philippines along with the group's men. The United States was rushing to buttress its forces in the Philippines, and the 27th Bomb Group and its A-24s were part of that rush. The men arrived before the machines, and after the Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, the aircraft, still aboard ship, were diverted to Australia. Although some of the men were evacuated from the Philippines, several hundred were left behind and compelled to fight as infantrymen with the specially created 1st Provisional Air Corps Regiment. Many were part of the Bataan Death March following the collapse, defeat, and surrender of the American forces. Fewer than half survived the war. The A-24s, 52 of them, reached Brisbane, Australia in mid-December and were uncrated and readied for assembly. The men putting them back together were stunned at their poor condition. They had been flown hard and minimally maintained during the months preceding their shipment. Most of the engines needed an overhaul. Moreover, many components were caked with dried mud, and others were worn out or completely missing. The commanding officer of the 27th Bomb Group, John Davies, declared that the organization responsible for preparing and packing the aircraft should be charged with criminal negligence. Nevertheless, Australian and American mechanics worked side by side to get a number of the aircraft fully assembled and ready for action by January 1942. Aside from the dire situation in the Philippines and elsewhere, the Allies were also being beaten by the Japanese in Java. Consequently, 15 of the newly assembled A-24s were sent there during the early part of February to support the badly battered and retreating Allied forces. It was a long and difficult multi-day trip across Australia and most of Java. Ultimately, only 12 aircraft arrived, and of those just a handful were fit to fight. They were committed to the fight, mostly in 2s and 3s, and were badly handled by enemy fighters and anti-aircraft fire. Although the desperate A-24 crews fought bravely and with ingenuity, and did score a handful of successes, the battle was already lost, and the men were withdrawn back to Australia at the end of the month. There remained only 3 aircraft, and those were abandoned and subsequently destroyed by Dutch forces as the Japanese advanced. Most of the A-24s remaining in Australia were assembled and reassigned to the 3rd Attack Group's 8th Bomb Squadron. Going with the aircraft were the men of the 27th Bomb Group, which, with most of its men trapped in the Philippines, was subsumed by the 8th Bomb Squadron. Although experience with the A-24 up to that point had not been particularly encouraging, the 8th was nonetheless ordered to Port Moresby at the end of March 1942. The situation in New Guinea was considered desperate enough to put the type back into the fight. When escorted by fighters, the newly arrived A-24s established a record that was, if not outstanding, at least passable. After flying into Port Moresby on March 31, 1942, the 8th flew its first combat mission the next day. Escorted by RAAF P-40s from 75 Squadron, 5 of the 8th's A-24s hit Japanese installations at Salamua, not far from Lai, on New Guinea's northern coast. No aircraft were lost. On April 6th, 8 A-24s and an escort of 6 Australian P-40s from 75 Squadron headed for Lai. Approaching the enemy airfield, they dived from an altitude of 13,000 feet. Japanese on the ground ran for cover at the same time they looked fearfully skyward at the plummeting aircraft. They were not only unused to being attacked by dive bombers, but were also unfamiliar with the sight of the olive-green painted A-24s. Unmolested by enemy fighters, the American A-24 pilots let go of their bombs and continued down across the beach and toward the water. They leveled out just above the wave tops, while behind them, smoke and fire leaped skyward from the burning wrecks of 5 Zeros and 7 bombers. The pilots reconstituted their formation as they turned for home, but Ed Chudoba brought with him an unwelcome extra aircraft, a Zero whose pilot was intent on revenge. Having holed Chudoba's aircraft with gunfire, the Japanese pilot made 2 passes at the rest of the formation, and no doubt would have continued had he not been shot down by the rear gunners. 1 A-24 was lost during the attack, probably downed by anti-aircraft fire. Just as Port Moresby was the primary target for the Japanese base at Lai on New Guinea's northern coast was the primary target for the RAAF's Port Moresby-based 75 Squadron. When directed by higher headquarters, the unit's commander, John Jackson, regularly flew his P-40 over the Owen Stanley Range to assess the disposition of the Japanese at Lai and elsewhere. These solo missions were dangerous, but a reconnaissance in force would have left fewer of the too few aircraft at Port Moresby to defend against Japanese raiders. And because they were dangerous, Jackson usually flew them rather than order someone else to do so. The risks finally caught up to him on April 10, 1942. On that day, his route took him past Nadzab, Salamua, and Lai. A deck of clouds forced him down to 600 feet near Lai, where he was jumped by 3 Zeros over the sea. Although he jettisoned his belly tank, the particular P-40 he flew that day was not fast enough to escape the enemy fighters. Jackson's aircraft was quickly riddled with holes, and his windscreen was shot away. Wind howled into the cockpit and whipped bits of glass around his face as it tore at his helmet and clothing. Although he knew it was a losing move, he felt he had no choice but to turn hard into the more maneuverable Zeros. He hoped to be able to get off a burst of gunfire, or at least confuse or scatter the enemy pilots. Remarkably, he was able to maneuver behind one of the enemy fighters, but his aircraft had been so badly shot up that his guns would not fire. Outnumbered, Jackson was shot into the sea. His Kitty Hawk skipped atop the waves and sent a towering plume of spray into the sky before coming to a sudden stop. "My plane sank in a few seconds," he said. Stunned and likely suffering some degree of shock, Jackson pushed clear of the sinking aircraft and struck for shore, fearful that the enemy pilots might strafe him. His fears were for nothing. Perhaps the Japanese had no interest in killing him, or maybe they lost sight of him as his aircraft disappeared below the surface. Regardless, Jackson kicked away his boots and continued for the coast, almost a mile distant. His heart skipped a beat when a deadly man-eater, a saltwater crocodile, poked its head out of the waves. But for whatever reason, the reptile left him alone. Nor was Jackson bothered by sharks. Nearing land, he was spotted by 2 young native men, Papuans, Arthur and Edmund. They helped him from the water and took him a short distance to the village of Busama. The village elders didn't seem particularly eager to help Jackson, and he grew nervous as they held a confab that did not include him. While they argued, the 2 young men appeared again and hurried him down the coast. "Hadn't gone far before we sighted Japanese boats," Jackson wrote in a letter to his wife. "So we went into the jungle, swimming creeks in my clothes and struggling through swamp and jungle, going down to my waist in slime and mud." Jackson struggled to keep pace with the 2 youngsters. He wasn't as fit, and he lacked their lifelong familiarity with the terrain. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, He was barefoot. However, the sound of a Japanese search party, assisted by some of the villagers, compelled him to move faster than he might have done otherwise. Arthur and Edmund spirited Jackson deeper into the jungle until the shouts of his pursuers faded away. Still, they went on as fast as Jackson could go on his bruised and cut and swollen feet, which grew worse with each step. When we came to a stony river crossing, Jackson said, my feet wouldn't work, and they had to carry me across. Although Jackson had escaped the Japanese, he had not escaped the suffocating terror that was New Guinea's jungle. There followed much misery that grew in intensity each day. Stinging plants and leeches and insects and snakes and mud and grasping branches and roots all took their toll on the Australian airman, who was most likely already sick with gastroenteritis, even before he climbed into his Kitty Hawk on the day he was shot down. So badly did his condition deteriorate as the days passed that the young natives made him a pair of crutches and took turns physically pushing him up the steeper slopes. Notwithstanding all the horrors the jungle visited upon him, and the lack of food and clean water, it was his unprotected feet that tortured Jackson the most. They felt like two pulps, he said, and I could hardly stand to touch them with my hands, let alone stand. He did his best to keep from becoming dispirited, despite the slow going. You can walk all day in New Guinea, he said, and in the afternoon seem no distance away from the place you left in the morning. Jackson rested with Arthur and Edmund all of April 13th. The two young men were kind to him and helped to wash and care for his feet. They also made him a rudimentary pair of sandals. He took heart when the noise of an air attack on Lai reached up to where he sat at the top of a mountain. "Heard our boys bomb Lai," he said, "and saw 4 of our fighters but didn't see the bombers. My 2 boys here cheered as the bombs were falling." The trio reached the village of Mapos on the following day, where they were treated well by the chief and the other villagers. Since April 10th, they had traveled a straight-line distance of just less than 30 miles. On April 16th, a pair of soldiers from the New Guinea Volunteer Rifles arrived to take custody of Jackson. The 2 Australians, who gave Jackson a pair of boots, shepherded him a dozen miles south to Wau, where there was a rudimentary airstrip hacked out of the brush. It had been used before the war to service mining operations in the region. There was also a radio, and on April 18th the men of 75 Squadron were overjoyed upon learning that their unflappable leader would soon be back among them. Arrangements were made for one of the newly arrived USAAF A-24s, escorted by a trio of 75 Squadron Kitty Hawks, to fly to Wau without a rear gunner and bring Jackson back to Moresby. The flight took off from Port Moresby on April 21st with 300 pounds of supplies and equipment for the New Guinea Volunteer Rifles, but the weather was poor and Wau could not be located. Another attempt was made 2 days later, April 23rd, with Virgil Schwab at the controls of the A-24. He was escorted by John Piper in a Kitty Hawk. This time the flight was able to locate the strip at Wau, and Jackson was hastily loaded aboard. Schwab got airborne, and the flight back to Port Moresby was uneventful. Feeling frisky, Schwab roared by 75 Squadron's camp as low and fast as his aircraft would go. Jackson waved from where he sat in the gunner's position. The Japanese rudely cut the celebration short when a flight of 3 Zeros dived seemingly out of nowhere and attacked the hapless A-24. Schwab wrenched his aircraft into a violent turn and nearly scraped the ground with a wingtip as he tried to shake the enemy fighters. A hare pursued by hounds, the A-24 banked violently in one direction and then the other. The Zero pilots took turns firing at the American aircraft, while the machine gun crews on the ground blasted volleys of bullets into the sky as the Japanese flashed past. Piper, in his P-40, harried the enemy pilots as best he could, but failed to score. On the other hand, Schwab's aircraft was hit in the fuselage by a 20mm cannon round and several machine gun bullets. The Japanese finally gave up and flew away. The A-24 held together despite having been damaged, and Schwab put the aircraft on the ground with little trouble. For his part, Jackson was thrilled to be back at Port Moresby with his squadron, even although the tip of his right index finger was shot away. Notwithstanding his poor physical condition, Jackson put himself back into operations almost immediately. No one else in the squadron could match his experience and leadership. "He was in a bad way, but he wouldn't think of not flying again," said Robert Crawford. One of the squadron's other downed flyers had returned the day prior, on April 22nd. Wilbur Wackett had been shot down a month earlier on March 22nd, during the squadron's first mission to Lai. After swimming to shore, he was helped by natives and taken to men from the New Guinea Volunteer Rifles. During the next 4 weeks, Wackett crossed the whole of New Guinea from north to south by foot, canoe, and the occasional truck. Like Jackson, his feet suffered mightily. Unlike Jackson, Wackett contracted malaria, and rather than returning to the cockpit, he was sent to Australia to recover. 2. He never said a word. The USAAF's 22nd Bomb Group introduced its B-26 crews to combat at the same time that 75 Squadron was doing its best to defend Port Moresby, and while the 3rd Attack Group's A-24 crews were making their first tentative strikes. Based at Garbutt Field, Townsville, in northeastern Queensland, Australia, the 22nd typically loaded bombs aboard its aircraft and sent them north to Port Moresby. There, at 7 Mile Drome, the B-26s were topped off with fuel, while the crews caught what sleep they could on cots underneath their aircraft before departing on their missions in the early morning darkness. Once the mission was flown, the aircraft recovered back to Port Moresby, where they were refueled and readied for a mission the following day or sent directly back to Garbutt Field. The group's very first mission followed this template. As might be expected for a first mission, the greenness of the crews and of the supporting units and infrastructure was apparent. For instance, of the 11 aircraft which taxied for takeoff at Garbutt on April 5, 1942, one hit an obstacle and was too damaged to take off. The 10 remaining aircraft got airborne with no issues and set course for Port Moresby. However, one of them developed engine issues and was compelled to return to Garbutt. At Port Moresby, one of the 9 remaining aircraft blew a tire and was not ready in time for the mission. The 22nd's crews were briefed and got a few hours of sleep before being wakened in time for the 8 aircraft to make an 0330 takeoff in rain and fog on April 6th. The miserable weather made it difficult for the crews to rendezvous. After flailing in and out of the clouds and unable to join the main formation, 2 of them returned to Port Moresby. Those 6 B-26s continued to Rabaul, where they made medium-altitude attacks against shipping in Simpson Harbor. Although a claim was made for 1 freighter sunk, Japanese records indicate that no damage was done. A handful of near-obsolescent A-5M fighters, with fixed landing gear, tried unsuccessfully to intercept the faster B-26s. Likewise, anti-aircraft fire from both ship and shore did not deter the 22nd's crews. Michael Baumann, an enlisted bombardier, described his experience during this, the 22nd Bomb Group's first combat mission. It underscored the poor state of training that existed during this early part of the war, a product of the rush to get men and machines into the fight as quickly as possible. "Our first mission was to Rabaul, which was on New Britain Island. It was a long way over there," Baumann said. As they neared the target, the crew spotted a large ship in the open sea, presumably a freighter of some sort, as it didn't fire on them. "We had 4 500-pound bombs," Baumann said. "I was going to drop 2. If I missed with them, I'd have one more chance." As his pilot closed on the ship, Baumann was frustrated as he couldn't get his bomb sight to perform properly. "I looked over," he said, "and here we were going downhill about 300 miles per hour and 1,000 feet per minute." The bomb sight was designed to work while in straight and level flight. For whatever reason, Baumann's pilot was diving on the ship. Baumann was furious. "I just reached over," he said, "and closed the bomb bay doors." Confusion followed. "I can't drop when you are dive bombing," Bauman told his pilot. "If you can't fly this dang thing, we'll just take it back. I didn't come over here to see how many fish I could kill. I came over here to see what we could do and do it right." The pilot climbed back to altitude and set up for a proper, straight, and level bomb run. For all the damage done, he might just as well have never left Australia. "I was so mad I was shaking," Bauman said. He released all 4 of the bombs, which fell short. The enemy ship continued undamaged. "I got on the mic and chewed him out for about an hour on the way back," Bauman said. "He never said a word." One of the 6 B-26s was captained by Albert Moya. Due either to a mechanical malfunction or anti-aircraft fire, his fuel transfer system was not working properly, and one of its engines failed and would not restart. Moya turned south for Kirrawina Island and had nearly made it when the second engine failed. The aircraft went into the water, and all but one of the crew was rescued by friendly Papuans. So then, of the 11 aircraft originally scheduled for the mission, only 6 actually participated, and one of those was lost. During much of April 1942, the RAAF's 75 Squadron kept at least 2 aircraft on standing patrol over Port Moresby to guard against surprise attacks. These were typically listed in the squadron records as security patrols. In the event that the rest of the squadron was scrambled to meet an incoming raid, the 2 aircraft often joined them as they climbed for altitude or stayed low to disrupt strafing attacks. But depending on the timing, the security patrol could be caught short on fuel, without enough to climb with the rest of the squadron or enough to fight low over the airfield. Robert Crawford was flying security patrol on April 24th with Lester Jackson when a Japanese raid caught them low on fuel. They ducked into the little airstrip at Kila Kila rather than 7 Mile Drome, their base and the usual target. At Kila Kila, the 2 P-40s were quickly refueled and took off again. They accelerated and turned over the harbor where they spotted an American B-26 at about 500 feet. The B-26 was chased by 5 or 6 Zeros. Crawford and Jackson threw themselves at the Japanese fighters and were soon caught in a wheeling fight over the water. Crawford's throat microphone was shot away and his neck sustained a wound. Outperformed by the Zeros and unable to dive away, Crawford's aircraft was shot up so badly that he was forced to put it into the sea. "I survived the ditching and I thought I was going to be strafed in the water," he said. However, the enemy pilots were more interested in shooting up a pair of consolidated PBY flying boats moored close to the beach, and Crawford was left to soak. Crawford was only one of the Japanese victories that day. Not so lucky was Oswald Channon, who was shot down over the jungle near Porabata village and killed. Mick Butler's P-40 was so shot up that he put down in a controlled crash. On the other hand, the B-26 that Crawford and Jackson tried to save did escape. The loss of Oswald Channon and other pilots, comrades and friends, affected the survivors, but in a way or ways that are impossible to measure. It's a bit hard to explain," said Robert Crawford. "You're with a bloke one minute, and the next minute he's not there. And I think the morale of the pilots was such that you'd feel greatly sorry in your heart and whatnot. But if you dwelled upon the problem, it would get to you." Although its condition unraveled as April drew to a close, 75 Squadron lurched on while the Japanese continued to bomb Port Moresby. Alan Wetters was caught too far away from 7 Mile Drome during the morning of April 26th, while chasing after a formation of enemy fighters and bombers. Unsure that he had enough fuel to make it back to Port Moresby, and not certain he could find a good place to put the aircraft down if he continued on his route and did run short of fuel, he decided to land on a level stretch of ground covered with kunai grass. He slowed, dropped his landing gear and flaps, turned, and lowered the Kitty Hawk's nose toward the promising patch. As it settled to the ground, the propeller scythed swaths of the grass into the sky, and his aircraft made a rushing rumble as the tall, heavy grass scrubbed its underside and dragged it quickly to a stop. "This particular kunai grass was over 6 feet tall," he said, "and I was indeed fortunate that I had in actual fact landed without hitting any obstacles." Wetters crawled down from his undamaged P-40 and oriented himself. A short time later, he parted the tall grass and struck for the coast, intent on making it to the sea, or at least to some place where he could get help. He made it only a short distance through the suffocating scrub. It was not long after he started that he realized he was lost. Thinking that he might die before he found help, he found his way back to his fighter and crawled back into the cockpit. "Whilst I was sitting in the cockpit, just wondering what my next move would be," Wetters said, "I noticed some natives stealthily creeping through the kunai. I stood on the wing to let them see that I was still there. Happily, the men were part of a New Guinea volunteer rifles unit and had seen him land. Their commanding officer, an Australian, showed up and spoke with Wetters. He learned that he was not far from the village of Rarona, about 30 miles northwest of Port Moresby. Wetters checked his fuel gauge and second-guessed his decision to put his fighter down in the kunai grass. After some consideration, he thought that perhaps he might be able to make it back to Port Moresby after all. The volunteers were willing to help him on his way and went to work cutting the kunai grass. After an astonishingly short time, there was a clear strip where before there had been an impenetrable sward of thick, tall grass. Wetters shook hands with his rescuers, crawled into his aircraft, started it, and was soon bouncing down the ad hoc strip and airborne. He checked his fuel gauge as he climbed for altitude, and after some carefully considered calculations, decided that his initial decision to land in the kunai grass had not been a rash one. Almost embarrassed, he lowered his landing gear and flaps and rejoined his new friends in the kunai grass. This particular unit of the New Guinea Volunteer Rifles was one that got things done. Arrangements were made for fuel to be hauled overland, and Wetters returned to 7 Mile Drome the following day. He arrived to very little fanfare after his abortive adventure in the kunai grass. The squadron had sent an aircraft to look for him without success on the day he had gone down. Notwithstanding the failed search, word was received by other means that he was safe. "I can't recall that anybody was really interested," Wetters recalled. "There was no discussion." The squadron had lost so many men and aircraft in such a short time that none of his comrades had the interest or energy to expend in celebration of his return. The official squadron record simply noted that Wetters forced landed owing to lack of fuel at Rarona, but obtained fuel and returned to base safely the next day. John Jackson was directed to report to his superiors on April 27th and was upbraided for the performance of his men. There was a belief that some of them were cowards, that they were shirking their responsibilities and avoiding combat. The slang term for them was dingoes, after Australia's feral dogs. In particular, they cited the fact that 75 Squadron's pilots weren't aggressively engaging the Japanese Zeros in dogfights. This was true. The pilots were not fighting with the enemy fighters in close-quarter, twisting, turning air combat. And they didn't do so because it was almost impossible to win, regardless of a pilot's skill. It was an excellent way to die, a virtual guarantee of getting shot down. No Allied fighter in service at that time could outfly the Zero in a dogfight. The P-40 pilots could fight the Zero successfully only by employing high-speed diving attacks, and then using their superior airspeed to run away. Once safely out of range, they might climb back up to altitude and set up for another attack if the Japanese were still in the area. In short, Jackson's superiors were ignorant of what the men of 75 Squadron were up against. Jackson was a skilled pilot, an ace who had downed German, Vichy French, and Japanese pilots. There were few, if any, combat-experienced pilots in the RAAF who had as much credibility as he did. But he somehow let himself be bullied. His humiliation was apparent when he returned to the squadron and shared the news that his commanders lacked confidence not only in him, but in the unit. They would, from that point, he declared, start dogfighting the enemy fighters. Jaws dropped and eyes popped as the meeting erupted with howls of disbelief. After all, it was Jackson who had admonished them over and over again against turning with the Zeros. Arthur Tucker recalled how he and his squadron mates protested. "But you know we can't dogfight them. You told us not to." Jackson's reply was, "Tomorrow I'm going to show you how." But there was no how to show them. Jackson had not experienced a sudden air combat epiphany, and the P-40 had not somehow grown more capable. Nor had the Zero's attributes been degraded. It was just as formidable as it had always been. The record book of 75 Squadron's operations noted that Jackson got airborne at the head of 6 Kitty Hawks late during the morning of April 28, 1942, to intercept a flight of 8 Japanese bombers, escorted by Zeros. No detailed description of the complete encounter exists, but it can only be supposed that Jackson made good on his declared intent to turn and fight with the enemy fighters. A Zero was shot down, and credit is often given to Jackson. But that victory came at a cost. Both Jackson and his friend Barry Cox were shot down and killed. Jackson's aircraft was seen streaming smoke in a steep dive. It smashed into Mount Laws, and Jackson's remains were recovered a few days later. Jackson's brother, Les Jackson, had been with the squadron since before Port Moresby and was put in command following his brother's death. He was a skilled pilot, but he didn't inspire the men as his brother had. He did less than inspire fellow pilot Arthur Tucker. "He should never have been let out of his cage," said Tucker. "He was a nasty bastard, in the kindest words I could put to him. He was a divisive, degenerate, drunken lout, without any sense of responsibility whatsoever." Disease, accidents, and the Japanese had beaten 75 Squadron down to the point that it was essentially ineffective as April drew to a close. Its ground crewmen struggled daily and nightly to get just a bare handful of aircraft ready for operations each morning. Only a very few Kitty Hawks had been brought up from Australia to replace the unit's losses, and parts were in short supply. Wrecked aircraft and aircraft that weren't wrecked were cannibalized to keep others flying. And many of those that were flying shouldn't have been. Poor access to spare parts, poorly trained personnel, poor working conditions, and poor leadership combined to produce poorly maintained aircraft. Arthur Tucker recalled that pilots who aborted missions with broken aircraft, or who simply pointed out mechanical issues, were often accused of what can only be defined as spinelessness. "Every time a pilot reported a misfunctioning aircraft," he said, "it was put down to pilot trouble and very loudly, and various individuals were loudly talked about. One was singled out, and it led eventually to his suicide back in Australia. Another one, who was an absolute gentleman, and I believe a very valiant and proper pilot, for years afterwards was spoken of by the then CO, probably Les Jackson, in most defamatory terms, and it was totally untrue." And the squadron's few remaining pilots, usually outnumbered in the near-daily air battles that raged over Port Moresby, were shrinking in number. It was a losing fight, and what was left of the unit should have been stood down and sent back to Australia for rest and refit. Essentially, although no one had given up, the unit had been destroyed. There were virtually no aircraft left to fight with, and few men left to fly them. 3. I decided to go to Horn Island. The initial deployment of the first American fighter units to New Guinea was a disaster. The 8th Fighter Group, having spent less than 2 months training at various camps and airfields after arriving in Australia on March 5, 1942, sent 15 P-39 Airacobras from its 35th Pursuit Squadron on a multi-leg flight to Port Moresby on April 26th. Commanded by George Green, the pilots took off in 2 formations from the airfield at Woodstock, just south of Townsville, near Australia's northeastern coast. They followed the coast northward, which eased their navigation. After a short flight of only about 200 miles, all pilots landed safely at Cairns. After a brief respite to refuel, The two formations were airborne again. The weather en route was forecast as satisfactory, with a scattered to broken layer of clouds at about 3,000 feet and occasional rain showers. Green, leading 9 of the 15 P-39s, climbed to 10,000 feet and continued north along the coast. The next stop was planned for Horn Island, just north of the tip of the Cape York Peninsula at the top of the Australian continent. It was a distance of more than 500 miles. The low layer of clouds developed into a line of towering cumulus that climbed past to 20,000 feet. Leery of punching into them and losing sight of the ground, Green led his flight down through a hole in the weather and leveled off at about 2,000 feet. The visibility was not more than 2 miles, he said, and then we ran into a solid front of rain. Not able to see much of anything by which he could navigate, Green reversed course, hoping to get clear of the storm so that he might find a break in the rain and resume his route back to the north. A short time later, the other formation of 6 P-39s rocketed past, still headed north and into the heavy precipitation. Green tried to contact Charles Campbell, who led the other flight, but he received no response. "I turned to follow," said Green, "as I thought they had seen an opening in the rain." It was for naught. Green lost sight of the other P-39s and failed to find a way through the weather. "It seemed to be getting darker and raining harder," he said. Once more, with the rain pummeling his aircraft so hard that it nearly drowned the sound of his engine, Green turned back south and considered his situation. He called his flight over the radio and declared that he was going to take them to the airfield at Cooktown, which they had passed on their way north. He estimated that it was approximately 270 miles down the coast. "At this time we had a gasoline check," he said, "and I heard 1 or 2 pilots state that they had about 45 gallons of gas. This was not enough gasoline to reach Cooktown." Green, as the flight leader, was responsible for the safe execution of the mission. Accordingly, he had difficult decisions to make. All the pilots in his flight still had enough fuel to make it to Horn Island, but he had already encountered severe weather on that route and was uncertain that he could get the flight there safely. Based on his experience to that point, he might not have been able to find it in the driving rain, and he ran the risk of getting lost and dropping his pilots into the sea as they ran out of fuel. On the other hand, Cooktown's weather had been reasonable when the flight passed earlier, but at least 2 members of the flight did not have enough fuel to reach it. Southwest of his position, the airfield at Cohen was another option, but Green had never been there. It was 20 miles inland from the coast, and he had little confidence that his rudimentary charts were accurate enough for him to find it. "I decided to go to Horn Island," Green said. Although the decision presented risk, Horn Island was the only airfield that all the aircraft in his formation could reach. He declared his intentions over the radio and directed the flight to jettison their empty drop tanks and ease back on their throttles. However, the rain beat down so noisily that he wasn't sure he was understood. Nevertheless, he turned north once again and set a course for Horn Island, descending as he did so. Leveling off at 500 feet, he followed the bare ghost of an outline that was the coast. To his side and slightly behind, he saw his wingman, John Casey, but no one else. "I could not see behind me," he recalled, "because my clothing bag was in the glass canopy. I thought the rest of the formation was behind me." Over Cape York at the tip of Australia, the rain stopped, the clouds began to clear, and Green continued toward Horn Island with Casey on his wing. During the few remaining miles, Green looked in vain for the rest of his flight. It was nowhere to be seen. On the other hand, the weather was clear, and he landed without trouble with only 35 gallons of fuel remaining. Casey touched down with a mere 15 gallons. No other aircraft from the flight arrived, and it soon became apparent that they had put down elsewhere or crashed out of fuel. None of the other 7 aircraft in Green's flight made it to an airfield. 3 of the pilots put down and abandoned their aircraft at Cape Grenville, a polyp-like peninsula on the coast, about 120 miles short of Horn Island. One pilot landed on the beach at Princess Charlotte Bay, trying to get back to Cookstown. His aircraft nosed hard over in the sand. Another pilot also made for Cooktown but landed 35 miles north of Port Stewart, landing gear up, not wanting to risk his wheels digging into the soft sand and somersaulting the aircraft. Two pilots, John Long and Jack Hall, were never found and were presumed lost in the vicinity of Cape Grenville. The other 6 aircraft, led by Charles Campbell, fared better. Campbell reversed course to the south after entering the heavy weather and made for Cooktown, where 4 of the P-39s landed safely. The other 2 pilots failed to reach the airfield and were forced down north of Cooktown by lack of fuel. Both of the pilots were safely rescued. The loss of so many aircraft when so few were available was nothing short of a catastrophe, although at least a couple of the P-39s were salvaged for parts or recovered and put back in service. Greene sent messages to multiple points to mobilize a rescue effort, and during the next few days the surviving pilots were recovered by land, sea, and air. But those activities also met with heartbreak. Montague David Ellerton was a P-40 pilot with the RAAF's 75 Squadron who was ferrying an aircraft to New Guinea. He had been alerted to search for and render assistance to the downed American pilots. On April 28th, he spotted William McGovern and his P-39 on a beach north of Cooktown. McGovern had been part of Campbell's second flight of 6 aircraft. Beach landings were hazardous, and although McGovern tried to wave Ellerton away, the Australian P-40 pilot persisted. He descended, dropped his wheels and flaps, and touched down. Almost immediately, his wingtip struck the sand, and the aircraft twisted onto its back and skidded to a stop in a great spray of water and wet sand, trapping Ellerton inside. McGovern's attempts to free the Australian pilot were futile, and he was able to do nothing but watch in sickening terror as the incoming tide slowly covered and drowned Ellerton. Fellow Australian Arthur Tucker recalled his conversation with Ellerton in their tent at Port Moresby only a week or so earlier. They were 2 of the few 75 Squadron pilots remaining to fly the unit's even fewer remaining P-40s. Virtually all the other pilots who had arrived with the squadron less than 2 months earlier were dead, sick, or evacuated home. The mood was one of resignation, as pilots were being killed at an approximate rate of a couple each week. Ellerton was reading letters from his wife. Tucker recalled that they were written on blue stationery. Ellerton looked up at Tucker and asked morosely, "I wonder which of us it'll be tomorrow, you or I?" "It seemed a logical sort of question," Tucker said. "I don't know that I answered it." A short time later, Ellerton was told that he was being sent to Australia to pick up a replacement P-40, and that once he had brought it back, he would be relieved of combat duty for a spell. Instead, a few days later, he drowned on a desolate beach in an overturned aircraft. George Greene obviously failed in his duty to safely lead the 35th Pursuit Squadron's 15 P-39s to Port Moresby. Hindsight makes it easy to criticize him, but any censure should be tempered by the context of the time and by consideration of his experience, or lack of experience. First, he was only a first lieutenant with perhaps a few hundred flight hours and little operational background. And he was charged with leading 14 other first lieutenants who likewise did not have a great deal of experience. Moreover, he and the other pilots were flying primitive aircraft with primitive radios and primitive navigational instruments across primitively mapped geography and informed by primitive weather services. Another consideration was the operational pressure he was under to get the aircraft to the beleaguered forces at Port Moresby as quickly as possible. Greene's chief failing was his lack of decisiveness in a scenario in which fuel was a critical factor. Although he cannot be faulted for his initial course reversal away from Horn Island in the face of the poor weather, he should have continued south to a safe landing area while his pilots had adequate fuel to do so. Or he could have bet on decent weather at Horn Island and continued there without delay. In the end, his vacillation and multiple course reversals cost 9 aircraft and 2 lives. Sadly, his failure was not unique, and incredibly, the disaster was essentially mirrored only 2 days later on April 28, 1942. The 8th Fighter Group's 36th Pursuit Squadron, sister squadron to the 35th, sent 6 P-39s north, with the final destination being Port Moresby. Led by Charles Falletta, they didn't get there. The weather once more proved to be an overwhelmingly powerful foe, and the 6 pilots lost their way, ran out of fuel, and crashed. 1 pilot was killed. So then, of the 17 aircraft the 8th Fighter Group sent to Port Moresby on April 26th and April 28th, 15 were lost. It was a loss rate of 88%. The losses the Japanese would inflict in the coming months would never come close to matching the destructive power of the region's weather and the ineptitude of the pilots on those 2 days. The 8th Fighter Group's ground crews began arriving by C-47 transport aircraft at Port Moresby during the last few days of April 1942. The group was assigned to operate out of 7 Mile Drome, from where the RAAF's much beleaguered 75 Squadron flew the small handful of hard-worn P-40s it had remaining. The newly arrived Americans were billeted and messed a short distance away at John's Gully, a miserable, fly-infested, sweltering shithole of a place made worse by a dearth of tents, food, potable water, and other essentials. A herd of cattle roamed the camp, recalled the 36th Pursuit Squadron's historian, and the open sores on their sides and their flanks were covered with flies. A few were so far gone with infection that blood from the open sores would form a pool on the road wherever they chose to rest. When the Americans protested the presence of the sick animals, the Australians made a strange assertion that the sick cows somehow acted as camouflage against Japanese bombers. Sanity and the American medicos won the day, and the cattle were moved to a better location a few days later, but not before the pestering flies sickened many of the men with fevers. Indeed, the newly arrived Americans quickly made improvements in a number of areas, as noted by 75 Squadron pilot John Piper. Of course, the Americans, the very first thing they did was set up their latrine, and they had a proper collection system, and they were very superior to us in hygiene. I think Australians rather considered them sissy in the extreme. Sissies or not, Piper marveled at the energy of his American friends. The first thing they did in any of the places, they put up a sawmill and they started pounding out lumber. So you had floors in the tents and doors, and as it turned out, it meant their casualty rate was a fraction of ours from that point. The morning of April 30th, 1942, saw the arrival of 26 8th Fighter Group P-39s, an event that was cheered by one and all. The Australians, who had been holding the line for so long with just a small number of aircraft, were heartened by the sudden appearance of so many new fighters. The sleek, olive-green little aircraft touched down one by one and taxied past the burned-out husks of aircraft that had not survived the bombing raids of the previous weeks. The Americans were happy to finally be in the fight and anxious to put their training and machines to the test. And they were ready to do so immediately. Not just during the coming weeks or even the next few days, but rather on that very day. While the ground crews serviced the aircraft, Lieutenant Colonel Boyd Buzz Wagner assembled and briefed a group of 13 pilots, half of the newly arrived force, for an offensive raid across the Owen Stanley Range against Lai and nearby Salamaua. The 25-year-old Wagner was only temporarily assigned to the 8th Fighter Group. He was a veteran combat pilot and somewhat of a celebrity, as he was the first and leading ace not only of the Army Air Forces but of the United States. He had been credited with shooting down 5 enemy aircraft while flying P-40s over the Philippines during the weeks following the Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. Since that time, he had escaped the Philippines and made his way to Australia, where he was put in charge of training and reconstituting various USAAF fighter units. During this period of considerable confusion, as well as limited resources and personnel, it was very much a learn-as-you-go process that required a substantial degree of leadership, ingenuity, and audacity. And now, in the early afternoon of April 30th, 1942, Wagner was exercising all those attributes. At 1300, he took off at the head of 13 P-39Ds from the 35th and 36th Pursuit Squadrons and climbed for altitude to clear the Owen Stanley Range. The formation became smaller by 2 aircraft when their pilots were compelled to turn back due to mechanical difficulties. Once clear of the mountains, Wagner dropped the formation to low altitude and crossed the coast some distance from the enemy bases. He led the other pilots approximately 50 miles out to sea before arcing back toward the Japanese airfield at Lai at only 100 feet above the wave tops. On Wagner's direction, 4 of the P-39s climbed and accelerated ahead to engage any aircraft that might be patrolling overhead. Head-on, the diminutive little fighters were almost invisible until they approached within a mile of Lai. The surprise was virtually complete, and the P-39s blasted parked aircraft, float planes, supply dumps, and enemy troops without sustaining any hurt despite curtains of light anti-aircraft and machine gun fire. Immediately afterward, as a unit, they turned toward the airfield at Salamua, intending to repeat their success. But over Salamua they were met by a defending force of about a dozen Zeros. The P-39 pilots released their drop tanks, and a wheeling dogfight followed. During the twisting, turning melee, Wagner was credited with downing 3 enemy aircraft, and George Green, who had failed in leading so many of his squadron mates from Australia to Port Moresby, was credited with knocking down another. But the scoring was hardly one-sided. Edward Durand was set upon by a Zero and badly mauled. "The Zeros were waiting for us," recalled Arthur Andress, "sitting right above and hit us way hard. One Zero was on Ed Durand's tail, and I turned around to give the Zero a taste of American bullets, but I'm afraid Ed was on his way down." No trace of Durand has ever been found. Andress himself was chased by a Zero until he ran short of fuel. He crash-landed his aircraft about 20 miles southeast of Buna and was rescued by natives. He returned to Port Moresby nearly a month later. James Bevlock followed his flight leader, Louis Mang, away from the Zeros and into some cloud cover, but they were headed in the wrong direction. Mang eventually turned them south back toward Port Moresby, but Bevlock lost sight of him over the Owen Stanley Range and eventually ran out of fuel, landing on the beach at Iokea, about 80 miles west of Port Moresby. He made it back to 7 Mile Drome a couple of days later on May 2nd. The Zeros shot up Paul Brown's P-39, but he managed to make it to the south shore of New Guinea where he crash-landed out of fuel near Point Hood, 60 miles southeast of Port Moresby. He was met and rescued by Australian forces who had also captured a Japanese pilot, Yoshimitsu Maeda, who had gone down a couple of days earlier. The 2 of them were returned to Port Moresby a few days later. The Japanese pilot, Maeda, with his flight leader, Yoshisuke Arita, had attacked a B-25 a couple of days earlier on April 28th and claimed it as destroyed, although it had only been damaged. Maeda ended up on his own and crossed the Owen Stanley Range and continued south to the coast where he spotted an Australian freighter. Descending to strafe it, the careless, or incompetent, Maeda struck a palm tree along the beach and crashed into the ground, where he was subsequently captured. Once back at Port Moresby's 7 Mile Drome, the 8th Fighter Group pilots congratulated each other for their successes against the Japanese at Lai and Salamua. But in fact, they were celebrating an air combat during which they and the Japanese lost equal numbers of aircraft. And that was only true if the number of victories claimed over the Zeros was correct. The 4 aircraft the 8th Fighter Group lost that day, when added to the 15 lost during the ferry flights from Australia only a few days earlier, totaled 19. And this after they had been in combat for a grand total of just 1 afternoon. It was a waste, an indifferent performance at best. A standing patrol of P-39s was established beginning the morning of May 1st. Early morning fog and low clouds delayed the launch of the first 6 aircraft, but once the visibility permitted, the P-39s roared down the runway at 7 Mile Drome and clawed skyward. But a few minutes later there came the sound of an aircraft feeling its way back toward the field with a sick engine. The pilot managed to find his way through the murk, but botched the landing and broke off the nose gear. The olive-green fighter skidded to a stop and blocked the runway. The pilot was unhurt. The maintenance men rushed to the wrecked aircraft and, with the aid of an Australian truck, winched it clear of the runway and into the kunai grass. It was just then that a flight of Zeros, their pilots perhaps intent on avenging the previous day's raid against Lai and Salamaua, dropped out of the clouds, guns firing, and sent the men to ground. Happily, the aircraft revetments were more attractive to the enemy pilots than were the scurrying ground crews, and it was against these that they directed their attention before climbing once more into the gray. It was then that the P-39 patrol caught up with them. Several of the pilots reported scoring good hits against a few of the Zeros, but Donald McGee of the 36th Pursuit Squadron actually bagged one of the enemy fighters. He was shot up for his trouble, but not so badly that the aircraft wasn't repaired and back in service the next day. Stating that the aircraft was simply repaired does a disservice to the work actually done by the maintenance men. They went directly to work on the aircraft that had crash-landed just before the Zeros attacked, and, as the squadron reported, stripped it of every available removable part. The guns came out, the ignition harnesses, the plugs, the carburetor, the flap motors, the radio, the dynamotor, and the wiring. The engineers, armorers, and radio men worked there until the nerves and the muscles of the ship had been removed, ready for transfer to another plane. That plane was McGee's aircraft, which was cobbled back together in record time. The work paid dividends because the Japanese fighters were back in force the following day, May 2nd. The 8th Pursuit Group's P-39s, a total of 11 from both the 35th and 36th Pursuit Squadrons, wrangled with 15 Zeros. Louis Mang threw himself head-on at a flight of 4 of the enemy aircraft, knocking one of them into the jungle with his gunfire. Joseph Lovett attacked a group of 3 Zeros and claimed one of them, while John Mainwaring caught an enemy pilot unawares from the rear. The hapless fighter went down east of the field. This engagement proved to be an unequivocal fighter-versus-fighter victory for the 8th Fighter Group's P-39 squadrons, a fight that vindicated advocates of the little aircraft. A greater test came the very next day, May 3, 1942, when 6 Mitsubishi G-3M twin-engine bombers, codenamed Nell, arrived overhead at 23,000 feet in 2 flights of 3. The bombers were escorted by 7 Zeros. At this altitude, the patrol of 4 P-39s struggled to get into position, as a turn of any degree caused them to lose altitude. Nevertheless, the American pilots were able to attack the first 3 silvery bombers. Charles Chapman hit the left-hand Nell, setting its left engine and wing afire. Charles Schwimmer fired his guns at the right-hand aircraft, which fell out of formation and was seen to crash, as reported by the 36th Pursuit Squadron. John Barley was given credit for shooting down the lead bomber. It wasn't until then that the Zero pilots, whose entire job was to protect the bombers, arrived to engage the Americans. Joseph Lovett, who had claimed a Zero the previous day, was shot up and likely killed in his cockpit. His P-39 was last seen in a high-speed vertical dive, streaming a thin trail of coolant. It plunged into a layer of clouds before smashing into the ground. The next day, May 4th, the 35th and 36th Pursuit Squadrons put up 10 aircraft to strafe Lai in a repeat of the Wagner-led attack of April 30th. Low, rain-sodden clouds rolled over Port Moresby following their departure, and the weather en route and at the target was likewise dismal. The pilots that did reach Lai, the exact number was never determined, shot up a handful of bombers on the ground while meeting no aerial opposition. Hours after the mission was complete, the number of P-39s that had returned to 7 Mile Drome was 6. What happened to the missing 4 aircraft is unknown, as none of the surviving pilots could provide any relevant information. In all likelihood, the missing pilots ran out of fuel over the jungle or the sea and were simply swallowed up. Following these first few days of combat operations with the P-39, Boyd Wagner compiled a report on the aircraft's effectiveness as a frontline fighter. In particular, he focused on its performance relative to the Mitsubishi A6M0, as well as its mechanical suitability for operations in New Guinea. The Zero outperformed the P-39s very markedly in maneuverability and climb, he said. The P-39, however, with no belly tank, could pull away from the Zero. He commented further on the differences in performance between the two types in the context of airspeed. At 325 miles per hour indicated, just above the water, the P-39 pulled slowly away out of range. In acceleration, the Zero was markedly better than the P-39, attaining a high speed from cruising in a very few seconds, while the P-39 was much slower. As a result, from a cruising start, the Zero could actually pull ahead of the P-39 for a few seconds, and then the P-39 slowly drew away at full throttle and high RPM. Wagner noted that the teamwork between the enemy pilots was excellent, and that they appeared to fly in flights of 3 in a weaving line astern. He was not so impressed by their marksmanship. First one and then another would place his plane behind the P-39, firing intermittent bursts for about 10 seconds, then zooming up to either side to be replaced by the most forward plane on that side. Accuracy of fire was not very high, especially at long range, while P-39 was making himself a poor target by roughly slipping and skidding violently. Wagner also made the point that the Zero did not have self-sealing fuel tanks and caught fire easily when hit. So overall, the Zero was rightly recognized as more maneuverable, better climbing, faster accelerating, and nearly as fast. Moreover, it had much better high-altitude performance. Its armament was good, although it lacked armor protection for the pilot and self-sealing fuel tanks. Wagner declared, "All were impressed with a thorough respect and admiration of the flying qualities of the Zero fighters." The nation's first ace also had plenty to say about the P-39's shortcomings. First, it was absurd that the pilots had to activate the emergency fuel pump or operate the hand wobble pump to keep the engine operating above 18,000 feet, where it was already badly outperformed because it had only a single-stage supercharger. He also felt that the engine needed armor protection, as it seemed that all the aircraft that had been shot down had been hit in the engine. Additionally, he rightly believed that the single-channel radio was inadequate. Although he liked the effects of the single 37mm cannon which fired directly through their propeller hub, it frequently failed to fire, jammed too often, and didn't have enough ammunition. Moreover, it had to be manually charged, which was physically demanding. Wagner also identified the firing solenoids for the 50 caliber guns as very unreliable. Routine airfield operations were not necessarily so in New Guinea. Taxiing the aircraft in the rough conditions, including sticky mud and uneven surfaces, was often problematic, as the narrow tires on the main landing gear often sank into the ground, and the nose strut sometimes simply broke under the loads imposed by the less-than-ideal surfaces. The variable pitch propeller also caused issues as it leaked hydraulic fluid that frequently coated the pilot's windscreen. Since it was critical for a fighter pilot to be able to see to accurately fire his guns, this was an obvious problem. The reality was that many of the fixes that Wagner desired, more armor protection, hydraulic charging for the guns, beefier tires and landing gear, a better radio, and more ammunition for the cannon, would have added considerable weight to a small aircraft that was already overloaded and underpowered. The P-39 was not the right aircraft for the fight, but it was the aircraft that the men had, and they continued to fly it and score some successes. Perhaps it was a reflection of the notion that men sometimes develop unreasonable loyalties to the machines with which they work, but one of the closing statements Wagner made in his report is not only untrue, but seems demonstrably silly. Comparatively speaking, in performance, he wrote, the P-39 airplane is believed to be about 10% better in every respect than the P-40 airplane, except in maneuverability, in which case the P-40 is slightly better. It was a declaration with which few men who had flown both types would have agreed. Indeed, Frank Adkins had flown P-40s against the Japanese with the 24th Pursuit Group in Java during the very early days of the war. After his first combat experience with the 35th Pursuit Group's 39th Pursuit Squadron, at the controls of a P-39, he made it clear that he was less than impressed with the little fighter. "Could have done better with a truck," he said. "It's more maneuverable and will go higher." Truly, the P-39 was not a well-loved aircraft, at least not within the USAAF, and the story of its creation explains why. It had been designed and manufactured by Bell Aircraft in response to an Army Air Corps requirement for a high-altitude interceptor. Ironically, it suffered from poor high-altitude performance its entire career. This significantly detracted from its usability in virtually every theater of war, including the Pacific. A modern and progressive concept, the design was influenced by the Army Air Corps requirement to carry a 37mm cannon measuring more than 7 feet in length. A weapon of such size had to be carried in the aircraft's nose, but its length and bulk left no room for an engine. Consequently, the P-39's liquid-cooled V-1710 Allison engine was mounted behind the pilot, with a shaft that passed underneath the cockpit and into the nose, where it drove a gearbox that was connected to the propeller via a much shorter shaft. This arrangement made it possible to accommodate the cannon, but with only 30 rounds of ammunition. Another unusual arrangement was a fixed glass hood or roof above the cockpit. Unlike virtually every other fighter of the day, the P-39 featured automobile-type doors on both sides. Its pilots entered the cockpit from the side rather than from the top through an open canopy. This made it difficult to exit the aircraft during an emergency. On the other hand, the tricycle landing gear arrangement made the P-39 easy to taxi. It was a small, streamlined aircraft with very little internal volume available to incorporate improvements. There was no room in the fuselage for a fuel tank. The only fuel it carried internally was in the wings, and it consequently had a relatively short operational range. Originally intended to be equipped with a turbo supercharger for high-altitude operations, the aircraft could not accommodate it without a significant redesign. However, it was determined that a redesign might impose aerodynamic drag penalties that would cancel the benefits of the turbo supercharger. Neither Bell nor the Army wanted to spend the time and money to fix the issue, and the decision was made to minimize drag as much as practicable and produce the P-39 with a single-stage, single-speed supercharger. The result was an aircraft that was speedy enough, well-armed, and reasonably maneuverable at altitudes below 12,000 feet. Above that, performance dropped off significantly, and the type was outperformed by virtually all its adversaries. This only became apparent to the RAF after it received the first of several hundred export variants, designated P-400, that it had ordered. The RAF had essentially been duped into believing the aircraft was much more capable than was actually the case. Only one squadron was equipped with the type, and it saw no real combat. Deciding that the P-400 was wholly unsuited for combat over Western Europe, the RAF declined further deliveries. However, they did give the little aircraft a name, Airacobra. Many of the remaining aircraft produced for the RAF were delivered to USAAF units in the Pacific, including the 8th and 35th Fighter Groups. The primary difference between the P-400s and the American P-39s was that the P-400s carried a single 20mm cannon in place of the much larger 37mm cannon. It was a more reliable weapon with a higher rate of fire, and the P-39 could carry much more of its smaller ammunition. Note that P-400s are described as P-39s in this work to reduce confusion and improve readability. So then, the aircraft that reached the 8th and 35th Fighter Groups were reasonably capable fighters, so long as they were used to fight at low to medium altitudes. The type was as fast as its contemporaries with a top speed that exceeded 350 miles per hour. It had self-sealing fuel tanks and armor protection, adequate radios, and relatively heavy armament. If flown intelligently, especially as part of a mutually supportive formation, It could hold its own with the Japanese fighters, so long as its pilot didn't make the mistake of dogfighting. The P-39's potential was demonstrated by Soviet pilots who used it with great success against the vaunted Luftwaffe over the Eastern Front, where the fighting generally took place at lower altitudes. Several of the Red Air Force's highest-scoring aces, 5 of the top 10, enjoyed their greatest successes while flying the P-39. Indeed, 2 of them scored more aerial victories with the P-39 than any American scored in any aircraft. But at high altitudes, the P-39 cannot be characterized as anything other than a failure. Without a turbo supercharger, the engine simply couldn't get enough air to generate the power it needed. Japanese bomber pilots soon learned, much to the frustration of the Americans, that they could stay out of reach by simply flying above the P-39's service ceiling. The last few days of 75 Squadron's time at 7 Mile Drome were a misery. On May 2nd, 2 aircraft that couldn't be made combat-capable in the field took off for Australia. There remained only 3 operational Kitty Hawks. They took off in the early morning together with 7 American P-39s to intercept an inbound raid. One of the Kitty Hawks landed with a bad engine, and another was shot down. Its pilot, Stuart Monroe, was killed. On the following morning, May 3, 1942, 75 Squadron had only 1 operational aircraft available. It was the same Kitty Hawk that Bill Wetters had put down in the kunai grass the previous week. Arthur Tucker took it airborne in company with 8 P-39s. The engine, its air coolers probably clogged with scraps of kunai grass, overheated. Tucker subsequently parted company with the Americans and landed safely. With that last sortie, 75 Squadron's operations at Port Moresby came to an ignominious, wheezing finish after 44 remarkable days of hard-fought air combat. An after-action report sent to the Air Board Secretary in Melbourne acknowledged the hurried manner by which 75 Squadron had been rushed into combat. It will be recalled that this squadron was brought into being, equipped, trained, and sent into its first battle in Papua within 14 days. Another report noted that while, on the whole, the standard of flying in 75 Squadron was high, there were signs of underconfidence in those pilots who had logged less than 100 hours on the Wirraway. These undertrained pilots were, in bureaucratically benign language, declared to be not up to operational standard. Worse, there were no aircraft available at Port Moresby which could have been used to increase their experience. Indeed, these pilots, numbering approximately 10, had less than 10 hours of flight time in the P-40 and were noted for having great difficulty in the carrying out of their job efficiently. Pilot casualties for 75 Squadron were noted by RAAF officialdom as being rather high, as 10 pilots were killed in combat during the 5 weeks the unit flew out of Port Moresby. Moreover, on any given day, 5 pilots were unable to fly due to illness, and almost that number were unavailable because of other duties. This left approximately 10 to 12 pilots available each day on average. A report declared that due to the miserable living conditions, the long hours of standing duty, and the stress of combat, the remaining pilots showed signs of tiredness and lost interest, emphasis added. It was additionally noted that if steps were not immediately taken, it is obvious the enemy will take complete control of the air over Port Moresby. Ultimately, 75 Squadron was operational at Port Moresby from March 21st to May 3rd, 1942. During that period, it flew every day but one, March 29th, for a total of 436 combat sorties. Its pilot claimed a total of 18 enemy aircraft destroyed in air combat and 17 destroyed on the ground. The squadron actually lost 12 pilots and nearly all of its 24 aircraft, both to the enemy and to accidents. But more important than these numbers was the fact that the Japanese, because of 75 Squadron, were unable to establish air supremacy over Port Moresby. It was the first time since the start of the war that they had failed to achieve such an objective. In the context of that bleak time, It is telling that the USAAF's 3rd Attack Group's 8th Bomb Squadron included a special note about 75 Squadron in its official narrative. The Australians had escorted the 8th's A-24 crews multiple times, and done it effectively. It is the desire of every member of the 8th Squadron, the unit declared, who ever knew and flew with the men in the RAAF's 75 Squadron, that these boys get the commendation and attention they deserve. At times, toward the end of April, when they were having great difficulty in getting airplanes and parts, they could only get 4 into the air, yet these 4 unhesitatingly attacked 16 Zeros in one formation. Despite being the only fighter squadron at Moresby, they were always eager to have a crack at the Japs, either over his airdrome or ours. The admiration of 75 Squadron's American friends was obvious and well-deserved. To be sure, the cooperation between the Australian flyers and their American counterparts was generally outstanding. At the very highest levels, although the relationship was never perfect, the leadership of the Americans was accepted by the Australians. They recognized and appreciated not only the commonalities between the two nations, but also the very practical matter that it was the United States that was, and would be, contributing so many men and so much material and equipment to the war effort. Robert Crawford recalled his experience as a 75 Squadron pilot when the unit escorted the 8th Bomb Squadron's A-24 dive bombers against Japanese targets. He noted that the generally gregarious nature of his American counterparts was evident even during combat. In the air, he said, they were always chattering over the radio. Yanks. You know, it was like a telephone conversation with them sometimes, but they did a wonderful job. He also noted that the volume and variety of the Australian flying kit improved when the Americans showed up in strength. The life raft, or dinghy, was an example. Initially, the RAAF's Kitty Hawk pilots didn't have them available. That changed as the USAAF's P-40 units began operating in strength and brought with them, and shared, their much more extensive material resources. Although they might have guessed at it while they were fighting their first air battles over New Guinea, none of the men of the RAAF's 75 Squadron knew for certain that the Japanese had a concrete plan, codenamed Operation Mo, to take Port Moresby. Beginning in March 1942, the U.S. Navy intercepted reports of a Japanese plan that had as its objective the seizure of Tulagi in the Solomon Islands, as well as Port Moresby. Certainly, the Japanese raids on Port Moresby were intended, in part, to grind down the defenses there, including 75 Squadron. Considering the condition of 75 Squadron at the start of May, there could be no arguing against the fact that the objective had been achieved. The 2 fleet carriers and 1 light carrier that the Japanese sortied to support Operation Mo were more than enough to deal with the recently arrived American P-39 units. Combined, the aircraft carriers embarked nearly 140 aircraft. As it developed, Tulagi was successfully taken on May 3rd. Port Moresby was scheduled to be secured by May 10th. The U.S. Navy intervened. In a cat-and-mouse clash that took place in the Coral Sea east of New Guinea, the United States won its first meaningful victory in the Pacific from May 4th to May 8th, 1942. Although the Japanese sank the Lexington, a desperately precious fleet carrier, the Americans destroyed the Japanese light aircraft carrier Shoho. Both sides lost other minor combatant vessels. Importantly, the battle ushered in a new type of naval warfare, as it was fought entirely from the air. Indeed, it was the first naval engagement in which the surface combatants never came within sight of each other. In terms of tonnage sunk and damage inflicted, the Japanese scored a tactical victory as the loss of the Lexington created a hole in the Navy's fleet carrier force that was difficult to fill. However, because the Japanese retreated and canceled the invasion of Port Moresby, the Allies won the more important strategic contest. Port Moresby was safe, for the moment. Meanwhile, back in Australia, except for the 8th Bomb Squadron's A-24s, the 3rd Attack Group was still without aircraft. An improbable figure was about to fix that. Part pirate, part pilot, part engineering genius, and part just about everything else that is interesting, Paul "Pappy" Gunn's exploits and irascible personality made him a legend, almost a comic book hero, in the Southwest Pacific. Born and educated in the Arkansas hinterlands, he spoke with a high-pitched, almost whiny twang that did not make a good first impression. However, one needed to spend only a short time with the man to realize that, accent or not, Gunn was a man of enormous intelligence and capabilities. Direct, even caustic, he was the sort who knew what he wanted and had little patience for anyone who denied it to him. Moreover, his capacity for hard work and resourcefulness put most men to shame. Born in 1899, he enlisted in the Navy as an aircraft mechanic shortly after World War I and eventually became an accomplished Navy pilot, serving in fighter, transport, and seaplane units before retiring in 1939. Despite not having a formal engineering education, he showed a savant-like intellect for developing effective solutions to mechanical issues of all sorts. The Navy recognized this and put him to work on all manner of projects. He lost his front teeth while refining a crane recovery system for ship-launched seaplanes. Gunn moved his family to the Philippines shortly after he retired from the Navy and was managing a small airline when the war started. After hiding his wife and children in Manila, he put the airline's 3 small Beechcraft D-18S transports into service for the USAAF. He flew tirelessly and survived being shot down twice as he delivered men, material, and equipment around the islands and as far as Australia. Louis Brereton, the commander of the Far East Air Forces, commissioned him as a captain in the USAAF and put him in charge of whatever transport aircraft he could locate and press into service. The eclectic assortment of aircraft that Gunn scraped together formed the nucleus of what eventually became the 5th Air Force's Air Transport Command. It was grinding, exhausting, but undeniably heroic service, especially as Gunn's family was trapped in Manila, and he fretted every day at not being able to get them out of the Philippines. When Gunn wasn't flying aircraft, he was working on them. He maintained his company's transports and pitched in to help keep flying whatever USAAF aircraft hadn't been destroyed. Working shoulder to shoulder with men less than half his age, he was tagged with an enduring nickname at age 42, Pappy. Pappy was in Australia when the first shipment of P-40s and A-24s arrived in crates in late December 1941. It was due in part to his expertise that they were put together as quickly as they were. And when a batch of assembled P-40s were flown north to Java, it was Pappy in one of his Beechcraft transports who navigated the way for the pilots. It was late March 1942 when Gunn overflew an airfield in Australia and spotted several medium bombers parked in neat rows. Curious, he deviated from his planned route and landed to see what he might find out about the aircraft. As it developed, they were B-25s waiting to be delivered to the Netherlands East Indies Air Force. But as there were no Dutch airmen to fly them, they were sitting idle. The story of these aircraft has been mythologized, and the facts have been lost to time. These include the airfield, the number of aircraft, and the exact dates, as well as the truth about how the B-25s came to equip the 3rd Attack Group. One probably exaggerated account has Pappy waving a Thompson submachine gun at the officer who had official custody of the aircraft. Other accounts suggest a more civilized exchange of paperwork, generated on the basis of convenient half-truths, deceptions, omissions, and lies. Ultimately, a cadre of 3rd Attack Group pilots ferried the B-25s to their base in early April 1942. They were flying combat soon after. The North American B-25 Mitchell, built in 2 separate factories in the United States, would become one of the hardest-hitting weapons of the war. Its origins were barely pre-war. Betting that the United States would be drawn into the growing global conflict, the Army Air Corps placed orders for the type in 1939, and it continued to place orders until 1945. A twin-engine medium bomber with a nominal crew of 5, the type had good range and payload capacity, was easy to fly, and straightforward to maintain. Exceedingly rugged, It offered good performance and could exceed 200 miles per hour at low altitudes. But perhaps the most valuable characteristic of the type was that its heavy construction and size made it readily adaptable for all sorts of modifications. Guns and gun turrets were added and removed. Additional fuel tanks were incorporated. Noses were glazed or not. And specialized equipment, such as cameras and special radio suites, were readily accommodated. Ultimately, it was a combat jack-of-all-trades that served the USAAF well throughout the war. 4. A very attractive and polished gentleman. On May 15, 1942, the USAAF redesignated all of its pursuit units as fighter units. The new word fit the role of the aircraft type better. Pursuit was an anachronistic label left over from World War I and seemed less relevant to the many roles that the aircraft type fulfilled in the new war. As a practical matter, it made essentially no difference to the men who flew and maintained them. Otherwise, the matter was an administrative one that involved the admittedly tiresome tasks of changing letterheads, addresses, signage, and other trivialities. The commander of the air forces in Australia and New Guinea was Lieutenant General George Brett. He had served in various capacities during the previous several months since arriving at Rangoon, Burma, immediately after the attack on Pearl Harbor. There followed many weeks of shuttling from Burma to China to Java and Australia and back in several different capacities as the most senior American officer in that part of the world. Allied forces, disjointed, ill-equipped, badly trained, and poorly led, crumbled everywhere in the face of the aggressive Japanese offensives. No man, competent or not, could have staunched the disaster. Finally, during the debacle that was the Barely Battle for Java, Brett was ordered to Melbourne, Australia in February 1942. There, during the confusion that characterized that part of the world at that time, he was made Commander Allied Air Forces, Southwest Pacific Area. A lieutenant general, Brett was not unqualified for the job. Having been trained as a pilot during World War I, he had served in, and commanded, many units between the world wars. In particular, he was a material and supply expert. What there was for him to command upon his arrival in Australia was a mixed bag. There were ragtag elements of units that had survived the fighting in the Philippines, Java, and elsewhere before reaching refuge in Australia. An example was the 19th Bomb Group, which flew B-17s. It was in tatters after weeks of combat while on the run. At the same time, other aircraft dribbled in from the States in small groups. Still other units arrived in their entirety via ship. The 8th, 35th, and 49th Fighter Groups arrived with their aircraft in crates, while the 3rd Attack Group also arrived, but without aircraft. Still, as bleak as the disposition of the American organization seemed, the RAAF units under Brett's command were even more dreadfully under-equipped. There were no domestically produced modern combat aircraft, except a small number of license-built Bristol Beaufort torpedo bombers. The RAAF's 75 Squadron, which had fought so desperately to save Port Moresby, had done so with P-40s that Brett had given it. The Australians were willing, ready, and able to fly and fight, but they had little with which to do so. Consequently, they weren't doing Brett much good at all. On the other hand, the aircraft coming from the States during the first few months of 1942 were being made operational. Men, material, and equipment continued to arrive, and the Australians, government, military, and industry, contributed with their own resources. Assembly and repair depots were busy making ready to fight the few aircraft that Brett had in his possession. So the truth was that although the material situation was desperate, it wasn't hopeless. And it was getting better as shipping from the United States continued to arrive. Indeed, Brett had an air force of several hundred aircraft as the halfway mark of 1942 approached. Of course, many of those were still in crates or in various states of repair or rework, but they were his to disposition as best he could. And although it was true that the vast majority of his men were green, it was also true that they were enthusiastic and learning fast. Brett's biggest problem was Douglas MacArthur, his boss and the supreme commander of the Southwest Pacific area. MacArthur had flown into Australia on March 22nd with his wife, child, staff, and various hangers-on. The effort to fly him out of the Philippines had not gone well, not necessarily because of anything Brett had done or failed to do, but MacArthur was nevertheless displeased. Exacerbating Brett's problem was MacArthur's chief of staff, Major General Richard Sutherland. Characterized as a self-important, autocratic, backstabbing hatchet man, he was loathed by virtually everyone. All this was made worse by the fact that Sutherland was exceedingly smart. Sutherland was a senator's son, a Yale graduate, and, like MacArthur, an infantry officer who had seen service in World War I. His chief attribute, if it could be called such, was his loyalty to MacArthur, with whom he had served since the late 1930s. As Chief of Staff, Sutherland allowed very few people to get through to MacArthur. That included Brett, the man in charge of MacArthur's Air Force. Almost as bad as blocking Brett's access to MacArthur was the fact that Sutherland got into Brett's business to a preposterous degree. An infantry officer, Sutherland nevertheless fancied himself a combat aviation expert and regularly issued orders that should have come from Brett or his staff. Sutherland went so far as to specify mission routes, altitudes, airspeeds, and other details. These were particulars that should have been determined at the squadrons by the pilots. One pilot recalled that a memo came from Sutherland which declared that the ratio of ammunition fired per enemy aircraft shot down by the P-39 pilots was too high. It further directed that each round fired was to be individually aimed. Such a thing was not just stupid, but impossible. That Brett tolerated this sort of interference from Sutherland was not just unfathomable, it was dereliction of duty. MacArthur's acceptance of such a poisonous relationship is curious. He had left his army behind in the Philippines, and Brett's men and aircraft were virtually the only means by which he could strike at the Japanese. He did order Brett to formulate a miniature pseudo-campaign against the Japanese in the Philippines to relieve pressure on the units still fighting at Corregidor. Brett resisted, reasonably arguing that his aircraft were beat up, his men were tired, and nothing they could do would do the situation in the Philippines any lasting good. MacArthur pressed, and Brett sloughed the effort onto his deputy, Ralph Royce. Royce and his men pulled off a small series of daring raids during mid-April 1942 that became known as the Royce Mission. But the flights, although audacious, had little material impact and pulled resources from the Air Force that Brett was trying to assemble. In truth, they were little more than a stunt. It is generally true that the competence of a military organization is a reflection of the competence and leadership skills of its commander. Clues as to what sort of commander Brett might become were noted by a senior officer early in his career. He wrote a scathing evaluation of Brett's performance during the latter part of World War I. This officer is not physically fit for service in the U.S. Army under war conditions, either in the field or bureau work. Major Brett was, in my opinion, headstrong and difficult to handle. His desires seemed to be more in securing leave of absence than to be helpful to the Washington office and the winning of the war. However, the reporting officer did note, "Personally, Major Brett is a very attractive and polished gentleman." Subsequent reports varied in their assessments, but it is undeniable that Brett performed well enough to reach the rank of lieutenant general. Overall, Brett's leadership in Australia seemed misdirected, especially as a Japanese invasion of Australia was feared imminent. Frederick Smith, the commander of the 8th Pursuit Group, came to see Brett soon after he arrived in Australia. He looked for guidance and for help finding the equipment he needed to get his aircraft out of their crates and put back together. Brett's reception was less than inspiring. I got down to Melbourne and went immediately to General Brett's headquarters, and he received me right away. I started to tell him about my heavy equipment missing, and this, that, and the other, when he said, "Now, I am going to talk first, see?" he said. "There will be no training accidents, and I mean none, zero." I said, "General Brett, I can't make a commitment like that. I have got 80 pilots I don't even know. I am just picking them up, and I have got to train them, and there will be an accident or two." Brett doubled down and told Smith that if his group experienced any accidents, he would be relieved of command. Such an attitude was an absurdity and highlighted not only Brett's arrogance, but an acute lack of awareness about the conditions under which his men were operating. Most of the Eighth's pilots hadn't been at the controls of an aircraft for weeks, if not months, and there was no guarantee that the aircraft, once they were reassembled, would be mechanically sound, straight out of the box. In fact, Brett had little first-hand knowledge of what was going on with his men, mostly because he didn't make much of an effort to gain that first-hand knowledge. An observer remarked on Brett's seeming lack of interest in his units fighting in New Guinea. "He didn't get up there very often. I think he was up there maybe twice. They didn't have much equipment and weren't getting any more equipment. They weren't getting spare parts when their airplanes began falling apart. Brett didn't get them up to them, and he didn't check and find out what they needed and see that they got it. Their food was terrible stuff, and he wouldn't do anything about that. They were getting malaria pretty badly, and there was nothing done about that." But Brett did make time to participate in Melbourne's social scene. In and of itself, this wasn't frowned upon, and it was necessary to a certain degree to cultivate and maintain goodwill with the Australians. But some held opinions that he aligned himself too closely with the wrong elements of Australia's political sphere. They entertained him, and he entertained them in return. This did little to advance the effectiveness of his Air Force, which bumped along in ineffectual fits and starts and showed little promise of being able to defeat the Japanese. An issue that vexed the Allies during Brett's tenure and beyond was the fact that the Japanese regularly sent air attacks against the Australian mainland. This, even though the Japanese High Command had decided against an invasion. Japan's forces were already stretched too thin, and Australia was too big and beyond their capacity to take and hold. Nevertheless, 4 aircraft carriers launched a total of nearly 250 aircraft on 2 separate strikes against Darwin on February 19, 1942. Darwin had no proper defenses, and the Japanese sank 11 vessels and destroyed 30 aircraft. The fledgling 49th Fighter Group was sent to the region for several months before being relieved by other units. The strikes continued until November 12, 1943, by which time more than 100 had been launched. Except for the first raid against Darwin, they never presented a severe threat, but were still a menace against which precious resources had to be allocated. 5. He had avoided combat often. American bomber operations over New Guinea were still in their infancy during the spring of 1942. Typically, the B-17s, B-26s, and B-25s flew from their bases in Australia to stage out of Port Moresby before heading to their targets, usually the following day. After returning to Port Moresby, they often spent the night before heading back to Australia. This practice reduced their exposure to Japanese bombing attacks. Another consideration was the fact that Port Moresby did not yet have all the infrastructure in place to accommodate the thousands of men required to maintain and sustain the big bombers. On the other hand, it did put wear and tear on the aircraft and essentially required 3 days to execute a single mission. Wesley Dickinson of the 3rd Attack Group's 89th Bomb Squadron was about to climb into his B-25 on May 23, 1942, when a ground crewman, Earl Savine, approached and asked if he might be allowed to fly as an observer on that day's mission. Dickinson considered the other man's request. Permitting such riders was not uncommon, but it could be risky to everyone on the aircraft if the enemy was encountered in force. The observers were generally untrained and often got in the way, and they were sometimes killed, which consequently robbed the ground effort of a skilled worker and a family of a beloved man. Still, it wasn't guaranteed that they would see heavy action that day, and Dickinson agreed to Savine's request. The 89th Bomb Squadron was putting up 6 aircraft that day for an attack on the Japanese airfield at Lai, a regular target. The formation, led by Herman Lowry, got airborne, and shortly afterward one of the other B-25 pilots aborted. Dickinson knew the other pilot and was not surprised. He was certain that the man would invent a mechanical malfunction of some sort to explain his failure to continue. He had avoided combat often, Dickinson said. A few pilots had gone to their commanders and said they would not fly combat anymore. I don't know what happened to those guys. They just disappeared." The remaining 5 bombers flew across the Owen Stanley Range and took a route that set them up for an attack on Lye from over the sea. Dickinson's co-pilot, Theodore Werpel, was a Mexican-American who recently returned to flying duty after being grounded for a bad ear infection. Before the flight, he had told Dickinson that he was happy to be flying with him again. Now, quickly approaching Lye at 6,000 feet and just more than 200 miles per hour, they readied to release their bombs. Savine, the ground crewman, leaned forward between them to see everything as best he could. Immediately after the formation released its bombs, a Zero attacked from directly ahead and put rounds into the right engine of Henry Kiel's aircraft. Kiel was Lowry's wingman. Lowry throttled back and lowered the nose of his aircraft so that Kiel might trade altitude for airspeed and stay with the rest of the formation with his one good engine. But Kiel's aircraft was still unable to keep up, and he waved the other crews ahead. Werpel leaned back from where he sat to the right of Dickinson and kept an eye on the damaged B-25. A short time later, he reported that Kiel had put his aircraft down in the water. A short time later, as Lowry climbed to turn the rest of the flight back to Port Moresby, another Zero, or perhaps the same one that had hit Kiel, made a second head-on attack against the remaining 4 aircraft. There was a booming crash. "A shell exploded in the cockpit," Dickinson said. "White smoke blinded me, and I smelled burnt gunpowder." A swirling, roaring storm of wind drowned the sound of the engines. It also cleared the smoke enough for Dickinson to see that Lowry and the other 2 aircraft were outpacing him. "I was on my own," he said. "I turned to speak to Werpel, but what I saw turned me away." The cannon shell had literally blown Werpel apart. Dickinson wrestled to control his aircraft. The right engine was shot out, and the propeller blades failed to feather, which created a great deal of drag. The bombardier, James Webb, crawled into the cockpit from his position in the nose of the aircraft. Dickinson turned and shouted at Webb to parachute from the doomed aircraft. At the same time, he threw the switch for the bailout bell to signal the 2 gunners in the back of the aircraft. It was then that he saw Savine, dead, atop the escape hatch in the navigator's compartment. His head had been shattered by the Zero's gunfire. And his body blocked the way out for both Dickinson and Webb. While Dickinson struggled to keep the B-25 upright, Webb pushed and pulled at Savine's body with little success. Finally, using his legs, he shoved the dead man out of the way and into the bombardier's tunnel. That done, Webb released the escape hatch, dropped through the opening, and was gone. Dickinson fussed with the controls as long as he dared, trimming the aircraft so that it would stay in level flight long enough for him to escape. "When satisfied with my trim settings," he said, "I unfastened my safety belt, climbed down into the navigator's compartment, and without hesitation slipped through the opening." Once clear of the aircraft, he deployed his parachute, which jerked him to a sudden stop. He almost marveled at the silence and at the carpet-like appearance of the landscape below him. He did not marvel when he spotted his pilotless aircraft in the distance. It was in a gentle left turn back toward where he was descending. As the seconds passed, it became clear that the B-25, with his dead comrades aboard, might very well chop him out of the sky. Dickinson desperately considered how he might tug on the lines of his parachute to alter his rate of descent, or somehow turn it out of the path of the oncoming bomber. And then, when it had almost completed its turn, the B-25 rolled and its nose dropped, and it dived at high speed into the jungle and exploded. Dickinson had little time to consider his good fortune as the ground rushed up at him. Seconds later, he crashed through a tangle of tree branches and splashed uninjured into a swamp. In the meantime, Henry Kiel's crew was fighting to survive. Lewis Murphy, a gunner, recounted what happened. Lieutenant Kiel decided to chance a landing on the water. The landing was accomplished smoothly, and we abandoned the ship and immediately launched the life raft. We began grouping around the life raft, and the 4 Zeros began strafing us. This making such a large target, we were ordered by the pilot, Kiel, to separate. At this time, we were all safe and intact. I began swimming in the opposite direction from the rest, and this was the last I saw of my crew. Ultimately, Murphy made it back to his unit. Keel was captured and died in a camp in Rabaul. The fates of the rest of the men remain unknown. After collecting his wits and pulling a compass and a large Bowie-type knife from his survival kit, Dickinson headed southwest toward where he had seen a native village. After less than an hour, he stepped out of the sucking mud and water and onto a well-used path. He followed it and spotted a handful of natives some distance ahead of him. He raised his hand and shouted at them in a friendly manner. They considered him warily. He continued toward them until he was close enough to extend his hand in a gesture of friendship. The man to whom he offered it, Hungary, took it hesitantly. Dickinson smiled. The smile Hungary returned took Dickinson aback. A lifetime of chewing betel nut had turned the Papuan man's teeth shiny and black. Indeed, all the natives had black teeth. They led Dickinson to their village, Fufuda, where he was welcomed like a celebrity. About 50 men, women, and children came out and lined up to greet me, he said. I shook each of their hands while they chattered and giggled as I followed Hungary, into their village. There followed much excitement as Dickinson shared his story as best he could. Hungary had once worked as a houseboy for an Australian in Port Moresby and understood some English. The village boys retrieved Dickinson's parachute and harness, and they delighted in trying it on and pantomiming dropping from the sky. Dickinson enjoyed the kindness of the natives and the care and food they shared with him, carefully cleaning a wound they discovered on his arm. The following day, Hungary and a handful of other natives escorted him down the coast by canoe and on foot until they reached the Anglican mission at Gona. There he met Reverend James Benson, the mission nurse, May Heyman, and Mavis Parkinson, the mission's schoolteacher. Dickinson thanked his native friends, who were continuing to the Australian outpost at Buna, to make them aware of the American pilot's disposition. Hungary was much pleased when Dickinson gifted him his knife. The mission was not grand, but it was well-sited and comfortable, consisting of the main house of native construction and several outbuildings. It was surrounded by a well-groomed lawn and sat just off the tree-shaded beach where it caught cooling sea breezes. It was an idyllic setting, seemingly far from the carnage and wreckage of war. Benson and the two women, like the natives, welcomed Dickinson and treated him kindly. I felt more relaxed and at peace than I had since before the war began, Dickinson said. As the days passed, he grew close to the three missionaries as he waited for the boat which periodically serviced the various outposts in that part of New Guinea. He was especially fond of Mavis Parkinson, the schoolteacher. The two of them relaxed on the beach on many evenings listening to her Gilbert and Sullivan records on a wind-up phonograph, often singing along. They shared stories of their very different lives, he from the United States, she from Australia. Waves lapped a slow rhythm against the shore, he said. Stars eavesdropped through the palm trees, and a flowery fragrance filled the air. We wormed our toes in the sand, lay back, and sang along with her scratchy records. Dickinson enjoyed lolling in the sand with Parkinson, but stayed clear of the waves. I often walked along the beach, he said, but I never went into the water. I had seen too many sharks swimming along the New Guinea coast when I was flying. Dickinson pressed Parkinson to leave New Guinea, to get out of the war's way, to go somewhere safe, to go home to Australia. He recalled her reply. "What is there to be afraid of, Wes? I know God won't let the Japanese bother our little mission." James Webb, Dickinson's bombardier, arrived at Gona, having survived his parachute jump and the journey along the coast. The two of them were the crew's only survivors. When they were finally retrieved and returned to their unit, the three missionaries remained resolutely behind, determined to continue caring for their community. The 3rd Attack Group's 8th Bomb Squadron continued to fly the A-24 with indifferent results. After standing in uneventful alert during the Battle of the Coral Sea, most of the aircraft were sent back to Australia, with just a handful remaining to perform submarine patrols and other types of utility duties. An unusual mission on May 31st highlighted not only the desperation of the military situation in New Guinea, but also the naivete of the American leadership. It especially underscored the difficulty of conducting operations in the mountainous jungle and scrub that made up virtually the entire island. The 8th Bomb Squadron was ordered to fly 3 A-24s to where a tiny clearing had been hacked out of the brush about 50 miles west of Lai. Captain Rogers, declared the squadron, against his better judgment, was ordered to land 3 A-24s and pick up several pilots who had survived a B-25 crash. Floyd Rogers did as he was ordered, leading 3 aircraft without their gunners to the ad hoc landing strip. He and James Holcomb were able to get their aircraft down unscathed, but the third pilot, Claude Dean, nosed over on the treacherous little landing ground. His A-24 was unflyable. A short time later, Rogers, as the squadron commander, led by example and took off first. His engine, a variant of the A-24's engine that was salvaged from a B-17, got him airborne only barely in time. And then it quit. The aircraft smashed into a tree-covered hillside, breaking Rogers's nose and injuring his leg. Rogers was pulled from the wreck and loaded into the back of Holcomb's A-24. The ground proved too rough, and Holcomb flipped the aircraft onto its back during takeoff and was killed. Rogers survived his second plane crash of the day. All the aircraft had been destroyed at this point, and the men were eventually evacuated several weeks later by other means. 6. He had no parachute. Although the USAAF's cast of players was thin during mid-1942, a combined strike of B-25s, B-26s, and B-17s, with an escort of 8 P-39s, was launched from Port Moresby on June 9th. The group hit Lai and was in turn attacked by a formation of defending Zeros. The B-26s dived to wavetop level and sped away from the Japanese fighters at top speed. The P-39s were late to rendezvous with the bombers and only arrived as the B-26s were fleeing. "We could hear them squalling, going on, calling for Charlie," said Curran Jack Jones, who led the second flight of 4 P-39s. "Our call sign was Charlie, and it was, 'Come on, Charlie,' and 'We need help,' and this sort of thing." "So I luckily spotted a glint that you always got. You never did see an airplane," said Jones. "You just saw a small glint of sun off of something, just a little flash." Jones called for his flight leader to cover him as he dived after the enemy aircraft. The flight leader replied that his propeller pitch control had failed and that he was out of the fight. Jones continued anyway. He recalled that the Japanese fighters were scattered like flies. It took almost no time for him to pick a target. "I knew my flight was with me," said Jones, "so I pressed home my attack. We all 4 fired at one aircraft, which did the usual steep climb followed by a kind of hammerhead stall. As we came around in trail formation, my flight was strung out." There followed a bit of confusion as Jones and his flight tried to determine how they had grown from 4 aircraft to 5. Shortly afterward, his number 4 man called out, "Uh-oh." The 5th aircraft was a Zero. Jones racked his P-39 into a very tight right-hand turn and passed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th members of his flight head-on as he closed the distance on the enemy fighter. "I still had a good bit of speed," he said, "and was running wide open when the Zero started his usual vertical climb so that I was able to go up a good distance with him. I started firing short bursts. I realized my speed was getting low, but was too busy to be concerned. Most fortunately, I saw what I think to be one of my 20mm shells explode in front of the cockpit." Jones's aircraft slowed quickly as it reached the top of its climb. He needed to destroy the enemy fighter immediately or risk being outmaneuvered and shot down himself. As it developed, he had already won the fight. There was a movement of the pilot as I approached, and I realized that he was climbing out of the cockpit. I tried to pull in a little tighter in order to shoot him off the wing, but would have stalled out as I was down, I believe, to around 140 miles per hour with wide-open throttle. As I passed behind his crate, he was holding onto the cockpit and looking back at me, and the nose of the Zero was just beginning to drop. He had no parachute. There were 2 red diagonal stripes just after the cockpit around the fuselage. Jones saw the enemy pilot's clothes flapping in the windstream. He later recalled to his squadron mates that he looked at me as though I was the last man he would see alive. Jones watched the enemy fighter smash into the sea, its pilot still clinging tightly to the cockpit. The doomed man was one of 5 victories claimed by the 39th Fighter Squadron that day. However, Japanese documents record only 1 loss. This was almost certainly the Zero that Jones shot down. The Japanese pilot was Satoshi Yoshino, who had been flying since 1936 and was variously credited with shooting down from 7 to 25 Allied aircraft. On the other hand, this was the first time that Jones had encountered enemy fighters. The 22nd Bomb Group sent 11 B-26s to Lai that day. Spread out between them were 5 VIP observers, part of a fact-finding mission from the States. They were tasked with gathering information on the condition and disposition of American forces in Australia and New Guinea. The little party had already met with MacArthur and his staff and had toured several installations. Eager to see some action, they had secured permission to ride along with the 22nd Bomb Group. They were late flying into Port Moresby from Townsville, Australia on the morning of the mission, and the takeoff was delayed for an hour. Among the VIPs was Navy Lieutenant Commander Lyndon Johnson. He boarded one of the B-26s, Wabash Cannonball, but climbed back down either to retrieve his camera or to relieve his bladder. Accounts differ. When he returned to the aircraft, Johnson found his place taken by another of the VIPs. As far as he was concerned, one B-26 was much the same as any other, and he climbed into a different one, which carried the name Heckling Hare. After takeoff, the flight to Lai was fairly uneventful until reaching a point approximately 80 miles south of the target. The generator on one of the Heckling Hare's engines failed. It was a serious enough malfunction that the aircraft's pilot jettisoned the bombs and turned back for Port Moresby, landing at about the same time that the rest of the formation was bombing Lai. Heavily engaged by a force of up to 20 Zeros, the 22nd lost 1 aircraft that day. Everyone aboard Wabash Cannonball, including the officer who had taken Johnson's seat, was killed when the aircraft was shot down. Johnson met with MacArthur after the mission. MacArthur recognized an opportunity when he saw one, and Johnson, who was on a leave of absence from his seat in Congress, was an opportunity. When he returned to the States later that month, it was with a Silver Star Medal, the nation's 3rd highest decoration for valor in combat. Johnson, who had gone on the mission as little more than baggage, did nothing whatsoever to earn the award. Heckling Hare had not been attacked, and the crew never saw Lai or a Japanese aircraft. Later accounts that described a ferocious battle against 8 enemy aircraft were pure fabrications. But MacArthur saw Johnson as a potential ally who could not only champion his goals in the Southwest Pacific, but also advocate on his behalf after the war when he might seek political office, perhaps even the presidency. MacArthur was a man whose principles frequently pivoted around whatever was best for MacArthur. Accordingly, giving the Silver Star to Johnson without justification was a trifling nothing. The fact that the Silver Star was not awarded to anyone else on the aircraft or to anyone who actually attacked Lai underscored the truth that its award to Johnson was a political favor, nothing more than base bribery. Moreover, the citation justifying the award was mostly based on lies. Ultimately, the entire episode denigrated the award and those who actually earned it. Yet Johnson wore it proudly throughout his political career, including his time as the nation's president. The Mitsubishi Type 0 fighter, or Zero, that the Allied pilots encountered over New Guinea had been in service since 1940. It was flown by pilots of the Imperial Japanese Navy, and its official designation was A6M. The A was assigned to carrier-based fighters. The 6 acknowledged it as the 6th carrier fighter design to be developed for the Japanese Navy, and the M came from the fact that it was designed by Mitsubishi. Later, the Allies gave it a code name of Zeke, with some variants dubbed HAP or HAMP. It was powered by a reasonably reliable radial engine, and its two 20mm cannon and two rifle-caliber machine guns were adequate. And it was about as speedy as most of the fighters of its day. But its performance, particularly its range and maneuverability, was astounding. Many observers were incredulous that the Japanese could have created such an aircraft on their own, and believed they had stolen from American and British designs and technologies. Other than the fact that all aircraft manufacturers kept a keen eye on developments across the industry, there is little basis to support the assertion that the Zero's design was not original. Rather, it was the product of innovative engineering and an overriding emphasis on lightness of construction. As nimble and long-ranged as the Mitsubishi Zero was, it had aspects that frustrated its pilots. Its radio was next to worthless, and the Japanese high command had little interest in improving it. After all, the higher-ups asked, how many enemy aircraft can a radio shoot down? Sadamu Komachi was a Japanese Navy pilot whose career spanned the entire war and included several months of combat over Rabaul. Decades later, he still felt strongly about the stupidity of the higher-ups. Even now, he said, when I think about it, I want to stamp my feet in frustration. Indeed, Japanese leaders very much believed that courage and skill should overcome shortcomings in equipment, and they valued individual lives virtually not at all. This was evidenced by the fact that the Zero and its contemporaries were built with very little protection. For instance, Japanese aircraft typically erupted into fireballs when their unprotected fuel tanks were hit by gunfire. Zero pilot Kazuo Tsunoda recalled exactly this when a formation of Zeros scrambled to take off at Buna in 1942. Australian P-40s appeared out of nowhere. The strip was narrow, so only one plane at a time could take off. Our first 3 Zeros off the ground were immediately shot down, 2 becoming fireballs when barely a few meters up. American-built fighters typically did not catch fire like this. No matter how much we hit them, said Sadamu Komachi, we got the impression that there was never any fuel leakage. Now, while we very much wanted the same sort of protection fitted to our own aircraft, in the eyes of the military general staff this was cowardice, and so quite out of the question. The same was true of armor protection. Frankly speaking, said Komachi, while enemy aircraft had armor in many places around the cockpit, the Raisen, Zero, had as good as no such protection. Again, this reflected the attitude of the Japanese leadership in the context of individual lives. To be sure, the incorporation of armor and self-sealing fuel tanks came at the cost of performance. The outstanding maneuverability of the Zero would have suffered noticeably were it equipped with the safety and protection features found on its American counterparts. And although many American pilots lamented the shortcomings of their aircraft against the Zero early in the war, they were especially appreciative of the ruggedness of those same aircraft when, badly shot up, they flew safely home. And of course, because the United States invested heavily in technology and development, those same American pilots enjoyed the best of both worlds, performance and protection, when newer aircraft were introduced later during the war. Examples included the Army's later models of the P-38, the P-47, and the P-51, and the Navy's F-4U and F-6F. Later Japanese aircraft, including the ultimate models of the Zero, were also equipped with some of the protection features they lacked early in the war, but these were thin gruel compared to the robust equipment the Americans fielded. The Imperial Japanese Army Air Service equivalent to the Zero was the Nakajima Ki-43 Hayabusa, which the Allies assigned the code name of Oscar. It entered service in 1941, a year later than the Zero. Although the two types were distinctly different in detail, they resembled each other to a very great degree, and were often confused for each other during the freewheeling confusion of air combat. That confusion was exacerbated when the two types were present during the same engagements, as sometimes happened. Just as the Oscar resembled the Zero, its performance was very similar in terms of speed, operating altitude, range, and especially maneuverability. Marginally smaller than the Zero, The Ki-43 had a slightly higher wing loading, but also a slightly greater power-to-weight ratio. Although, like the Zero, it was very light and a delight to fly, it was poorly armed and carried only 2 cowl-mounted machine guns and no cannon. On the other hand, the Oscar had armor-plating protection for the pilot and primitive self-sealing fuel tanks, which proved to be fairly ineffective. Ultimately, the Allied pilots cared little about the distinctions between the Zero and the Ki-43. Both were worthy adversaries. 7. Father, don't try to persuade them. The Kokoda track could kill a man in 100 different ways. Malaria was the most effective, although it was hardly the only disease that waited along the route. Dysentery, scrub typhus, and a great gamut of rashes and fungal infections were endemic. A tangled trail, or set of trails, it started on the northern coast of the island between Buna and Senananda. From there it wound through thick jungle as it climbed, then crested the Owen Stanley Range at its namesake village of Kokoda. Thereafter it continued south before descending toward Port Moresby. Too rugged for vehicles along most of its length, it was trafficked on foot by Papuans, or by the occasional white man, usually aided by Papuans. Following their defeat at the hands of the American Navy at the Battle of the Coral Sea in May 1942, the Japanese contrived a plan to seize Port Moresby by coming overland across the Owen Stanley Range via the Kokoda track. They began executing that plan on July 21, 1942, with a shore bombardment by naval vessels. Immediately afterward, they landed troops at Gona and at a point a couple of miles northwest of Buna. James Benson at the Gona mission, together with May Hayman and Mavis Parkinson, were alarmed at the sound of the naval guns. These were the 3 missionaries who had treated Wesley Dickinson so kindly when his B-25 had been shot down a few months earlier. They had rejected his entreaties to evacuate to safety during that time. And now, as they watched Japanese soldiers moving ashore, they scooped up what they could carry and fled into the jungle. The landings were unopposed, and beachheads were quickly established as infantry units moved inland. The Japanese planned to establish a substantial logistics node to support the overland push to Port Moresby. It was a straight line distance of almost exactly 100 miles. But straight lines didn't exist when traversing New Guinea on foot. Up and down and side to side and around through some of the most inhospitable terrain in the world was what the Japanese, and the Allies who fought them, were about to encounter. And they would do it while hungry, sick, and with disease-ridden bowels that defied control. The Allies immediately tried to dislodge the Japanese with air attacks, but simply could not muster the forces necessary to do so. Handfuls of aircraft flew raids during the next several days, but with little success, except for the sinking of a single transport, Ayato San Maru. The situation in the Buna-Gona area was so desperate that the 3rd Attack Group's 8th Bomb Squadron's A-24s were ordered back from Australia to Port Moresby. They were used in various attacks in the Buna-Gona area with unremarkable results. The 3rd Attack Group also sent B-25s to bomb the enemy lodgements from medium altitude on July 24th and July 25th. The results were indifferent, but came at a high price. The attack on July 24th included 8 B-25s sent to strike the Gona mission area. The bombs were dropped in the jungle with unobserved results. Immediately afterward, the formation was attacked by 8 Zeros. The mission report noted that the fighter cover of 6 P-39s did not intercept these Zeros, and the pursuit lasted for 15 minutes. Although none of the bombers were lost, they were badly shot up by cannon and machine gun fire. Such was not the case the following morning, as 5 of the 3rd's B-25s approached Gona and were jumped by 15 enemy fighters. Bombs were jettisoned, and coal was poured on in a run for home in close formation, noted the group's mission narrative. The air crews were surprised at the performance of the Japanese aircraft. 25s indicated 280 miles per hour at 10,000 feet, and Zeros stayed with them easily. The Japanese chased the B-25s from the top of New Guinea to the bottom, shooting down 2 of the bombers along the way. One of the doomed aircraft was seen burning fiercely from nose to tail with the co-pilot halfway out of the top hatch. The other B-25 was set afire and broke in half before likewise falling into the jungle. The 3 surviving aircraft were badly shot up. Wings, fuselages, and engines were riddled with holes. The top turret of one was simply shot away. The enemy pilots were so persistent that their machine gun fire ricocheted from the runway at 7 Mile Drome as the American bomber crews landed. A few days later, a convoy of 8 Japanese vessels carrying men and material was spotted en route to the Bunagona area. Those cargoes were critical to the success of the enemy advance up the Kokoda track. The Japanese had already reached the village of Kokoda, and the Allies were consequently very keen to destroy the convoy and what it carried. But only keen enough, on July 29, 1942, to send a formation of 8 A-24s. It was led by the 8th Bomb Squadron's commander, Floyd Rogers, who had survived 2 crashes in one day just a couple of months earlier. The formation climbed the Owen Stanley Range and made its way toward the enemy vessels as a flight of 7. One aircraft had turned back with mechanical issues. A total of 20 P-39s, 10 as close escort and 10 as high cover, were assigned to protect Rogers and his little group, but they lost contact with the A-24s at some point before reaching Buna. Continuing the mission without the fighter escort was dangerous, and Rogers could have aborted the mission without fear of censure or reprisal. It is not possible to know why, but he continued north up the coast past Buna. It was at about this point that the 500-pound bomb carried by one of the other aircraft simply fell away. Unaware, unfazed, or in a show of solidarity, the pilot stayed with Rogers and the rest of the formation. Counting the aircraft that had turned back and the one continuing without its bomb, Rogers' little flight had already lost 25% of its bombs, and it had yet to engage the enemy. Rogers finally sighted the Japanese ships about 20 miles north of Gona, where they sat just a mile or 2 off the coast. He put himself at the head of the first 3 aircraft, followed by a second flight of 3, and then a single. From an altitude of 10,000 feet, he started his dive and was soon rocketing down through a thin overcast. John Hill, who followed immediately behind Rogers, saw 3 transports in a line astern flanked by a destroyer on each side. Rogers and Hill released their bombs. Both scored near misses on a pair of transports, while one of the following aircraft scored a direct hit on the Kotoku Maru. Hill strafed one of the transports and leveled off just above the water, while a short distance away the stricken Japanese transport belched smoke as its crew hurried to control the damage. Hill looked to his right and saw Rogers in a left-hand turn toward him with 2 Zeros in hot pursuit. Second later, the enemy fighters shot Rogers into the water, killing both him and his gunner. Hill turned away from the enemy fighters and climbed, hoping to escape into a bank of clouds before the Zero pilots saw him. But he was only able to reach about 2,000 feet before one of them latched onto his tail. Just before the enemy pilot closed to firing range, Hill dived away toward the coast and maneuvered wildly, doing his best to spoil the Japanese pilot's aim. Hill's gunner, Ralph Sam, traded machine gun fire with the Zero pilot, who, apparently full of bravado, rolled upside down on occasion to shoot at the fleeing A-24. For his part, Sam found it difficult to aim his twin 30-caliber machine guns as Hill crossed the beach and aggressively racked the aircraft left and right and up and down. The enemy pilot, despite Hill's violent airmanship, put accurate gunfire bursts into Hill's aircraft 2 separate times. One of those bursts nearly tore Ralph Sam's right hand from his arm and also broke his thigh bone. Sam refused to give up and continued to fire his guns using his left hand. Finally, out of ammunition, he pulled his .45 caliber pistol from its holster and emptied it at the Zero. Hill spotted another A-24 a few miles ahead of him. It was flown by Raymond Wilkins, who was flogging his aircraft as fast as it would go. Although neither knew it at the time, they were the only 2 crews who weren't shot down during the attack. The enemy fighter pilot also saw Wilkins and, for whatever reason, winged away from Hill and Sam to chase after him. The Zero pilot closed the distance in short order, but received a dose of machine gun fire from Wilkins's gunner and turned away. Perhaps his aircraft was damaged, or he was wounded or low on fuel or out of ammunition. Regardless, the Japanese pilot flew out of sight, leaving the Americans unmolested. Wilkins continued to Port Moresby and landed uneventfully. Hill, his aircraft damaged, decided to continue southeast down the coast rather than risk climbing the Owen Stanley Range. Should the aircraft fail, his and Sam's chances of surviving in the mountainous jungles were slim, even if they weren't killed in the crash. And of course, Sam was badly wounded and desperately needed medical aid. Hill set a course for the airfield at Milne Bay at the eastern end of New Guinea and landed there low on fuel. Hill helped pull Sam from the rear of the aircraft and saw him safely to the hospital. He returned to the aircraft, where Australian mechanics were doing what they could to patch his aircraft, in fact using a length of salvaged gingham cloth to replace the shot-up fabric of his rudder. Returning to the hospital, Hill found Sam to be in good spirits and chatty. Indeed, his prospects for recovery seemed good. The following day, a B-17 put the Kotoku Maru out of its misery with a pair of bombs, while Ralph Sam was evacuated to Australia aboard a flying boat. Meanwhile, Hill flew his A-24 back to 7 Mile Drome at Port Moresby. There, the 8th Bomb Squadron's remaining A-24s were already being prepared for the long flight back to Australia, as the decision had been made to completely remove them from active operations in New Guinea. Tough and heroic Ralph Sam died of gangrene on August 2nd. Not dead, however, were 4 other A-24 crewmen who had been shot down during the July 29th mission. On July 30th, 3rd Bomb Group headquarters was informed that a radio message had been received from the Ambassi signal station. The message declared that pilot Joseph Parker and his gunner, Franklin Hoppy, were safe, as were pilot Claude Dean and his gunner Alan LaRocque. The details are unknown, but the flyers were recovered by Lieutenant Arthur Smith of the Australian Army, who was scouting the region around Gona. The radio message additionally stated that Japanese patrols were operating in the area. No further communications were ever received. Smith was afield a bit more than a week later on August 8th with the 4 A-24 crewmen, plus another American flyer, 4 other Australian soldiers, and 5 Papuans. That evening they encountered a small party from the Anglican Mission and Hospital at Gona. That party included Reverend James Benson, May Heyman, and Mavis Parkinson. They had been fleeing inland since July 21st, when the Japanese started bombarding Gona preparatory to coming ashore. Since then, they had experienced close calls and endured considerable hardships. Benson planned to trek farther into the interior, where he and the 2 women might join with other missionaries and sit out the war unbothered by the Japanese, who had little interest in that part of the island. Smith, on the other hand, was keen to cross the whole of New Guinea to the southern coast and thence to Port Moresby. It was an extraordinarily ambitious objective. Benson hesitated at committing himself and the 2 women to such a hazardous undertaking, especially as they were poorly provisioned, their clothes were threadbare, and they were wearing remnants of shoes patched together with bark. He recalled that May Heyman said, "Father, don't try to persuade them. This is a soldiers' war, and we should leave the decision to them." Benson reluctantly agreed. The mixed group moved carefully but steadily during the next few days, even though Joseph Parker was wounded and compelled to use a crutch. His gunner, Franklin Hoppy, also traveled well and cheerfully, although his hands had been shot up so badly that he needed help with the simplest tasks. The group was led by various Papuan guides who came and went at different times. Some fled out of fear of the Japanese. One of them, the other guides warned, intended to betray them. The group reached the vicinity of Papondetta on August 15th and grew especially wary of the Japanese presence there. One of the guides spotted a Japanese patrol, and everyone scattered, per plan, and waited breathlessly in the jungle until the danger was ascertained to have passed. Once regrouped, they pushed on for another 10 minutes, then stopped to catch their breath and celebrate their good fortune. Benson was heartened by the happy smile of the sisters. "Then came the stutter of rifle fire," recalled Benson. "We spun round, and before I dived headlong into the bush, my mind registered the scene in exact detail. The 18 or 20 Japanese, with rifles to their shoulders, ranged along the edge of a clearing less than 50 yards away. I remember Miss Hayman crying out. I remember her starting to run, then she seemed to spin round and fall. I dived into the bush. I was very much afraid." Lieutenant Arthur Smith's direction to the group in the event of an ambush was to scatter, and this is what they did. The American airmen, who had pistols and a single Thompson submachine gun, engaged the Japanese in a running battle until they finally escaped the area. One or more of them might have been killed. The two missionary women, Hayman and Parkinson, fled into the brush and found each other. Benson stayed undiscovered. Smith escaped, but all his Australian comrades were killed. Ultimately, though, no one but Benson, who never again saw anyone from the group, survived. The missionary women were found by a native and turned over to the Japanese. The Japanese locked them in an outbuilding at Ururu Coffee Plantation for a short time. There they were baited and teased with food, which was snatched away as they reached for it. Finally, a pair of graves was dug. The two women, May Hayman and Mavis Parkinson, who had assured a love-struck Wesley Dickinson that no harm could befall her, were prodded from their enclosure by Japanese soldiers. One of the soldiers approached Mavis Parkinson and attempted to embrace her. She resisted, and he stepped backward and plunged his bayonet into her side. She fell to the ground. Sister Hayman moaned and lifted a towel or cloth to her face, and her Japanese escort plunged his bayonet with an upward plunge into her throat. Moments later, their bodies were dumped into the already dug graves. The following year, on May 17, 1943, the Times of London described the fates of the others. The Australian officer, Smith, meanwhile, combed the jungle for the women, but after 2 days and nights dropped exhausted. 3 natives found him and took him away, and it is believed that he was killed. The 3 Americans were lost in the bush when some natives accosted them. One American fired a shot and was speared, and all were then bludgeoned to death. Mr. Benson was last seen in Sanananda, whither he had gone to seek a safe conduct for the women. It is feared that he, too, was murdered. In fact, physically and mentally exhausted after being lost in the brush for days, Benson found a Japanese unit and tried to give himself up. One of the soldiers punched him and pushed him about for a bit of sport, but otherwise they ignored him. Out of his wits, he tried to get the enemy soldiers to behead him. Both amused and bemused, they waved him off and left him behind. Although Benson did not know it at the time, many of the Japanese soldiers that he encountered were destined to die on the Kokoda track along which they were already traveling. But that was weeks or months in the future. By the time he was being kicked and shoved by the Japanese in late August, the village of Kokoda and its rudimentary airfield had already changed hands 3 different times. During June 1942, the Navy's SBDs, its version of the Army's A-24, sank 4 Japanese aircraft carriers at the Battle of Midway, one of history's greatest naval victories. And as the Japanese advanced south across New Guinea during the coming weeks, Marine Corps and Navy pilots started flying their SBDs with great success in the fierce fighting around Guadalcanal and the rest of the Solomon Islands. And they continued to do so elsewhere until the end of the war. But the USAAF, for various reasons, essentially gave up on its A-24s. Although it would later use the type on a small scale in the Gilbert Islands where there was little aerial opposition, it was by and large relegated to training and utility duties back in the States. Interestingly, John Davies, the commander of the 3rd Attack Group, felt that the simple little aircraft had merit, especially for attacking shipping. Rather than using big, expensive bombers with big crews, he was an advocate of dive bombing. "We could have done it all easier with dive bombers," he said. "You wouldn't need such highly trained personnel as a bombardier. You can't train them overnight. You can train a dive bomber pilot in no time at all. I think dive bombing, is really the dope for that business where you are against surface craft. 8. I would be loyal to him. Lieutenant General George Brett, the commander of MacArthur's Air Forces, was going to be fired. Although his resources were thin, they did exist but were not achieving much. He, his commanders, and his men were viewed as preening prima donnas who talked more than they fought. Brett's clashes with MacArthur's staff, particularly Richard Sutherland, had become worse than a distraction. The acrimony was keeping necessary tasks from being accomplished. MacArthur finally had enough and asked his boss in Washington, D.C., George Marshall, for a replacement. MacArthur acknowledged that Brett was unquestionably highly qualified as an air technician and in air administrative duties of a productive or supply character. He additionally observed that Brett was an unusually hard worker, but that he tended to focus on unimportant nothings at the expense of critical matters. Without explicitly saying so, MacArthur also damned Brett as a mendacious schemer, more interested in politics and parties than in getting the job done. He is naturally inclined toward more or less harmless intrigue, MacArthur said, and has a bent, perhaps due to his delightful personality, for social entertainment and the easy way of life. Although MacArthur didn't want to destroy Brett, he wanted him gone. There wasn't much pushback. Secretary of War Henry Stimson recalled that among those who knew Brett, no one felt that he was good for very much. MacArthur was given two candidates to consider, George Kenney and James Doolittle. Doolittle was famous as an air racer and for leading the daring raid against Tokyo, which bore his name. MacArthur, perhaps concerned that Doolittle might siphon away some of the publicity he so craved, chose Kenney. He couldn't have picked better. The dichotomy between Kenney and Brett was stark. Kenney was energetic and smart, and a man who got things done. He was an open book, not particularly interested in politics and intrigue, and he knew how to operate within the established system. However, if the system failed him, he didn't hesitate to blow it apart, steamroll whoever and whatever was left, and accomplish what needed accomplishing in his own way. Moreover, not only was he operationally savvy and an expert pilot, but he was also a trained engineer. He understood what made combat aviation possible. Kenney had owned a civil engineering firm but enlisted in the Army as a flying cadet when the United States entered World War I. He flew with the 91st Aero Squadron and was credited with shooting down 2 German aircraft. Moreover, he was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, second only to the Medal of Honor, as well as the Silver Star for his service and bravery in combat operations. During the interwar years, he attended various schools, including the Army War College, where he worked with Richard Sutherland. He was also a test pilot and pioneered the integration of machine guns into the wings of aircraft. At the outbreak of World War II in Europe, Kenney was sent as an observer to France, from where he sent alarming reports of the German Air Force's capabilities. As was the case with many career men, he was promoted quickly as hostilities reached the boiling point, and had reached the rank of Major General within 3 months of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Kenney's boss was Henry Hap Arnold, the chief of the U.S. Army Air Forces, or USAAF. Longtime friends, both were strong-minded and often butted heads over professional issues, but they maintained their mutual respect. He called me almost daily about a multitude of matters, some big, some little, and sometimes, I suspected, just to blow off a little excess steam, said Kenney of Arnold. Hap lived with the throttle well open most of the time. During the coming years, Arnold's patience with Kenney would be tested many times, as the latter did the difficult balancing necessary to keep MacArthur pleased, while also being careful not to blow to pieces his relationship with Arnold. Kenney arrived in Australia on July 28th, at the same time that James Benson and the 2 missionary women were thrashing through the hills above Gona, and the day before Floyd Rogers led his desperate A-24 mission against Japanese shipping. He had dinner that night with Richard Sutherland, who wasted no time vilifying Brett and virtually everyone associated with the air effort. According to Sutherland, Kenny said, none of Brett's staff or senior commanders was any good. The pilots didn't know much about flying. The bombers couldn't hit anything and knew nothing about proper maintenance of their equipment or how to handle their supplies. Sutherland spared no one. He also thought, Kenny said, there was some questions about the kids having much stomach for fighting. He thought the Australians were about as undisciplined, untrained, over-advertised, and generally useless as the Air Force. In fact, I heard just about everyone hauled over the coals except Douglas MacArthur and Richard K. Sutherland. Kenny met the following day with George Brett, and then with MacArthur. MacArthur's assessment of the air component in Australia did not differ substantially from Sutherland's. He spent half an hour detailing its shortcomings and declared that its contribution to the war effort was practically nil. He additionally questioned Brett's loyalty and that of his staff. Finally, Kenny interrupted what had become a barely veiled diatribe. I knew how to run an Air Force as well or better than anyone else, he told MacArthur, and while there were undoubtedly a lot of things wrong with his show, I intended to correct them and do a real job. Kenny also addressed the lack of fealty that MacArthur believed he received from Brett and his staff. As far as the business of loyalty was concerned, I added that while I had been in hot water in the Army on numerous occasions, there had never been any question of my loyalty to the one I was working for. I would be loyal to him, and I would demand of everyone under me that they be loyal too. If at any time this could not be maintained, I would come and tell him so, and at that time I would be packed up and ready for the orders sending me back home. Kenny noted an immediate change in MacArthur's demeanor. Gone was the tight, angry look. MacArthur got up, put his arm around Kenny's shoulder, and observed that it seemed they were going to get along together all right. There followed considerably more discussion. This time it shifted to topics that were more substantive and useful. When Kenny finally took his leave, he was confident that he would be able to satisfy his new boss. Having been a frontline combat pilot himself, Kenny had a special affinity for his pilots and support personnel. He was gregarious and enjoyed celebrating their accomplishments with them. He loved a good story and had no issues with making a good one even better. And he personally directed practical changes to enhance the conditions in which his men worked and fought. For example, startled at how poor the food rations were in New Guinea and at how badly the men suffered from malaria and other diseases, he ordered measures that immediately improved the food and reduced sickness. Kenny was an empathetic leader, but didn't hesitate to replace men who were incapable of performing their jobs, be they inept, sick, lazy, or worn out. He valued performance above all else, and promoted men who, like him, got the job done. In short, he was a man who led from the front, and he earned the respect and loyalty of his men from the start. He was just what MacArthur needed. The task of defending the Kokoda Track fell almost entirely to the Australians and the Papuans. Committed but poorly trained and equipped, they were compelled to march up the Kokoda Track from the Port Moresby area. All too often they were sick and exhausted before they even reached the fighting. The terrain was so rough in places that they were forced to move on hands and knees. A fighting force required adequate provisions to fight effectively. On the Kokoda Track, rugged terrain, disease, and combat made the logistics effort particularly difficult. Both sides recognized the challenges. The Australians, aided by the Americans, took measures to meet their requirements, although those measures were sometimes inadequate. On the other hand, the Japanese recognized the problems but seemed disinclined to do anything about them. The Japanese brought about 2,000 carriers or laborers with them from Rabaul, and additionally pressed natives from the Bunagona area into service. They also used a small number of horses. Combined, these resources were still drastically short of what was needed to transport the needed material. The Japanese made matters worse by mistreating, and even murdering, the carriers. This caused desertions, which only exacerbated an issue for which they had no solution. And ironically, as the Japanese succeeded in driving the Australians back along the Kokoda Track, their supply lines grew longer. Consequently, the ability to sustain them became even more strained. The Australians relied primarily on nearly 3,000 native carriers, but were also able to use American jeeps in places, as well as mules and brumbies. These were tough bush horses from the mainland. Although there were issues with desertion, the Papuans were the linchpin around which the Australian supply effort revolved. Tough and stoic, their sure-footedness, endurance, and strength kept the Australians in the fight. They were renowned for bringing the sick and wounded back down the track, showing a remarkable degree of devotion and care. An Australian report noted, "To watch them descend steep, slippery spurs into a mountain stream, along the bed and up the steep ascent, was an object lesson in stretcher bearing. They carry stretchers over seemingly impassable barriers, with the patient reasonably comfortable. The care which they show to the patient is magnificent." The Australians also leveraged American air transport to keep their units supplied, something that the Japanese never really attempted. It wasn't a panacea, but it was valuable despite many difficulties. The biggest issue was that there were not a great many aircraft available. They were a hodgepodge of military and impressed civilian types in ones and twos, including DC-5s, DC-2s, B-18s, a B-17, and several DC-3 or C-47 variants. Maintaining and operating such a jumble of aircraft was a challenge, as was getting crews trained on the different types and keeping them current. Weather was always an issue, and as the aircraft carried no defensive armament, they required fighter escorts. This added a coordination burden and pulled precious fighters away from other duties. Finally, dropping supplies directly to units in the field was problematic, as there were no reliable maps, and the jungle made it difficult to see anything below the tree canopy. And nothing happened at all if the weather was poor. When possible, as at Kokoda when the airstrip was under Australian control, the aircraft landed to deliver their goods. When that wasn't an option, the material and equipment were dropped on a pair of dry lakes, Miola No. 1 and Miola No. 2, and then it was pulled and stockpiled. At times it was flung from the aircraft directly atop the supported units. Parachutes were hard to come by, so the supplies were typically put into a bag, which was in turn put into a second or even a third bag. These were additionally stuffed with blankets to provide cushioning. Once the transport aircraft were over friendly units, they slowed and descended as low as they dared, and then the crew simply tossed the packages overboard. Breakage was common, as were losses, and occasionally the supplies were mistakenly delivered directly to the Japanese. For all its faults, this rudimentary means of supply worked. Although it was costly and sometimes wasteful, it was responsive so long as the weather cooperated. And the material that was delivered by air was material that didn't have to be carried by the Papuans. On the other hand, the Kokoda track was not always the top priority, and there was never enough air transport to meet demand. Air support in the form of firepower was an advantage the Australians enjoyed to a much greater degree than did the Japanese. Strikes against the beachhead at Bunagona continued, and although there were few spectacular successes, the regular grind of them was effective. Ships and barges were destroyed, supplies were ruined, and men were killed, not to mention the confusion and clamor that was created. Weather permitting, airstrikes were also delivered along the track. All manner of aircraft, P-39s, P-40s, B-26s, and B-25s, even Wirraways, were sent against the Japanese. But striking accurately was exceedingly difficult, as the enemy positions, hidden by the jungle canopy, were rarely visible from the air. Rather, the supported units had to talk the air crews onto the target via radio. Sometimes the enemy locations were marked by smoke from artillery or mortar fire, and occasionally the flyers got lucky and actually got their eyes on the enemy. But the conditions were difficult, and the majority of bombs and machine gun fire never found their marks. Neither the pilots nor the men they supported had trained together, and in fact, most of them had no training whatsoever in those sorts of operations. Ground units were sometimes stunned to see aircraft mistakenly bombing the jungle a mile or more from the target. Still, some missions were effective. The 35th Fighter Group was especially proud of its efforts, the effects of which it might have overstated. It was the daily strafing, it declared, of the Kokoda-Moresby Trail by planes of the 35th Fighter Group between August and October 1942, which subsequently came to light as being one of the contributing factors in the Allied recapture of Kokoda. The trail was piled high with Japanese dead, which were not seen from the air. The RAAF's Bristol Beaufighters, with their batteries of cannons and machine guns, were especially effective. One Japanese officer complained of being encircled by Australian units supported by Beaufighters. "All morning their planes have bombed and strafed us." But it was dangerous flying, and one of the robust Beaufighters was lost when it smashed into a hill. Although the operations did have effects, George Kenney didn't believe that interdicting the Japanese after they had melted into the vegetation on the Kokoda track was the best use of his aircraft and crews. He believed, rightly, that the best way to starve the enemy was to sink its shipping before it reached Buna. "We were bombing along a trail that we could only see in spots," he told MacArthur. "Maybe we could scare away the native bearers and make the Jap carry his own supplies, but the surer way was to sink his ships and shoot down his planes. Even the Jap couldn't fight long without food, and there was nothing to eat along the trail." MacArthur gave Kenney free rein to kill the enemy however he wanted, in the jungle or on the sea. Ultimately, Kenney did both. Although the fight along the Kokoda track was a series of advances and retreats, the Australians gradually fell back toward Port Moresby. It was to their advantage to some degree, as it shortened their supply lines at the same time it essentially stretched, then snapped, those of the Japanese. The closer the enemy got to Port Moresby, the more exhausted and starved he was. That was the optimist's view. Outside the Kokoda track, there was concern, edging on panic, that the Japanese would push the Australian units aside and reach Port Moresby. The low point came in mid-September 1942. By September 17th, the Japanese had advanced to Yoribaiwa, less than 30 miles from the prize that was Port Moresby. The Japanese were advancing so fast, Kenney told MacArthur, that the Australians had had no opportunity to organize any resistance, and their withdrawal had been so fast that they had abandoned the food dumps at Kokoda, Efogi, and Miola Lake that we had put so much effort into building up by airdrop during the previous 2 weeks. Kenney likewise noted that the Australian morale at Port Moresby was on the rocks. The men were exhausted, and the continuous column of sick and wounded coming off the track darkened the spirits of the men being staged to replace them. There were those, he said, who had no hesitancy in saying that they wanted no part of fighting up on the trail. There was a definite lack of inspiration and a don't-care attitude that looked as though they were already reconciled to being forced out of New Guinea. While his fighters and light bombers were beating up the Japanese on the Kokoda track, Kenney did everything but badger MacArthur to let him fly American troops from Australia into Port Moresby. Doing so would not only help buttress the Allied defensive position, but also help to motivate the Australians. He also understood the public relations disaster that would result should Port Moresby fall while American troops were living the comparative good life in Australia. MacArthur was reluctant, but let Kenney move a company of the 32nd Division. When that succeeded, he agreed to let him move a regiment. Kenney cobbled together a force of transports, some borrowed from Australian civil carriers, and moved the regiment well before the rest of the division arrived by ship. It was an accomplishment that raised Kenney's stock with MacArthur to the highest levels. And then, late in September, with the great grassy expanse of the Port Moresby area and the sea in sight, the Japanese gave up. Near starvation and short on ammunition, they considered a last desperate attack. Should they succeed, they would find food and respite. Should they fail, they would die. Retreat was the other option, but retreat was failure, and failure was dishonor, and dishonor was worse than death. Yet this is what they chose. In fact, the Japanese commander, Tomitaro Horii, had already been ordered to retreat. The fight for Guadalcanal and the Solomons was going poorly, and the Japanese leadership felt they did not have the means to fight both there and on the Kokoda track. They had been stunned at the resistance they had encountered from the Australians. Okado Seizo, a Japanese correspondent, recounted one of the many gruesome scenes that unfolded as he traveled back to Buna with what was left of the Japanese forces on the track. He spied large numbers of bodies, here and there, and noted that a nasty stifling smell, like that of burning old cloth, filled the air, giving us a stifling sensation of nausea. It was the smell of dead bodies, rotting human bodies, lying in all possible postures. He was perplexed by what appeared to be black masses that grew, glittering and wriggling, from each body's abdomen. "I approached one of the bodies," he said, "and found that it was a heap of maggots bred in the belly, where the rotting process seemed to set in before any other part of the body." The Australian units that chased the Japanese back up the track were likewise horrified by what they found. The retreating enemy, literally starving, tried to eat everything but the dirt on which he walked. Particularly gruesome to the Australians were bodies of their fallen comrades, stripped of flesh and eaten. It justifiably hardened their already hard hatred for the Japanese. Although the Japanese were retreating along the Kokoda track, the fighting lasted many more months and culminated in the Allied capture of Buna and Gona at the start of 1943. Meanwhile, Kenny and his 5th Air Force were already planning for the culmination of that campaign and the many more that would follow. Plans were all well and good, but they were worthless without aircraft to execute them. Although new aircraft continued to arrive from the States, there were never enough of them during this early period, and it was imperative that those already on hand be kept operational. And to be kept operational, they needed spare parts, which were often not available via the traditional supply system. But there were stocks of used spare parts that had been pushed off the ends of runways, or left rotting at the edges of airfields or in the jungles, or in disused hulks here and there that would never fly again. Indeed, every wrecked or unserviceable aircraft, even if it sat miles away on a jungled hillside, became a parts bin. They were dragged, often in pieces, to salvage yards to be picked apart so that other aircraft might fly. Ugly and sundered and seemingly worthless, their true value defied calculation. In one instance, several B-25s were unflyable for lack of wheel bearings. Kenny dispatched a C-47 to carry a young sergeant with a small working party to the northern side of the Owen Stanley Range. There, they salvaged wheel bearings from a B-25 crash. A bonus find was a P-40 wreck over which they stumbled, and from which they also pulled much-needed parts. This sort of dogged and artful cannibalism made Kenny's Air Force more capable than it otherwise would have been. Wing skins torn from a P-40 might be cut and shaped to repair a P-39 cowling, or a hydraulic pump might be pulled from the wreck of one fighter and installed in another. The possibilities were virtually unbounded, limited only by the imaginations of the Depression-era men who performed this much-needed work. In discussions of the air war over New Guinea, aircraft units are often described as having been based at, or taking off from and landing at, Port Moresby. Actually, there was no single air base named Port Moresby, but rather a complex of airfields, some larger than others and some better suited for smaller aircraft such as fighters rather than bombers. The runways of some were made of pierced steel planking, or PSP, laid over prepared gravel and dirt, while others were surfaced with bitumen or asphalt. Regardless, hard use and the weather kept the engineers who built and maintained them constantly busy. The original airfield was Kila, or Kila Kila, which was built by the Australians during the early 1930s. The Australians used the British term, airdrome, often shortened to drome, and Kila was also known as 3 Mile Drome, presumably based on its distance from the town of Port Moresby. Larger was nearby 7 Mile Drome, which was also constructed before the war. It had 2 parallel runways, and later, following the arrival of the Americans, 3. It was mostly from there that the RAAF's 75 Squadron flew their P-40s during the early desperate days of March and April 1942. Also called Jackson Field following the death of 75 Squadron's commanding officer John Jackson, it was used by aircraft of all types through much of the war. It was improved with revetments and support infrastructure of various types and survives today as Port Moresby's commercial airport. Connected by a taxiway to 7 Mile Drome was 5 Mile Drome, or Ward Field. It was named after an Australian Army officer who was killed on the Kokoda track. Built after the arrival of the Americans and featuring 2 long parallel runways, it hosted bomber, fighter, and transport units and was perpetually busy. The convention of naming the airfields, or airdromes, based on their distances from Port Moresby is curious, especially as the straight-line distances were wrong. For instance, 3 Mile Drome was less than 2 miles from the town. Similarly, 7 Mile Drome was less than 3 miles away, as was 5 Mile Drome. These inconsistencies were consistent. Berry Field, or 12 Mile Drome, sat just more than 6 miles northeast of Port Moresby and served primarily as a fighter field. It was from there that the RAAF's 75 Squadron fought during late April and early May. It was named after P-39 pilot Jack Berry, the commanding officer of the 39th Fighter Squadron, who was killed in a training accident on August 4, 1942. No one wanted any of the airfields named in their honor. Schwimmer Field, or 14 Mile Drome, located 7 miles from Port Moresby, was named after another dead P-39 pilot. Charles Schwimmer was killed in combat on November 10, 1942. The field was also sometimes known as La Loki. Edward Durand was killed in combat while flying a P-39 during the Boyd Wagner mission on April 30, 1942. His name was given to 17 Mile Drome, also known as Waigani, which sat 6 miles north of Port Moresby. Finally, Rogers Field was named after Floyd "Buck" Rogers, the commanding officer of the 8th Bomb Squadron, who had been killed in his A-24 during the strike at Buna on July 29, 1942. Also called 30 Mile Drome, it was located 35 miles northwest of Port Moresby. 9. We pray for absolute victory. George Kenney, the new head of the Air Forces in the Southwest Pacific, was already moving at full speed. One of his first orders of business upon officially taking command on August 4, 1942, was confronting Richard Sutherland, MacArthur's chief of staff. Sutherland had issued detailed instructions for a set of impending air operations that very day. This was a blatant and overt trespass on Kenney's domain, and Kenney, infuriated, went directly to Sutherland's office and challenged him. When Sutherland grew confrontational, Kenney invited him to step into MacArthur's office. "I want to find out who is supposed to run this Air Force," he said. Sutherland backed down, knowing the fight was unwinnable. Kenney grabbed a piece of paper and drew a dot on it. "The dot represents what you know about air operations," he told Sutherland. "The entire rest of the paper is what I know." Sutherland never again seriously challenged Kenney's authority. Kenney visited virtually every installation where he had men in Australia and New Guinea. At Charters Towers, a large and growing repair and supply depot, the colonel in charge denied badly needed parts and equipment to combat units if the paperwork was improperly completed. "It was about time these combat units learned how to do their paperwork properly," he declared. Kenney sent him back to the States the next day and ordered that all future requests, verbal or written, were to be fulfilled. He further directed the depot to fly the parts to the requesting units to shorten repair times. Brian "Blackjack" Walker, an RAAF commander, recalled the immediate effects of Kenney's new orders. "If you wanted something in the squadron, you simply got on the blower and you got it. That was the way that Kenney operated. Get it and get it fast, and get that aeroplane into the air. That was his main thought, was to get that aircraft back in the air, and it was a war winner." Kenney's firing of the colonel in charge at Charters Towers was not an isolated case. He scythed through his staff and sent home several brigadier generals and more than 40 colonels. "I decided to have a real house cleaning right away," he said. "Those who were not pulling their weight could go home, and the rest would move north to take their turns eating canned food and living in grass huts on the edge of the jungle. Kenny also set about untangling Australian personnel from his various staffs. Brett had mixed both nationalities during the earliest days in Australia, and although the arrangement worked to a certain degree, it became confusing and less efficient as more American units arrived. Moreover, lines of communication and loyalties became strained. Kenny reorganized his units along more traditional lines. And importantly, he codified the name of his organization. Although it had officially been formed in 1941, its various names had been confusing and too long. On the 7th of August 1942, I had sent a wire to Washington, he said, asking for authority to organize a numbered Air Force. I said that if we were not using the number 5, I'd like to call it the 5th Air Force. George Marshall, Chief of Staff of the Army, granted his approval. Kenny also improved morale with awards that recognized outstanding performance, and he ensured his commanders did the same. When a plan in the States was advanced to issue ribbons in place of actual medals to save material, he advocated against it. If you could see the pride in the faces of these youngsters as they steal a look down at the medals after they get back in ranks, I believe you would feel as I do about this business of substituting ribbons for the real thing. Best of all, Kenny and MacArthur were proving to be a great team. Unlike Brett, Kenny saw MacArthur virtually every day, both socially and professionally. And MacArthur's confidence in Kenny became unwavering as Kenny and his men delivered results. I had carte blanche to do anything that I wanted to, Kenny noted. He, MacArthur, said he didn't care how my gang was handled, how they looked, how they dressed, how they behaved, or what they did do, as long as they would fight, shoot down Japs, and put bombs on the targets. Indeed, as time passed, Kenny and MacArthur developed a strong and trusting relationship that was founded partly on Kenny's recognition that MacArthur was, in effect, his customer. And if his customer wasn't happy, he could not be happy. Kenny was not blind to MacArthur's character flaws. He knew that his commander was vain, self-interested, a publicity hog, that he hated failure, and that he hated the fact that the Japanese had run him out of the Philippines and captured his army. But Kenny also recognized MacArthur's considerable intelligence and generalship. And like so many others, he was taken in by the man's magnetism and the indomitable aura he projected. Kenny recalled visiting one of his fighter units with MacArthur. As usual, anyone that saw him and talked with him or listened to him for 15 minutes was sold on Douglas MacArthur. But Kenny's men were more sold on him than they were on MacArthur, as recalled by Robert McMahon, a young fighter pilot who later became an ace. McMahon was visiting a young, well-connected American woman in Brisbane when Kenny and Ennis Whitehead arrived for a surprise visit. After recovering from his initial shock, McMahon, a second lieutenant, enjoyed the opportunity to chat with the two general officers. He seemed to be a real savvy airman and a very sharp general officer, said McMahon. And I think he was probably the guy who was instrumental in selling MacArthur in the proper use of air power and did much toward really winning the initial battle of the Pacific. And I think that this, probably more than anything, made MacArthur realize that he had to use air power and use it properly. As he familiarized himself with his new command, Kenny was pleased to finally meet Pappy Gunn. Gunn was frustrated and angry that his family had been seized and interned by the Japanese. Unable to do anything about it, he focused his energy on two things: killing Japanese and creating ways to kill more Japanese. Where his family was concerned, Pappy carried a grudge. He was already working on one of his Japanese killing concepts when Kenny met him. The disassembled A-20 Havocs that arrived in Australia in early 1942 were lightly armed, short-range bombers that were ill-suited for combat over New Guinea. Specifically, they couldn't carry enough fuel, with necessary reserves, to reach the Japanese airfield at Lae, much less more distant targets. Moreover, the A-20 was designed to bomb from formation at medium altitude against more traditional foes over more conventional battlefields. In short, the A-20 was designed for a European war and consequently wasn't suited to hit moving ships and barges or targets hidden by jungle foliage. Designed and built in response to a set of Army Air Corps requirements for an attack bomber, the A-20 first flew in 1938. Designated by Douglas as the DB-7, the Army Air Corps initially didn't seem particularly impressed. On the other hand, it was of particular interest to the French as they scrambled to get ready for the coming war with Germany. The first of the DB-7s reached France just after the start of the war and saw action against the Germans in very small numbers, but really never had a chance to develop a reputation. Following the fall of France, the remainder of the aircraft it had on order were divided between the United States Army Air Corps and the RAF, who put them into service as the Boston, consistent with their convention of naming bombers after cities. Many other nations, notably the Soviets, ordered the type and put it into frontline service. The Army Air Corps finally got interested in the little bomber, and they designated it as the A-20. Most notably, the engines were upgraded from the 1,100 horsepower Pratt & Whitney R-1830 to the 1,600 horsepower Wright R-2600. With its crew of 3, pilot, bombardier, and gunner, the aircraft's top speed was well more than 300 miles per hour, not much slower than the Japanese fighters it would encounter over New Guinea. As a flying machine, it was well liked by its pilots for many reasons, one of which was that it flew almost like a fighter. It was fast, powerful, and light on the controls. It was also reliable, readily maintained, and easy to fly. And important to those who eventually flew it over New Guinea, the A-20 was tough and lent itself to modifications and upgrades. And that was what Pappy was doing during mid-1942. The A-20's range problem was satisfied by the installation of extra fuel tanks in one of the aircraft's 2 bomb bays. And it occurred to Gunn that removing the bombardier and packing the nose of the A-20 with 4 50-caliber machine guns would give it the firepower necessary not only to make it an effective strafer, but also to spray the decks of enemy vessels with gunfire, thereby compelling the defending gunners to take cover. That done, the A-20 could get in close enough to make low-altitude skip bombing attacks, which were much more effective than bombing from medium altitude. Gunn didn't do it alone, but rather worked with a team that included engineers and experienced aircraft mechanics to develop, test, and field the A-20 modifications. Happily, there were plenty of 50-caliber machine guns available, scavenged from the wrecks of P-40s and P-39s. The results were encouraging as the concentrated fire of the 4 guns packed a powerful punch. The modified aircraft were finished in August 1942 and delivered to the 3rd Attack Group's 89th Bomb Squadron, which took them to Port Moresby and started combat operations in September. The A-20 also played a role when Kenny, who described Gunn as a super experimental gadgeteer and all-around fixer, wanted to give his flyers a new weapon. Before the war, Kenny had pioneered the development of parachute-suspended fragmentation bombs, or parafrags. He recalled that development. Back in 1928, in order to drop bombs in a low-altitude attack without having the fragments hit the airplane, I had put parachutes on the bombs. The parachutes opened as the bombs were released from the airplane. The parachute not only stopped the forward travel of the bomb, but slowly lowered it down to the ground while the airplane got out of range of the fragments by the time the bomb hit the ground and detonated. With a super-sensitive fuse, which kicked the thing off instantaneously on contact with anything, even the leaf of a bush, the bomb was a wicked little weapon. Kenny wanted Gunn to design and build custom bomb bay racks so that the A-20s could carry his parafrags. I told him I wanted 16 of them ready in 2 weeks, he said. Pappy said he would have them. Indeed, they were done in time for a raid against the airfield at Buna on September 12, 1942. The 89th Bomb Squadron's pilots roared over the ground at 70 feet and dropped 300 of the 23-pound parafrags, claiming 17 Zero fighters destroyed. And just like that, Kenny had made the 5th Air Force more deadly. But the parafrags could be vexatious. When they exploded as designed, the steel casings shattered into several hundred or more sharp pieces that sliced into soft targets such as aircraft, vehicles, and people. However, they were prone to dud, that is, fail to explode, which was actually a double-edged sword. A bomb that didn't explode did no damage, but it still had to be cleared. And during that clearing, it might blow up and kill the clearers, ultimately contributing to the effort. Moreover, the parachutes were sometimes snagged by trees or buildings or other structures and did not detonate. But as the wind twisted them one way or another, they often dropped free and subsequently exploded. Effectively, a bombing raid that included parafrags wasn't over until hours after the attacking aircraft were gone. Of course, the parafrags were not the answer to every problem. They were small and essentially useless against runways or ships or other hard targets. Larger general-purpose demolition bombs up to 2,000 pounds were used when something big needed to be broken. If necessary, the smaller of these bombs, 100, 200, and 300-pounders, were dropped with parachutes so that they could be used in low-altitude attacks in the same manner as parafrags. These were called parademolition bombs and were sometimes wrapped with heavy-gauge wire, which fragmented into whistling scythes when the bombs detonated, further adding to their lethality. One of the good surprises, among the many bad ones, that Kenny found when he reached Australia was Ennis Whitehead. Contemporaries, the two had known each other since serving together in France during World War I. Similar in temperament, Kenny and Whitehead were like-minded about what needed to be done to turn back the Japanese. Namely, organizing the resources they had, getting rid of the deadwood, improving morale, and actually fighting. Kenny knew that he had to keep his headquarters close to MacArthur's in Brisbane, not only for leading the air effort, but also for political considerations. As much as he might have wanted to do so, he could not stay in Port Moresby to oversee daily operations. Fortunately, aside from being smart and loyal, Whitehead was as much or more a man of action than Kenny. Kenny made him his deputy as well as commander of the 5th's Advanced Echelon, or ADVON, in Port Moresby. Whitehead, under Kenny's direction, was responsible for executing the air campaign over New Guinea. Ultimately, he was one of the best things to happen to Kenny and the 5th Air Force. During the summer of 1942, the Australians and the Japanese were back and forthing on the Kokoda Track. The Japanese were raiding Port Moresby, and the Australians and Americans were hitting Lai and Salamoa and the shipping that reinforced the Japanese in New Guinea, especially at Buna and Gona. At the same time, the Americans were desperately trying to cobble together an air force out of the dribs and drabs of aircraft, men, and material that had survived the retreat from the Philippines, and the trickle of new resources that came into Australia from the United States. But during much of that desperate and dangerous period, neither side attempted to secure the eastern tip of New Guinea. This was even though both the Japanese and the Allies recognized the importance of that particular bit of geography. Specifically, Milne Bay was critical to controlling the maritime approaches that led to the south side of New Guinea as well as Australia. As time and resources permitted, the Allies moved first and came ashore in June. Work on a fighter strip began immediately, as did the construction of defensive positions. By the middle of August 1942, the RAAF's 75 and 76 squadrons, both P-40 units, were operating out of Fall River, a few miles inland from the bay. By the end of August, nearly 9,000 troops, mostly Australian, but also more than 1,000 American engineers and anti-aircraft personnel, had been moved into the area. Moreover, 2 bomber airstrips were completed. Conditions at Port Moresby had been harsh, but the airfield at Milne Bay sat on water-soaked ground with all its attendant miseries. In comparison, Port Moresby seemed quite satisfactory. Milne Bay was notable for rain that was not only extraordinarily heavy, but seemingly continuous. P-40 pilot Robert Crawford recalled that the runway used to have a lot of mud and water over it, and so much so that with you landing and even taking off, the mud and water, especially on landing, used to damage the flaps. Blackjack Walker noted that conditions were so bad that landing aircraft disappeared in sprays of black mud that rocketed up through the holes in the runway's pierced steel planking. Indeed, the undersides of the aircraft were often so covered with mud that they were unsafe to fly until the ground crews washed them clean. Moreover, the mud was so pervasive that it penetrated voids and creases and joints where it was never expected, and where it caused electrical problems, engine issues, bulky flight controls, and corrosion. The Japanese, although distracted by the American landings at Guadalcanal, which began on August 7th, moved to seize Milne Bay at the end of the month. On August 24, 1942, they put nearly 400 troops ashore on Goodenough Island, about 65 miles to the north. These were roughly handled that same day by Australian P-40s, which strafed and sank the landing barges and killed many of the newly arrived men. The following day, August 25th, the main Japanese landing force was caught 60 miles east of Milne Bay by another formation of P-40s, 24 of them, armed with 300-pound demolition bombs. Ill-trained for the mission, the Australian pilots nevertheless did sink one small vessel at a cost of one of their own. Still, this was hardly enough to turn the Japanese back. The convoy pressed on and disembarked its troops on the northern shore of Milne Bay late that night. Those troops numbered only about 1,100. It was a number that the Japanese High Command, badly informed by its intelligence apparatus, believed was adequate to overcome what they were told was a defending force of only a few hundred Australians. And so, outnumbered nearly 10 to 1, they were doomed from the start. Nevertheless, the next day, reinforced with 2 light tanks, the Japanese pressed toward the Allied positions. The air cover they had been promised failed to materialize as those aircraft were engaged over Buna and suffered significant losses. Other aircraft from Rabaul were turned back by poor weather. Meanwhile, American B-17s, B-25s, and B-26s, together with RAAF P-40s and Hudsons, bombed and strafed the Japanese throughout the day. Landing barges were destroyed, as were supply dumps, not to mention many men killed and wounded. There followed nearly 2 weeks of savage fighting in a series of give-and-take battles that frequently devolved into slogging skirmishes and even hand-to-hand combat through the mud and swamps and jungle. The Australians performed heroically, making multiple stands against waves of frantically fanatical Japanese attacks. The smaller American contingent of engineers and anti-aircraft personnel, the first of their countrymen to see ground combat in New Guinea, also fought well. For their part, the Japanese were vicious and tenacious, often feigning death only to spring up and attack Allied troops as they passed through hard-won ground. It didn't take long before the Australians bayoneted or shot Japanese bodies, no matter their condition. An Australian infantryman recalled, "Our policy was to watch any apparent dead, shoot at the slightest sign of life, and stab with bayonet even the ones who appeared to be rotten." The RAAF's 75 and 76 squadrons flew their P-40s almost continuously, strafing the Japanese whenever they could find them under the smothering cover of the jungle. Peter Turnbull was the commander of 76 Squadron, and a veteran of the early fighting in the Middle East, where he was credited with downing 4 German and 5 Vichy French aircraft. Upon being transferred back to Australia, he was sent to Port Moresby, where he shot down 3 Zeros. Turnbull was especially aggressive and was noted for leading by example. He was true to form at Milne Bay. On August 27th, he dove to attack a suspected Japanese position. His P-40 rolled inverted at an altitude of only 200 feet and subsequently slammed into the ground, killing him. The cause was never determined. He could have been hit by enemy ground fire, or could have clipped a tree, or dried mud could have compromised his flight controls. Regardless, he was much mourned, not only by his flying comrades, but also by the men on the ground whom he had so doggedly supported. The situation on the ground at Milne Bay was far from certain on August 29th as Japanese troops approached the airfield. The RAAF's leadership was anxious to preserve the pilots and aircraft of the two squadrons there, 75 and 76, and ordered them to evacuate to Port Moresby. This was done, although much of the ground staff was left behind, as there simply was not enough air transport to move them. One of the P-40s had mechanical difficulties and was not able to leave Milne Bay with the main body of aircraft. It was late afternoon before it was repaired, and its pilot, William Cowie, took off. He arrived over Port Moresby after nightfall with his navigation lights on, and the other pilots watched as he set up to land. Cowie lowered his landing gear, which in the P-40 created aerodynamic forces that caused the nose to drop. This was typically corrected by applying backstick pressure while rolling in nose-up trim. "And we think that he didn't realize that the nose was going down," recalled Crawford. "And in the ensuing turn to crosswind, and with the undercarriage going down, he clipped the top of a high ridge, and the aircraft exploded, and he was killed instantly." As it developed, the Japanese made a frenzied attack against the airfield at Milne Bay that same night, but were repulsed with devastating losses. The airfield was saved, and the two squadrons were ordered back to Milne Bay the following day. Once back, they resumed support to the ground forces as they mopped up the remaining Japanese invaders. The Japanese were reinforced with another 800 men on the south side of Milne Bay on the night of August 29th. However, despite these reinforcements, and notwithstanding the naval gunfire support provided by a variety of warships, the Japanese effort faltered. Outnumbered, outfought, and battered by Allied air power, it soon became apparent to the Japanese that they could not win. The commander sent a radio message to higher headquarters on September 2nd. "We will together calmly defend our position to the death. We pray for absolute victory for the Empire and for long-lasting fortune in battle for you all." But rather than fighting to the death, the Japanese were much more pragmatic. Evacuations began on September 5th and continued for some weeks. The fight for Milne Bay was over, and after losing roughly 600 men, the Japanese never again mounted a serious attempt to take control of the area. But they did persist in trying to retrieve their soldiers. 2 destroyers were dispatched from Rabaul on September 10th to bring back the men who were stranded on Goodenough Island on August 24th. Tipped off by Allied intelligence, a flight of 9 B-17s from the 19th Bomb Group launched from Port Moresby on September 11, 1942, to intercept the enemy vessels. William Crawford, Jr. was a co-pilot aboard one of the big bombers, and his excitement upon sighting the enemy warships sent his nerves jangling. His pilot, Jack Thompson, alerted the crew for action as the formation closed on the 2 destroyers, one of which was misidentified as a cruiser. "Our attack was planned and executed at varying altitudes," Crawford said, "and with split-second timing to avoid the possibility of collision or being hit by our own bombs." The lead flight of 3 aircraft flew directly at the 2 ships at 1,500 feet. The 3 aircraft on the left banked away and took up a course 45 degrees from the destroyers as they climbed to 1,600 feet. The 3 aircraft on the right, including Crawford's, mirrored the aircraft on the left, turning in the opposite direction and descending to 1,400 feet. After 90 seconds, both sides turned directly toward the 2 destroyers, while the 3 leading aircraft readied to release their bombs. Essentially, the 9 B-17s formed a 3-pronged attack formation. Meanwhile, the crews of both ships, intent on surviving, fired torrents of anti-aircraft shells at the approaching bombers. The lead aircraft scored near misses on the larger of the 2 destroyers, but failed to score any hits. On the other hand, the 3 aircraft on the left dropped their bombs with devastating effect. "Tiny specks of men," Crawford said, "could be seen swarming over the cruiser's decks, over the sides in lifeboats, sliding down ropes into the churning water." Thompson and Crawford changed course to attack the other destroyer. An anti-aircraft shell detonated on the right side of the aircraft and sent a chunk of shrapnel through the plexiglass next to Crawford's head. It narrowly missed him and rocketed across the cockpit and out the other side, only barely missing Thompson. Nearing the enemy ships, Crawford heard and felt a booming rattle, as the ball turret gunner on the bottom of the aircraft showered the destroyer with 50 caliber machine gun rounds. And then the bombardier released the bombs. A few seconds later, the B-17 was racked by a mighty blast that lifted it off kilter and knocked many of the crewmen out of their positions. Fragments of flying metal punched holes into the aircraft through which the wind howled. There followed much confusion as the crew tried to determine the cause of the blast and, more importantly, make certain that the aircraft was still flyable. Finally, out of the confusion, the ball turret gunner reported that his rounds had struck one of the bombs as it fell away from the aircraft. The bullet struck it in such a way and location that, against all odds, it detonated and nearly blew them from the sky. But only nearly. Below and behind them, they saw that at least one of their other bombs had hit the destroyer and that it was down in the water. The ship was the veteran destroyer Yayoi, which had served in most of the major campaigns to that point. The crew was forced to abandon ship at a cost of 68 of its 151-man complement. The remaining 83 men were later rescued from nearby Normanby Island, where they had sailed their lifeboats. The other destroyer was the Isokaze. Although badly damaged, it limped back to Rabaul, where it underwent extensive repairs and was returned to service, surviving until being sunk near the end of the war. 10. One's head lying on another's chest. The 90th Bomb Group, equipped with B-24s, began arriving in Australia in late October 1942. They were immediately grounded, as B-24s across the globe were experiencing cracks in their nose-wheel anti-shimmy collars. Should a collar fail during takeoff or landing, an aircraft could vibrate badly enough to damage itself, or even go out of control. New ones were ordered from the States, but Kenny also directed the local fabrication of replacements from scratch. He wanted all the tool shops in Brisbane busy making some out of steel. The cracked ones were not steel, but we didn't know what they were made of, so we played safe and made them strong enough. Finally, fitted with the new parts, the 90th launched its first mission on November 15, 1942. It was a raid from the 3 airstrip Iron Range complex in northern Queensland, Australia, to Bougainville. Kenny was unhappy with the effort. 8 B-24s took off to bomb the shipping in the Buenfaisi anchorage at the south end of Bougainville Island. They got there but made no hits. On the way back, they got separated in a rainstorm. 2 landed in the water off New Guinea. Both crews were saved. The others landed at 4 different airdromes in northeast Australia. Actually, all except 2 crewmen aboard one of the bombers was killed. So then, at the cost of 2 desperately needed heavy bombers and 8 men, the 90th's green crews accomplished absolutely nothing and got lost while doing it. But that miserable performance was almost forgotten in the wake of the disaster which followed the next night. The 90th was tasked to make a morning raid against Rabaul on November 17th. As Rabaul sat nearly 900 miles northeast of Iron Range, the 15 B-24s, loaded with 6 500-pound bombs each, were scheduled to take off just before midnight on November 16th. The crews, likely mindful of and demoralized by the group's poor performance earlier that day, climbed aboard their aircraft in the dark. Their flashlights cast dull yellow-white beams that were only barely adequate for them to see well enough to prepare their positions. This was to be the first mission for most of them, and it promised to be not only long, but also dangerous. Rabaul was the most heavily defended Japanese base in that part of the Pacific, and if the crews were anxious, or even fearful, it was for many good reasons. Blue flames, not normally seen during the day, burst momentarily from the engines as they spun to life. Conversely, the blue-gray smoke that was so evident in daylight was almost invisible. The racket of the first engines was joined by that of many more, until the entire airfield pulsed with a dull, harmonized thrum. Dimly illuminated by cockpit lighting, the faces of the pilots appeared as shadowy apparitions to the ground crews, who stood by and waited for the big bombers to move toward the runway. The 3 airfields at Iron Range were primitive, little more than landing strips with the barest of essentials. They were cut out of mature rainforest with little room for dispersing or even parking large numbers of aircraft. There were no control towers or any other means of controlling traffic either on the ground or airborne. Consequently, in the dark, the movement of the B-24s to the runway was confused and not according to the briefed order, as the pilots had difficulty discerning one aircraft from another. Adding to the confusion was the fact that some crews were not ready on time due to mechanical issues. The first aircraft carried the 90th's commander, Arthur Meehan. It rumbled airborne at 2300, roiling a cloud of dust into the air as it did so. The second aircraft, for undetermined reasons, did not start its takeoff roll for almost another 15 minutes. Another 9 aircraft took off at tighter intervals. Dust made visibility difficult. The lights which lined the sides of the runway were of little help, as they were too dim and spaced too far apart. Each pilot peered intently into the darkness to ensure his aircraft tracked down the center of the runway. Paul Larson, the pilot of Bombs to Nippon, advanced the throttles of his bomber and felt it roll slowly forward and then pick up speed. His feet danced instinctively on the rudder pedals, keeping the B-24 in the middle of the runway as best he could. Behind him, his crew likewise felt the aircraft accelerate but could see very little. Larson somehow lost control of the big, heavily laden aircraft. It careened off the runway and headed to where another B-24 was parked, surrounded by its ground crew. The men scattered. One of them ran into a small tree with such force that it was literally lifted from the soil, its roots intact. But the parked B-24 could not run, and Bombs to Nippon clipped its nose section with a wing and tore it away. The out-of-control bomber subsequently spun around and smashed into another B-24 and a B-17, before skidding into some nearby trees and erupting into a massive fuel-fed fireball. A short time later, its bombs detonated with a roar that reverberated across the surrounding area. John Klausner, a doctor, was asleep more than 3 miles away when the explosion woke him. He recalled the sky as blood red and suspected a Japanese air raid. Soon after, he learned the truth and raced in an ambulance toward the airstrip. There, he found fire and chaos as machine gun rounds from Larson's bomber cooked off and nearby fuel stores were set alight. Klausner's men sprinted after a man who was stumbling about a fire, but were knocked down by a detonating bomb. The accident killed 11 men. Once the fires allowed, Klausner and his men set to the grim task of recovering the bodies, or rather the pieces of bodies. Recovered a dead bombardier in nose of first plane struck and shoveled pieces of burned bodies, he said. Legs, arm, hands, heads from 10 other men. Larson and his co-pilot were found more than 100 feet away from the wreckage of Bombs to Nippon. Still together, strapped to their seats, Klausner said. One's head lying on the other's chest and a piece of fiery shrapnel sticking out of his chest. One's abdomen was blown open and the other had both feet blown off and one arm. Once he returned to his quarters, Clausen thanked God for his blessings and the safety of the ones he loved. He also prayed for the families of the men who had just suffered such violent deaths. Finally, he noted that he had lost much of his interest in flying. Another medical officer, Frederick Knight, vented his anger at the tragedy. I am sick of such unnecessary waste. Why have we never had a traffic manager on the aerodrome? Vehicles and planes come and go as they please. Why were planes allowed to be lined up down the runway for permanent parking, especially when loaded bombers were taking off on a mission? The brass hats will protect their fannies by condemning the field as no good. But no fear, someone's neck must be saved. The final insult was that the first aircraft to take off that night disappeared, and disappearing with it was the 90th's commander, Arthur Meehan. As badly as he needed the B-24s to fly operations, Kenny ordered the 90th taken off combat duty until it received the training it needed to perform effectively. It was at about this time that Kenny directed Pappy Gunn to proceed with modifying the B-25 in a way that Gunn had already been investigating for several months. I sent word to Major Pappy Gunn at Brisbane, said Kenny, to pull the bombardier and everything else out of the nose of a B-25 medium bomber and fill it full of 50 caliber guns, with 500 rounds of ammunition per gun. I told him I wanted him then to strap some more on the sides of the fuselage to give all the forward firepower possible. If, when he had made the installation, the airplane still flew and the guns would shoot, I figured I'd have a skip bomber that could overwhelm the deck defenses of a Jap vessel. Indeed, should guns modifications work, Kenny's B-25 units would be able to choke off any Japanese base that was reliant on resupply from the sea. This was essentially all of them. With a commerce destroyer as effective as I believed this would be, Kenny said, I'd be able to maintain an air blockade on the Japs anywhere within the radius of action of the airplane. Ship killing aside, the modified B-25s would be able to successfully execute virtually any low-level attack mission. Ever malleable, the B-25s were readily adapted with guns modifications. The initial configuration removed the glazing, or glass, in the nose, so that it could better accommodate 4 50-caliber machine guns. An additional 2, 4 total, were scabbed to both sides of the fuselage below the cockpit. Consequently, the combined rate of fire available to the pilot from the 8 machine guns was nearly 100 rounds per second. After some trepidation, the B-25's manufacturer, North American Aircraft, embraced the concept, and the aircraft eventually accommodated 8 50-caliber machine guns in the nose together with the 4 fuselage guns. The firepower available to its crews, especially when teamed with bombs or parafrags, was breathtaking. So modified, the B-25 was just the weapon Kenny needed to destroy Japanese shipping. An aircrew that attacked at low level and at close range could successfully skip a bomb into a ship at least once in every 2 attempts. Compared to traditional attacks from medium altitude, this success rate was an extraordinary improvement. This was highlighted by a 5th Air Force study, which despaired at the poor bombing results achieved by traditional attacks. The results were pitiful. During the month of August 1942, 19 hits were achieved by dropping 434 bombs, resulting in a 4.4% probability of hit. Only 1 transport and 1 cargo ship was sunk. September was worse. Out of 425 bombs dropped, only 9 ships were hit and only 1 cargo ship was sunk, resulting in a dismal 2.1% probability of hit. Many other modifications were made to the 5th's B-25s, as well as to later models produced in stateside factories. In particular, the lower turret was removed. It was a bulky arrangement and proved unnecessary for missions flown at low level. A fuel tank designed and created by the 5th's engineers in Australia replaced it, thereby extending its range. Various tailgun arrangements were also tried until they came standard from the factory. Later, there was a variant which carried a 75mm cannon in the nose. In practice, it proved to be bulky and was eventually removed. Regardless, as the Strafer-modified B-25s began to enter service in early 1943, they proved to be as effective for Kenny and his men as they were terrifying to the Japanese. There was no denying that the men flying combat missions against the Japanese endured terrible stresses, both mental and physical, that over time had real and detrimental effects on their performance. There was nowhere in New Guinea where the men could be sent to recover. Consequently, they were sent to Australia. If it wasn't heaven, it was close. Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, and other towns and cities welcomed the Americans with open arms. There was good food, clean lodging, booze, entertainment, and especially women. Many of the 5th Air Force units rented flats or entire houses on an informal basis. They held onto them through the duration of the war as the men rotated in and out during their periods of rest and relaxation. The men also hired housekeepers, many of them live-in. These Australian women cleaned, cooked, and did other favors for the men. Moreover, they were handy dates, and many of them became brides. But the relationships formed between the American servicemen and the Australian women weren't always smooth, especially in the context of Australian men. Ernest Ford, a C-47 pilot, recalled his first day in Brisbane when he spotted both Americans and Australians running up a street, as if they were being chased. And then Ford smelled spent gunpowder. As it developed, a wounded Australian soldier had returned home from the fighting after being away a year or more. He found no one in the house. What he did discover were baby clothes and the uniform of an American sailor. He found his wife and the American at a downtown service club, where his wife rebuffed and embarrassed him. Ford reported that the husband produced a grenade and pulled the pin and rolled it under the bar stools. All three were killed and several more were wounded. Although few incidents ended so tragically as the one Ford described, these sorts of confrontations were not uncommon, and it can be reasonably argued that they were virtually guaranteed to occur. Many Australian men were gone, fighting the Japanese or elsewhere. They simply weren't there to be had. And those that were home were ordinary. They were what the Australian women had always known, the same men with whom they had grown up. On the other hand, the Americans were, if not exotic, then different and exciting, and they shared the same language, more or less. Moreover, the Americans had the magic of Hollywood working for them. Their accents, the way they carried themselves, their slang was just exactly what the women had gawped at in the movie houses as they came of age. Additionally, at least compared to what the women were used to, and with some exceptions, the Americans were kind, polite, generous, and neat. And they were paid much more than their Australian counterparts, which gave them access to the best meals and goods and venues. Their uniforms also imparted an advantage as they were made of good material and were well fit, if not tailored. An olive green blouse or jacket was paired with khaki trousers that in certain light took on a sandstone pink hue. In fact, they were called pinks. This improbable combination was in fact quite handsome and distinctive. And the Americans were issued 2 sets, whereas the Australian servicemen were given just one of their own inferior uniforms. Owning only a single set made care, cleaning, and even hygiene awkward. Neither to be discounted was peer pressure. "I wanted to fall in love with a Yank, badly," wrote Maureen Meadows. "All the other girls were falling in love with Yanks, lots of them. Some had already been married, and while I had not ventured as far as this, I was all set to fall in love, really in love." And she didn't want just a traditional relationship. She wanted excitement. "Not the quiet, respectable, lukewarm affair I had known with Robert," she continued, "but the sort of love I had always associated with Americans, tender, thrilling, tempestuous, and no half measures." American reactions to the Australian women were perhaps a little less ardent. The third bomb group noted that there were many nice-looking girls in this country, but their customs of makeup and dress differed greatly from those of the American girl. Lipstick was used very sparingly. Hair was cut shorter. The climate might be an explanation of this, and the clothing styles did not have the rapid change which was so noticeable at home. Not surprisingly, there was resentment on the part of many Australians. Their women, many of them underaged, some of them married, some of them family, seemed to have lost all their inhibitions. Particularly alarming to the sensitivities of the more traditional Australians were the attitudes of some of the youngest women who were described as having the softness of childhood and the viciousness of accomplished whoredom. Although most encounters between the Australian and American servicemen were cordial at a minimum, there were inevitably scuffles and fistfights, and the military police rarely had a quiet night. It culminated on November 26, 1942, when a push and shove in Brisbane escalated into a riot involving more than 2,000 people. An Australian soldier was shot and killed by an American military policeman, and many more were injured. Although the riot was broken up that same night, tension still simmered the following day. William Benson was a staff officer at MacArthur's headquarters in Brisbane. "I had just left barracks and was walking to headquarters for my shift," he recounted. "When I got to Queen Street, it seemed to be at a standstill. People were everywhere. Aussies were grabbing every American they could find and kicking the hell out of them. It didn't look good, so I ran down a lane and made a run for HQ. Safe on the 6th floor, he hung out a window and watched the mob. There were 3 circles formed in the crowd," Benson said, "and they were passing Americans in uniform over their heads and into the circles where they were punching and kicking them." Fortunately, although there was always an undercurrent of tension and a pattern of regular hurt done by and to both sides, nothing as ugly as what became known as the Battle of Brisbane was ever repeated. Both the American and Australian leadership made efforts to educate their men and to better regulate when and how many were allowed in town. Discipline was tightened, as was punishment for poor behavior. However, Australia's efforts to regulate the behavior of its women toward American servicemen, to include restricting their access to alcohol, had little effect. Many of them endured ostracism and criticism and even physical abuse by their own countrymen. Ultimately, up to 15,000 Australian brides were ferried to the United States at the end of the war, many of them married to the men who fought in the skies over New Guinea. The twin-engine Lockheed P-38 Lightning was the fighter that proved to be a game-changer for Kenny's 5th Air Force. Like the P-39, it was designed to be a fast, high-altitude interceptor. However, unlike the P-39, its engines were equipped with turbo superchargers, and the aircraft actually excelled as a fast, high-altitude interceptor. First flown in January 1939, it showed great promise and set a cross-country speed record less than 3 weeks later, when it flew from California to New York in just more than 7 hours, excluding 2 stops for refueling. Although it was wrecked while landing in New York, the Army Air Corps ordered it into production. The flashy P-38, with its unique twin-boom design, was a public darling. But like any new aircraft, it wasn't without problems. Most famously, during high-speed dives, it suffered from compressibility. That is, as aerodynamic pressure shifted on the wings, they caused the controls to lock up and the dive to steepen. The misunderstood phenomenon destroyed several aircraft with consequent loss of life. This was naturally unnerving to the P-38's pilots, and it wasn't until mid-1943 that a solution was devised and incorporated into the lower wing. Other issues included uncomfortable temperatures in the cockpit. It was too cold in Europe, whereas it got so hot in the Pacific that pilots often flew in shirt sleeves and shorts. Engine failures on takeoff also frightened pilots, but this issue was cleared with proper training. And although it was actually a forgiving and easy aircraft to fly, the operation of the various switches and knobs and dials and other controls necessary to configure it for different phases of a mission could be daunting to neophytes. Still, it was a significant improvement over the P-40 and P-39, and clearly superior to the Zero and Oscar. Although not as nimble as the Japanese types, it still turned well. It had a better rate of climb and better high-altitude performance, and was faster and more powerful. And especially important to Kenny, it possessed outstanding range as compared to the P-39 and P-40. Certainly, it was a bigger aircraft than the other two, and because it had 2 engines, it required roughly twice as much maintenance. And 2 engines gave twice as many opportunities for engine problems. But if one engine failed or performed poorly or was shot up, the other engine could bring the pilot home. This was especially comforting on long overwater flights. And happily, for the support personnel, was the fact that its Allison V-1710 engines were the same that powered the P-39 and the P-40. This eased supply and maintenance burdens. Finally, the P-38 carried perhaps the deadliest armament of any American fighter during the war. In its nose were packed 4 50-caliber machine guns and a single 20mm cannon, as well as plenty of ammunition. Because they were mounted in the nose and fired along the aircraft's longitudinal axis, these weapons delivered a concentration of firepower that couldn't be matched by wing-mounted guns. When a P-38 pilot found his mark, the target was almost literally blown to pieces. Kenny's P-38s began arriving in crates not long after his arrival in Australia. But no matter how badly he wanted to put them into combat, it took time to get them assembled and working properly. It also took time not only to get pilots and maintenance personnel trained with the new type, but also to develop the tactics, techniques, and procedures that made best use of the new fighter's capabilities. And it didn't happen fast or smoothly. There were accidents, and many of the aircraft were missing components that had to be fabricated in Australia or brought in from the States. And the self-sealing fuel tanks with which they had been equipped proved faulty and leaked worse than if they had been shot up. It took a few months before the P-38s were ready for combat. The 35th Fighter Group's 39th Fighter Squadron was the first 5th Air Force unit to be equipped with the new fighter. Kenny wanted the squadron's pilots to start shooting down enemy aircraft immediately, but the type's first aerial victory wasn't conventional. On November 26, 1942, the same day as the Brisbane riot, 4 of the squadron's P-38s were airborne over Lye. The pilots very badly wanted the enemy fighter pilots to make a showing so that they might test their new aircraft. They each carried 2 500-pound bombs with which to beat up the airfield in the event the enemy declined to engage in air combat. Over the radio, they called the Japanese everything but men, certain that their transmissions would be intercepted and translated. Finally, a Zero accelerated down the runway. Bob Farrett dived after it, but partway down remembered the bombs that he carried. He realized that no matter how capable his new P-38 was, lugging the bombs around in a fight would put him at a disadvantage. He released them, then pulled into a climb and prepared to re-attack. The bombs hit the sea a few yards past the end of the runway and exploded. The wall of water raised by the bomb caught the Zero and pulled it into the water. Farrett and his comrades gaped in disbelief. The event must have made an impression on the Japanese pilots as no more aircraft rose to meet the P-38s. When Kenny stopped by to visit with the squadron later that day, Farrett asked if he was going to receive the Air Medal. Kenny had promised it to the first P-38 pilot to shoot down an enemy aircraft. "Hell no," Kenny said. "I want you to shoot them down, not splash water on them." Kenny was joking. Farrett was awarded the Air Medal, and the 9th Fighter Squadron went on to knock down many more Japanese aircraft, but with guns instead of bombs. Moreover, the P-38 continued to evolve and became hugely successful in the Pacific. Of all the fighters in the USAAF inventory, the P-38 shot down more Japanese aircraft than any other type. 11. Most of us went away shaking our heads. Through 1942 and into 1943, the 5th Air Force's heavy bombers went without fighter protection much of the time. Many of the targets they were assigned were simply too far away, beyond the reach of the P-39s and P-40s. Although the situation improved later with the introduction of the P-38, the long-legged B-24s and B-17s still went places that the fighters could not reach. Moreover, because the bomber crews normally made their attacks at night or near sunrise, there was no good way for the fighters to protect them in the darkness or even to find them. The situation would have been dire had the heavy bombers not been so well armed. They typically carried 10 50-caliber machine guns and could put up a formidable wall of gunfire. The lightly protected Japanese Army Ki-43s and Navy Zeros were particularly vulnerable. A single Japanese fighter attacking a B-24 or B-17 was, quite frankly, outmatched. Indeed, Japanese fighter pilots were sometimes reported as being reluctant to engage the big bombers. In light of the firepower carried by the B-17s and B-24s, that reluctance was reasonable. Moreover, the American bombers were sturdily constructed with armor plating at critical points and self-sealing fuel tanks. They were difficult to knock down, but they became less defensible if damaged, either by fighters or anti-aircraft fire. The enemy pilots often ganged up on cripples as the odds of success increased against a bomber whose crew was struggling to control a fire or restore an engine or otherwise stay airborne. German fighter pilots in Europe, flying more heavily armed and armored aircraft than the Japanese, did the same. As they typically had no fighter protection, the bomber crews escorted themselves. A damaged bomber crew could expect that one or more other crews would bring their aircraft into close formation. Their combined firepower often discouraged the enemy fighter pilots or made their attacks less effective. Such was the case on December 18, 1942, when the 43rd Bomb Group sent a small formation of B-17s against a handful of combatants and a pair of transports sailing north of Wewak on the north coast of New Guinea. Fulmer Sogard's B-17 was attacked and hit by a flight of Zeros, and his right outboard engine was shot out. Dark smoke, visible for miles, poured from the engine. It was akin to blood in the water, but rather than sharks, a swarm of at least 8 Zeros closed on Sogard's bomber. Pilot James Murphy firewalled the engines of his B-17 and raced to his friend's aid. He tucked himself into close formation with Sogard. Once there, he repositioned his aircraft to one side or the other of Sogard's, depending on the direction from which the Japanese attacked. "We were able to back up his guns and give them quite a time," said Murphy. Both aircraft were considerably shot up as the Zero pilots pursued them south across the Owen Stanley Range, but by sticking together they returned safely to base. The B-17 was increasingly being used by Kenny's crews as a skip bomber against shipping, a mission for which it was never intended. Flying at mast-top height, it was difficult for the crews to miss. But at such low altitudes, the B-17 was a big target. Consequently, the crews were typically sent out at night when they were more difficult to spot and to track. But night operations were a double-edged sword. Certainly, the dark provided cover for the bomber crews, but it also provided cover for the ships the bomber crews sought to sink. Accordingly, it was difficult to find worthwhile targets on the open sea. On the other hand, it was not nearly so difficult in the crowded waters around Rabaul. And it was to Rabaul that the B-17s were often sent, as was the case on December 30th, 1942, when the James Murphy crew took off from Port Moresby and set course to the northeast, together with 6 other B-17s of the 43rd Bomb Group. While most of the aircraft flew directly over Rabaul Harbor at 6,000 feet, where they drew the attention of the searchlights and at least one night fighter, Murphy descended. Trolling over the water approximately 10 miles to the east of the harbor at 2,000 feet, he and his crew looked for a suitable target. And they found it. 2, in fact. A pair of transports sailed peacefully together. Their foamy wakes reflected the light of the rising moon. Murphy eased his throttles back to their stops and dropped the nose of the B-17. At the same time, he maneuvered to set up for a broadside attack against the 2 ships. He carried 4,000-pound bombs and planned to drop 2 against each ship. "I had never seen such an opportunity," Murphy said. His aircraft made almost no noise as he flew toward the 2 ships. At the right instant, he directed his bombardier to toggle 2 bombs against the first ship, then concentrated on the next. Seconds later, he called for the other 2 bombs. Immediately, his crew shouted at him to pull up. He did so, narrowly missing the mast of the second ship. He noted that his bottom turret gunner simply closed his eyes and prayed. There followed sprays of gunfire from the vessels and the anti-aircraft batteries ashore. Shrapnel and small-caliber rounds made staccato pings and pops as they punched into the aircraft. At the same time, fiery blasts aboard both ships dimmed the light of the anti-aircraft tracers, and Murphy's headphones were jammed by the excited voices of his crew. He pushed his throttles forward and held the aircraft down just above the water. Several miles later, he let the aircraft climb into a turn. "Both ships were filled with fire," he said, "and smoke was billowing up from the decks. It looked like an early New Year's celebration with all of the light from the fires." Combatants have often attributed their enemies with more power and capabilities than they actually possessed. Late in 1942, Kenny's 5th Air Force was overwrought and still desperately lacked the forces it needed to defeat the Japanese. Indeed, formations of enemy aircraft regularly harried Allied bases in New Guinea, and even as far as the Australian mainland. But as more and more American units arrived in theater, along with more and better equipment, the Allies gradually transitioned to ascendancy. At the same time, even though their air elements were still formidable, the Japanese were ever so slowly beginning to come apart. Japanese Navy ace Kazuo Tsunoda remembered this period as the Americans and Australians intensified their attacks against Lai. "We often took off 3 times a day," he said. "As we did not have any advance warning, the enemy could easily make a sudden attack on our airfield. We tried to do the same thing to them, but the Australians had commandos hidden in the hills reporting when we took off. The Allies were increasingly able to apply the sort of pressure described by Tsunoda, and the Japanese were increasingly unable to resist it. It was to become more and more the case, at base after base, as more American men and equipment were thrown into the fight over New Guinea. On January 5, 1943, I was on what most of us thought was a suicide mission, said Fred Wesche, a B-17 pilot with the 43rd Bomb Group. Most of us went away shaking our heads. Many of us believed we wouldn't come back from it. Wesche and his comrades had just been briefed that they were to attack a group of Japanese warships at Rabaul, and they were to do so not at dawn or dusk, but in broad daylight, near noon. Wesche remembered that they were to fly at something like 5,000 feet over the most heavily defended target in the Pacific. Deciphered radio intercepts and reconnaissance flights during late 1942 and early 1943 indicated that the Japanese were marshalling a convoy at Rabaul. It was to sail with men and material to lie on New Guinea's northern coast. Kenny's 5th Air Force, although growing in strength, operated mostly in a reactionary mode, not yet capable of influencing events on a large scale, but only able to respond to whatever moves the Japanese made. This particular Japanese move, sending a convoy to reinforce its forces on Lai, was one to which Kenny wanted to forcibly react. Accordingly, he ordered Kenneth N. Walker, the commander of his 5th Bomber Command, to be ready to do so with as many bombers as could be mustered. Walker, twice divorced and variously described as complex, self-centered, obsessive, and egotistical, was almost 10 years younger than Kenny, but like Kenny, he had joined the Army in 1917 during World War I. Again, like Kenny, he trained as a pilot, although his training occurred later in the war and he did not serve overseas, whereas Kenny had flown combat with distinction. This was one factor in their differing career trajectories. By 1920, Kenny was made a captain and continued to be promoted during the interwar years, whereas Walker remained a first lieutenant until the mid-1930s. Other officers joked that he was the oldest lieutenant in the Air Corps. Walker served in various capacities during the years following World War I, although his time spent at the Air Corps Tactical School from 1928 to 1934 probably defined his career more than any other. He became an almost rabid advocate of the air power construct that was centered on the strategic bomber. A central figure in what was dubbed the Bomber Mafia, he and others championed the development of fast, well-armed bombers. They believed that such forces could not be stopped by fighters and would be capable of wrecking an enemy's war-making capacity. Claire Chennault, a prominent booster of fighter aviation and the leader of the American Volunteer Group, or Flying Tigers, called Walker a radical with a blind spot. Walker's skills as a pilot and commander were perhaps best described as patchy. Hap Arnold bemoaned the totally avoidable loss of a B-12 bomber that Walker crashed during a routine landing at March Field in California. By this point, Walker had logged thousands of hours of flight time. There were other accidents, including one that destroyed a B-17. Walker later commanded the 18th Pursuit Group at Wheeler Field in Hawaii, which operated the Curtiss P-36. It was an assignment that was perhaps intended to temper his fanatical advocacy of the strategic bomber concept. Walker was unhappy there. Taciturn and grumpy, he turned his nose up at the specially polished and liveried P-36, Gold Bug, that his men had prepared for him as his personal aircraft. He grew impatient with the instructions that his adjutant, Bruce Holloway, tried to give him prior to his first flight. The result was that he nearly crashed, entirely due to his own hubris. During the remainder of his time in command, he didn't fly the P-36 more than he had to, although it was a perfectly fine little fighter. Holloway noted that, unlike most fighter pilots, Walker did not thrive on, or even enjoy, the excitement that came from flying high-performance fighters. On the other hand, Walker could be a kind and patient mentor and leader. He often engaged Holloway in personal and professional discussions. "This caused me not only to pay attention," said Holloway, "but to offer counter-comments. It was a truly cherished relationship. Walker didn't stay in command of the 18th Pursuit Group for long. He was ordered back to the States, specifically Air Corps headquarters in Washington, D.C. There, he was a critical member of the small team that developed the air warfare plans that guided the creation and employment of the Army Air Forces that ultimately dominated the skies over Europe and the Pacific. Following America's entry into the war, he chafed for combat and finally received orders overseas, arriving in Australia at the start of July 1942, a few weeks ahead of Kenny. The two men knew each other, and when they met, Kenny was happy to have Walker join his team. Still, the two did not always agree, and Walker, although loyal, was his own man. Kenny put Walker, by now a brigadier general, in charge of bomber operations. Walker immediately put his stamp on the organization as he streamlined its command structure, put efficiencies into place, and demanded greater professionalism and discipline from the men. Always hard-working, almost frenetically so, he was anxious to prove the strategic air power theories he had helped create beginning in the early 1930s. But the number of heavy bombers at his disposal was too small to put his concepts into play in any meaningful way. Kenny was frank in his assessment of the man. He was stubborn, oversensitive, and a prima donna, but he worked like a dog all the time. His gang liked him a lot, but he tended to get a staff of yes-men. He did not like to delegate authority. I was afraid that Ken was not durable enough to last very long under the high tension of this show. His personal problem was tough because he kept himself keyed up all the time and he just couldn't seem to relax a minute. Walker and Kenny were regularly at odds. For instance, B-17s were already scoring successes with skip bombing attacks, and Kenny was excited about the concept. But such operations didn't align with Walker's high-altitude strategic bombing notions, and he only grudgingly acknowledged their potential. To his credit, Walker did occasionally fly combat missions as an observer. Not only did this gain him credibility with his men, but it also gave him first-hand awareness of the conditions under which they flew and fought. But Kenny didn't like it, and ordered all his high-ranking commanders to stop flying combat. He had few experienced officers to replace them if they were shot down. Notwithstanding Kenny's mandate, most of them still slipped away on the occasional mission or two. Kenny once more ordered a stop to such acts of defiance when Walker returned from a mission aboard a B-25 that was missing part of a wing. The pilot had flown into a tree. Kenny was not only worried about losing an able commander and friend, but also concerned that Walker or some other commander might be shot down, captured, and tortured for information. Still, Walker disliked being told to sit on the ground. As the disposition of the lie-bound convoy became clearer, Kenny ordered Walker to send his bombers to attack it at sunrise on January 5th. Kenny stressed the importance of arriving overhead at the break of day, when he believed the defending Japanese fighters wouldn't be prepared. But Walker didn't want to make a dawn attack. Doing so would require his crews to take off several hours earlier in the black of night. He worried they wouldn't be able to rendezvous in the darkness. Instead, he wanted to make a daylight strike at noon when the crews could fly in a tight formation that would better concentrate their defensive firepower. Kenny brushed Walker's argument aside. The Nip fighters were never up at dawn, he said. But at noon they would not only shoot up our bombers, but would ruin our bombing accuracy. I would rather have the bombers not in formation for a dawn attack than in formation for a show at noon which was certain to be intercepted. As it developed, Walker disobeyed Kenny. The bombers, 6 B-17s of the 43rd Bomb Group and 6 B-24s of the 90th Bomb Group, took off after dawn from Port Moresby with a planned time over target of noon. Their crews probably didn't know it, but at the same time they were climbing on course, Rabaul was being bombed. Indeed, 3 B-17s from the 43rd Bomb Group had been sent to attack the airfield at Lacunae near Rabaul. The reason for the mission is unclear. Perhaps it was intended to cause confusion before the main strike. Or maybe Walker sent it so that he could tell Kenny that he had complied with his order for a dawn raid. Regardless, One of the three aircraft was compelled to turn back, but the other two pressed on. When they arrived over the Rabaul area, they were stymied by a blanket of clouds left behind by a dissipating rainstorm. The two bomber crews crisscrossed the area, but Lakunai was hidden under the weather. They finally gave up and dumped their bombs on another nearby airfield, Vunakanau. A ragtag group of fighters raced to intercept them. A mix of Army Ki-43 Oscars and Navy Zeros, they paralleled the course of the B-17s, but out of gun range. After a short time, they raced ahead to gain separation, then turned back to make head-on attacks. Neither side scored during this initial gambit, and the Japanese pilots arced back around to make individual attacks from every quarter, braving the intensive firepower of the defending gunners. When the Japanese finally turned for home, the B-17s, badly damaged, limped south toward New Guinea. The gunners aboard the two bombers claimed a total of 7 enemy fighters shot down. For their part, the Oscar pilots declared they had shot down one of the B-17s. The truth was that none of the Japanese fighters were downed, although several were damaged. One of the B-17s was badly shot up and ditched near the New Guinea coast, while the other made an emergency landing near Buna. All the crewmen in both bombers survived. In fact, no one, Japanese or American, was killed in the encounter. Meanwhile, the small force of 12 bombers motored northeast for Rabaul. Walker had disobeyed Kenny by planning the attack for midday rather than dawn. Compounding that disobedience was the fact Walker was aboard the lead B-17, San Antonio Rose, as an observer. The reason he decided to fly the mission in defiance of Kenny's explicit order can only be guessed at. Perhaps it was intended as a direct snub to Kenny. It is also possible that he felt the mission was so important that his presence was imperative. There is also a chance that he didn't believe Kenny would find out. At any rate, he was excited about the mission, and was doubly excited about bringing along his new camera so that he might capture images of the action. Regardless, Walker was likely not thinking of Kenny as the bombers neared Rabaul's Simpson Harbor. The overcast layer that had so vexed the crews of the early morning mission had broken up into a few puffy clouds. In the harbor and the adjacent waters, the American crews saw dozens of Japanese ships. Most were transports and merchantmen, but there was a scattering of combatants as well. There was no way for them to know, but none of the vessels below were part of the convoy for which they were searching. It had already sailed. Strangely, and counter to Kenny's warning, the B-17s and B-24s remained unmolested by Japanese fighters. None were in sight. The aircraft drifted apart, flying at about 9,000 feet, as each crew selected a target. The first bursts of anti-aircraft fire pocked the sky as the bombers closed the distance to the harbor. Soon after, the aircraft began releasing their loads. Great geysers reached skyward as bombs splashed into the harbor. There were no direct hits, but the Keifuku Maru, a support ship, suffered 2 near misses which collapsed its sides and caused it to break in half. Other near misses set several of the ships afire. None of them sank, but some of the damage was substantial, 20 men being killed aboard one vessel. No doubt influenced by the smoke and fire, the American crews claimed to have hit 11 ships, a grossly inflated number. The anti-aircraft fire intensified as the bombers turned back toward the south. The crews saw fighters racing down the runways at both Lakunai and Vunakanau. B-17 pilot Fred Wesha recalled the strike. Anyway, we went over the target and all of us got attacked. I was shot up. Nobody was injured, fortunately, but the airplane was kind of banged up a little bit. We had to break formation over the target to bomb individually, and then we were supposed to form up immediately after crossing the target, but no sooner had we dropped our bombs and my tail gunner says, "Hey, there's somebody in trouble behind us." That somebody was the crew, including Walker, aboard San Antonio Rose. It had earlier been seen turning over the harbor, lower than the rest of the aircraft, presumably to take photographs of the raid's effects. It trailed smoke from one of its engines and was being dogged by 2 or 3 Japanese fighters. None of the other bomber crews descended to help protect the stricken aircraft. More enemy fighters arrived, and it became clear that there was little that could be done. Wesha watched the B-17 nose over, obviously headed for a cloud bank with the whole cloud of fighters on top of him. There must have been about 15 or 20 fighters. Of course, they gang up on a cripple, you know, but he disappeared into a cloud bank and we never saw him again. In fact, no one ever saw San Antonio Rose again. Walker's aircraft was one of 3 bombers lost on the mission. His, another B-17, and a B-24. Most of the men from the other 2 aircraft survived and were rescued. Still, it was a 25% loss rate for a raid that destroyed only 1 ship. Kenny couldn't afford to lose aircraft at that tempo. And the chief objective of the raid, the lie-bound convoy, hadn't even been found. Surprisingly, Kenny did not intend to fire Walker if he survived and was returned to Allied hands. I told General MacArthur that as soon as Walker showed up, I was going to give him a reprimand and send him to Australia on leave for a couple of weeks. MacArthur replied that if Walker did not make it back, he was going to recommend him for the Medal of Honor, the nation's highest award for valor. Walker, who disregarded his superior officer's orders, did nothing other than get dead for his trouble. He certainly did nothing that merited such an award. Many men had been shot down, and many more would be. Mostly lieutenants and enlisted men, they typically received no special recognition. Rather, their parents were sent Purple Heart medals through the mail. But MacArthur loved attention, and decorating Walker, a brigadier general, would bring a certain degree of that. Walker did not return. Search crews sent out in the days after the raid came back with nothing useful, although many were engaged by Japanese fighters. Indeed, a B-24 was shot down on January 6, 1943. During this time, the convoy, the original target of the mission, was discovered and attacked, albeit ineffectually, on January 7th. As was typical of MacArthur, when it was announced on January 11th that Walker had been shot down, the effects of the raid were overinflated. An Australian newspaper repeated the claims that 9 or 11 enemy ships were destroyed. The same article quoted MacArthur's comment regarding Walker's performance. Much of the efficiency of the bombardment command of the 5th U.S. Air Force is due to his exceptional brilliance and courage. MacArthur's staff wrote a citation for the Medal of Honor, which described several accomplishments that were artfully created out of virtually nothing. The question was reasonably raised as to whether or not Walker's actions were consistent with those required for the award. Evidently, that question was satisfactorily answered, or ignored, as President Roosevelt presented Walker's oldest son with the medal a couple of months later on March 23rd. No trace of Walker or the wreck of San Antonio Rose has ever been found. Some accounts indicate that the pilot and co-pilot survived, only to be captured by the Japanese on New Britain Island, where they subsequently died, or were murdered. No credible evidence exists of Walker surviving, and it is assumed that he was killed by the enemy fighters, or in the subsequent crash. The Japanese convoy that Kenny had ordered Walker to destroy at Rabaul on January 5, 1943, sailed unmolested for Lai. It included 5 transport ships, 4 destroyers, and a light cruiser. The Japanese had given it the code name of Operation 18. Shrouded by poor weather and protected by screens of fighters, it remained undetected for the first part of the voyage. However, during the early morning darkness of January 7th, Squadron Leader T.V. Stokes of the RAAF's 20 Squadron, at the controls of a PBY Catalina flying boat, discovered it on course for Lai. Stokes radioed the information to another RAAF Catalina crew led by Squadron Leader David Vernon of 11 Squadron. Vernon had just bombed and strafed the Japanese airstrip at Gasmata. Although he expended 4 250-pound general-purpose bombs during that attack, he still carried 4 250-pound anti-submarine bombs. Vernon arrived at the reported location and skimmed through thin clouds looking for the reported convoy. The crew finally spotted 5 transports with a destroyer in the lead and 1 to each side. Vernon angled his aircraft toward the enemy vessels, but was called off by his navigator and bomb aimer, George Leslie. The approach didn't suit Leslie, and he directed Vernon to turn away and set up for a stern re-attack. Vernon added power and hauled the big aircraft into a turn, careful in the dark and the rain and the mist not to fly into the water. The roar of his two engines bounced across the waves and was no doubt subsumed by the dull reverberations created by the enemy ships as they powered their way through those same waves. Vernon and his crew remained undetected, and the enemy put up no anti-aircraft fire. Vernon was anxious not to lose contact with the Japanese ships. Dawn approached, and the Catalina was not just a large target, but also a slow one. Darkness was the crew's only protection, and if the convoy slipped from view, they might not relocate it in time to attack before sunrise. Directed by Leslie, Vernon brought the Catalina up from behind the convoy on roughly the same course it was sailing. The vessel they targeted was the Nichiryu Maru, a transport. As Vernon closed on the ship, the 4 remaining bombs were let go. The enemy ship was hit lengthwise by 3 of them, and the resultant explosions were so violent that the crew believed the ship must have been an ammunition carrier. The stricken transport carried approximately 1,100 men, of which more than 400 were killed outright or were trapped aboard when it finally slipped under the surface the following day. The survivors were picked up by the accompanying destroyers. Through the rest of that day, January 7th, the convoy was attacked by both American and Australian aircraft. B-17s, B-25s, B-26s, P-40s, Hudsons, Beauforts, and A-20s. However, the attacks were ill-coordinated and produced disappointing results despite the determination of the flyers. One transport, the Myoko Maru, was bombed and forced to beach itself at Malahang, not far from Lai. Although its engine was destroyed and several men were wounded, there was no loss of life, and the ship's mission of delivering men and material was essentially met. It was the victim of P-40s from the 49th Fighter Group's 7th Fighter Squadron. The engagement was intense, and although the Japanese accounts do not align perfectly with the American descriptions, there is no doubt that it was the Myoko Maru that was hit. The 49th described the action in more detail. The 2 flights designated for the bombing contacted the ships 20 miles east of Salamua in a convoy with 3 other transports, 3 destroyers, and a cruiser. First Lieutenants A.T. House Jr. and Claude S. Burtnett picked the rear transport, while 5 other P-40s dive-bombed the first transport. Lieutenant House's 2 300-pound bombs exploded right under the stern of the ship. Lieutenant Burtnett did not observe his bombs bursting, but saw smoke rising from the stern when he looked back. The transport went down by the stern and sank. The declaration that the ship was sunk was clearly not true, as the Myoko Maru was run aground where it remained for years until it was eventually scrapped. While House and Burtnett scored hits on one ship, Franklin Nichols put his bombs into the side of another transport, not more than 3 feet from the hull, probably springing the plates and severely damaging the ship. The P-40 pilots then swept down on the ships to strafe them despite heavy anti-aircraft fire. They could see the Jap soldiers, the 49th noted, bowled over like so many 10-pins. The 49th's 8th Fighter Squadron put up 16 aircraft later that afternoon. Half of them, 2 flights of 4, were tasked to strafe the transports, while the other 2 flights were to provide cover against enemy fighters. Ernest Harris led a flight of strafers. "Before reaching the target," he said, "we were attacked by Zeros. My flight split up and engaged the enemy. I continued on and strafed one transport. I observed pieces flying from the deck of the ship, but was unable to observe other damage." Harris pulled out of his dive and looked skyward at a tumbling whirl of American and Japanese fighters. He immediately climbed toward the fight, where he spotted a Zero chasing a P-40. He attacked it. I closed in on him, shooting, and saw him burst into flames. Harris pointed his fighter at another enemy fighter and fired his guns again. The Zero shed chunks of itself, rolled out of control, and fell into a cloud layer. "I immediately pulled up and made a pass at a third Zero," Harris said. "I pressed the attack to a very close range and fired 2 bursts into him and saw my bullets striking him approximately at the cockpit. The Zero began spiraling down, seemingly out of control, into the clouds. I dove, circling the clouds and getting under them. There, burning on the water's surface, was the Japanese aircraft he had just shot down. Nearby, 2 separate circles of disturbed water and wreckage marked the impacts of the other fighters he had destroyed." The aerial combat that day was fierce, and the 49th put in claims for 15 enemy aircraft destroyed at the cost of 1 pilot. Eugene Dickey's P-40 was shot up and he bailed out. He landed in the sea only about 75 yards from the shoreline. He was last seen swimming for the beach, but disappeared, and his fate remains unknown. The Japanese convoy finally reached Lai late on January 7, 1943, minus 2 of its 5 transports, the Miyoko Maru and the Nichiryu Maru. Ironically, those 2 ships were taken out of action not by one or more of the different types of bombers that the Allies sent after them, but by a flying boat and a fighter. It was an apt example of the ethos at the time, which was to get the job done, no matter the means. The RAAF flying boats, which had found and struck the Lai-bound Japanese convoy, Operation 18, were PBY Catalinas. Designed and manufactured by Consolidated Aircraft in the United States, the type first entered service with the Navy in 1936. Big and slow, and powered by 2 engines integrated into a braced parasol wing, the aircraft was often referred to as Dumbo, presumably in reference to the Disney elephant character. But used by all the nation's services and many different air forces around the world, the type excelled at a huge spectrum of roles. It served as a reconnaissance aircraft and was key to the U.S. victory at Midway. It was a patrol bomber and a torpedo bomber. The PBY carried men and equipment and performed clandestine missions behind enemy lines. It also evacuated civilians and military personnel from hotspots around the world, and to the men it pulled from the sea in the combat search and rescue role, it was the most beautiful aircraft they had ever seen. The type's ruggedness, reliability, range, payload, and endurance gave it a versatility that made it invaluable. Its effectiveness in virtually every role it was assigned was later enhanced by the addition of airborne radar. And although it was big and slow, it carried enough guns to make itself a prickly target. Over the waters surrounding New Guinea, it was primarily operated by the Navy and the RAAF, but later in the war was also flown by the 5th Air Force in smaller numbers as the OA-10. Ultimately, it provided the Allies with capabilities that could not be matched by any other aircraft. 12. Send troops immediately. Many tasks needed doing at the start of 1943, and one of them was dealing with the approximately 4,000 Japanese that had been delivered to Lai by the convoy. It became apparent that those troops were to be sent against the Australian outpost at Wau, which had started as a gold mining town during the 1920s. Surrounded by formidable brush-covered terrain, it sat at just more than 3,000 feet elevation and was unreachable by road. Limited supplies and material could be brought in by foot on primitive tracks, but only with great difficulty. However, serviced by high-priced air transport during the early days of aviation, it had grown into a substantial community of 3,000, with hotels and other businesses, as well as its own electrical grid. Still, its single kunai grass airstrip offered challenges, as it was only about 3,000 feet in length and tilted substantially toward the south. A set of mountains to the south compounded the danger, and perpetually poor weather was icing on the cake. Crashes were frequent. Landings were made to the south, toward the mountains. As the airstrip tilted dramatically upward, the sight picture presented to the pilots confused them into descending too low on the approach, and it was not uncommon for them to land with tree branches lodged in their landing gear. The mountains at the opposite end precluded them from going around for another try. Success on the first landing attempt was literally a life-or-death imperative. Wau was evacuated at the beginning of the war, and at the start of 1943 the area was garrisoned with several hundred Australians of the quasi-guerrilla Conga Force. Their numbers were buttressed by several hundred more Papuan militiamen. Although they mounted occasional raids against Japanese outposts and patrols, their primary mission was reconnaissance. They also aided downed Allied airmen, as they had with John Jackson, the commander of the RAAF's 75 Squadron, the previous April. Situated as it was, only 45 miles southwest of Lai and 30 miles west of Salamaua, and as the only substantial Allied presence in that part of New Guinea, Wau was a threat to the Japanese. And the Japanese wanted to take it. Not only would doing so remove it as a potential base from which the Allies could attack their forces at Lai and Salamaua, but it could serve as a jumping-off point from which the Japanese might mount another overland assault against Port Moresby. Moreover, they had 4,000 recently arrived troops ready for the job. The men were put aboard barges almost immediately after disembarking at Lai and were moved 20 miles south to Salamaua. Once ashore, there was no way to Wau but by foot, and Japanese patrols started moving inland by January 12th. The approach to Wau from that direction wasn't as unforgiving as it was from Port Moresby, but the Japanese were compelled to carry on their backs whatever food and ammunition they needed. Still, their numbers were great enough to overwhelm the much smaller Conga force. By that time, it was clear to the Allies what the Japanese intended, and it was also clear that Wau had to be reinforced. A race was underway. Trekking men and material overland from the Port Moresby area to Wau wasn't reasonable at that time. The Allies were building a road to cover part of the distance, but its completion was months away, and it certainly would not be ready in time for the coming fight at Wau. Consequently, there was no other option but air transport. On the other hand, the air transport available in New Guinea at that time numbered less than 30 C-47s of the 374th Troop Carrier Group. The other bad news was that those aircraft were already heavily committed in support of the American and Australian troops fighting at Buna and Gona. Still, the threat facing Wau constituted an emergency, and aircraft were allocated to bring in more Australian reinforcements as well as ammunition and other supplies. The aircraft which would play such an important role at Wau was the Douglas C-47 Skytrain, a transport aircraft. In the context of the air campaign fought over and from New Guinea, any number of candidates can be reasonably nominated as the aircraft that was most critical to the Allied cause. The P-40 certainly merits mention as having helped hold the line against the various Japanese air offensives during the early fighting. And the B-25 is definitely worthy of discussion, especially as a low-level strafer and skip bomber. The P-38 was better than any of the Japanese fighters and allowed the bombers to operate at extended ranges. Perhaps the last contender to come to mind is the C-47. A twin-engine, low-wing monoplane, the C-47 was a militarized variant of the civilian DC-3 airliner and was an aerial pickup truck that quickly moved people, parts, and material where they needed to be. Able to accommodate 28 fully loaded combat troops, or up to 7,000 pounds of cargo, it was built with an especially reinforced fuselage, strengthened floor decking, and cargo doors that could accommodate paratroopers and outsized equipment. And when troops needed to be quickly moved to the fighting, as was the case at Wau, there was no better option than the C-47. Exceedingly rugged and reliable, it was also easy to fly and readily maintained in the primitive conditions so typical of New Guinea. Indeed, it was used in every theater of the war. No less a figure than Dwight Eisenhower declared that it was one of the 4 pieces of equipment that enabled the Allies to win the war, the other 3 being the Jeep, the bazooka, and the atom bomb. The first C-47s arrived at Wau on January 14th, as the Japanese hacked through the jungle, marching ever closer. The airlift was a fitful effort, as clouds regularly hid the airfield and left the C-47 crews with no choice but to return to Port Moresby with their loads. Or quite often they waited anxiously at Port Moresby with their troops and cargoes at readiness until the airfield at Wau was reported clear. Too many days it was not. Still, it was arguable that the caution was warranted as the combination of poor weather, rugged terrain, and a marginal airfield caused 3 crashes during the middle part of January. Allied planners had to be judicious with their load plans, as troops without ammunition and food were useless, and ammunition and food were equally useless if there were no soldiers to which they could be delivered. And an aircraft that was grossly overloaded or sent into bad weather was worse than useless if it crashed. Likewise, losing a plane load of troops for just about any reason other than enemy action was akin to manslaughter. Australian patrols had been clashing with lead elements of the Japanese force almost since the day the Japanese started their march. To buttress those efforts, Australian reinforcements were briefed and sent directly into the scrub soon after climbing down from the C-47s. Nevertheless, the Japanese remained unperturbed and doggedly chopped their way along old, disused tracks and, as necessary, through virgin jungle. Not only did they race against the Allied reinforcement effort at Wau, but they also hurried against the diminishing supplies of food and ammunition they carried on their backs. The airfield bumped along. Weather and aircraft availability continued to hamper the Allied reinforcement efforts. However, the Japanese at Buna and Gona, 150 miles to the southeast, were defeated during this period, which consequently freed more C-47s for the fight at Wau. An even bigger windfall was the arrival of the 317th Troop Carrier Group in Australia with more than 50 new C-47s. These aircraft had left the States earlier that month at the same time that the convoy that carried Wau's besiegers was dodging air attacks. The 317th's aircraft were hastily moved up to New Guinea and began flying missions immediately. But it didn't matter how many aircraft were available if weather kept them on the ground. Indeed, at the end of the day on January 28th, it seemed that all the effort and resources spent up to that point would prove too little, too late. Gambling that more men would be flown in that same day, the commander at Wau had sent the bulk of his forces as far forward as possible to harry and confuse the Japanese. But the gamble didn't pay off, as only 4 C-47s found their way through the clouds and mist. Meanwhile, the Australian defenders hunkered down against Japanese mortar rounds and machine gun fire. And then, from Port Moresby, where men and aircraft had waited anxiously all day, came the message that none of the Conga force wanted to believe. Flying ceased owing to weather. A Japanese patrol reached the town of Wau in the early evening, less than a mile from the airstrip. Australian units fell back for the final defense as the enemy troops advanced. Heavy rain made the black of night blacker, and soldiers from both sides passed within yards of each other in the dense brush without engaging. An Australian ambulance driver watched the progress of the battle. You could see the enemy in the blackness of night, fighting their way along the valley floor to the aerodrome by their flashes and the noise of the increasing battle. Suddenly, I realized our isolation and the fact that without the airstrip, we were finished. The desperate situation at Wau was not lost on the Allied leadership at Port Moresby. Everything was readied for an all-out effort to begin as soon as possible the following day, January 29th. A message was sent to the commander at Wau. All troops ready for action. Advise by most immediate message signal you will use to indicate safe for aircraft to land at Wau. Best of luck. The morning effort on January 29th was made up of 30 C-47s. They were scheduled to fly in 5-6 aircraft formations, arriving at 30-minute intervals. The pilots were reminded again of the grass airstrip's particular dangers. At 3,000 feet it was not overly short, but only the last 700 feet were usable, as the remainder had been ruined by bombs and mortars. However, because the airstrip tilted so dramatically uphill in the direction they were to land, getting stopped would pose no problems. Takeoffs were to be made downhill in the opposite direction. And because gravity would help to accelerate the aircraft, and because the aircraft would be loaded with little more than the wounded, they would have no issues getting airborne in such a short distance. It was additionally stressed to the pilots that they had no choice but to make a successful landing on the first try. The mountains rising beyond the far end of the airstrip made second attempts impossible. Indeed, the mountain slopes wore the wreckage of several aircraft, which underscored that fact. Essentially, the pilots were told that if they failed to make a successful first landing, they and everyone aboard their aircraft would die. They were also informed, probably needlessly, that the Japanese would try to shoot them down. Finally, they were reminded that this sort of hazardous duty was why they received flight pay, and that this was the day to earn it. But flight pay or not, the crews of the American C-47s, as well as the Australian soldiers they were tasked to carry, were eager to go. If they didn't understand the strategic imperative of winning the fight, they still knew that their comrades were in desperate need of help. No doubt the great majority of them would have been happy to forego their flight pay so long as they were given a chance to fly the mission. And happily for the Allies, they were. But not at first light. At dawn, the airstrip was still blanketed by a layer of clouds above which American fighters droned back and forth, ready to send a signal to Port Moresby as soon as the sun burned it away. In the meantime, the Japanese renewed their attacks on the airfield with mortar, machine gun, and rifle fire. Finally, at about 0800, the men of Conga Force raised their faces toward a brightening sky which was quickly turning from gray to blue. The fighters notified Port Moresby with a message, and the commander at WOW backed it up with another. WOW airdrome still ours. Valley open. Send troops immediately. Loaded with men and equipment, the first C-47s climbed out of Port Moresby and turned northwest. Partway along the route, they dropped down low into the creases of the mountains and valleys and canyons where they wouldn't be silhouetted against the sky and easy to detect by enemy fighter pilots. Above them flew an escort of friendly fighters. It was demanding flying, and exhilarating were it not so dangerous. The transport pilots pushed their aircraft through mountain mists and rain showers, almost brushing the treetops as they crested the spines of various peaks, and then pushed their aircraft over to accelerate down the opposite slopes. Flying through, not above, the jagged terrain, it seemed that the aircraft would catch their wingtips on rocky slopes or in the spreading branches of one of the multitudes of massive trees that reached out from the jungled ridges. Some of the soldiers, flying for the first time in their lives, retched their breakfasts into their laps or atop their boots. Still locked in battle with the Japanese, the mood of the defenders at WOW matched the brightening morning sky. It turned to near ebullience an hour later as the C-47s fell like a cascade on the little airstrip. They came in flights of 6, landing in quick succession. Reaching the end of the grassy landing area, 3 aircraft turned to the right and spun themselves around to face inward, while the other 3 did the same on the left. The crews did not shut down their engines but kept them turning while their cargo doors were thrown open and the troops inside jumped clear and their cargoes were unloaded. That done, the C-47 pilots waited for the wounded to be loaded and then took off as quickly as possible so that the aircraft circling overhead could land. The Australian soldiers went immediately from their aircraft into the fight. There were instances when men were wounded so quickly, within minutes, that they were evacuated aboard the same aircraft that flew them to the airstrip. But leaving the battlefield was no guarantee of safety, as the aircraft were fired upon as they took off, just as when they had landed. The C-47 crews of the 374th and 317th Troop Carrier Groups continued their heroic efforts until well into the afternoon of January 29th. By the end of the day, 57 sorties had delivered 814 men and many tons of material. Had they not done so, the fight for WOW would likely have ended before noon. The reinforcements did help to stymie the Japanese advance, but the situation remained exceedingly grave. The Australians were still outnumbered, and the enemy soldiers had virtually surrounded the airstrip. On the other hand, the Australians had the advantage of defensive positions and tighter and more coherent lines of communication. Fighting continued through the night. The weather was good on the following day, January 30th, and the airlift from Port Moresby to WOW resumed immediately. It was do-or-die time for the Japanese. Although they still outnumbered the Australians, the supplies of food and ammunition they carried were nearly depleted, Should they not take the airstrip that day or the next, the Allied airlift was certain to tip the advantage away and they would never succeed. The Japanese consequently peppered the airstrip with mortar rounds, each carried to Wau by hand, and made desperate rifle charges with a fierceness that took them to the edge of the airstrip on several occasions. Each time they were pushed back into the brush. Meanwhile, the men at the airstrip had nearly perfected the drill. Even as they endured enemy sniper fire, they unloaded the aircraft in minutes and quickly reloaded them with wounded. The pilots and crews grew more expert at operating from the primitive airstrip, even though the ground was increasingly rutted by a volume of traffic the airstrip was never intended to endure. The pop of bullets punching into their aircraft was muted by the engines, as was the shouting of the Australian soldiers as they leapt out. The clanking and scraping of equipment and supplies being pulled through the cargo doors added to the cacophony. In effect, the airstrip onto which the pilots manhandled their aircraft was not just the prize they were helping to secure, but the battlefield itself. And it didn't happen without tragedy. A pilot misjudged his approach and landed too far down the already shortened landing area. He was unable to get the heavily loaded C-47 stopped, and it shot toward two other aircraft, striking one and spinning around to smash into another. One of its propellers slashed into the cockpit of the second aircraft and hacked a leg from one of the pilots. He survived. Perhaps the most critical cargo of the entire battle was flown into Wau that morning. The men unloaded two carefully disassembled 25-pounder field guns. These were versatile artillery pieces that fired 25-pound shells of approximately 3.5 inches in diameter. Transporting such a large weapon by air, together with nearly 700 rounds of ammunition, was an achievement that proved decisive. The guns were assembled and ready for action within 2 hours of being unloaded, and it was just in time. A column of approximately 300 Japanese troops, practically in parade formation, marched toward the airfield. The enemy soldiers made a perfect artillery target, and the guns went into action, literally blowing them into pieces and throwing those pieces in every direction. Many of the Japanese soldiers who survived the initial barrage fled into high kunai grass. The Australian artillerymen switched from high explosive shells to white phosphorus. These shells blasted phosphorus fragments into the grass and into the men who hid in the grass, setting both afire. Great clots of white, suffocating phosphorus smoke billowed skyward. The kunai grass burned black, and the Japanese burned with it. Those that didn't die immediately screamed and ran directionless, their clothes and hair and skin afire. At the same time, a flight of bowfighters from the RAAF's 30 Squadron roared overhead and sprayed the Japanese with cannon and machine gun fire. There followed a massive blast as an ammunition dump exploded and literally lifted the surrounding earth, killing more enemy soldiers. The combined air and artillery fire stopped the enemy assault before it could take the airstrip. That day, January 30th, 1943, was the high water mark of the Japanese attempt to take Wau. The Australians, reinforced by 66 plane loads of men and cargo on that day alone, held the airstrip while inflicting grievous casualties. The fighting continued for the next several days, as did the airlift, but never again did the situation become so desperate. The Australian defenders grew in strength until their numbers exceeded 3,000. Finally, on February 4th, the Japanese commander ordered a withdrawal. While Japanese soldiers were grubbing and fighting through the brush and jungle around Wau, and doing it on diminishing supplies of food and ammunition, a unit likely based at Lai or Salamaua attempted to spoof the fighters assigned to escort the C-47s. The 49th Fighter Group noted these efforts. On the 31st of January, both the 7th and 8th Squadron pilots who herded transports to Wau reported that a Japanese ground station attempted to confuse them with false radio chatter. A high-pitched voice chimed in on their radios in English, ordering them to do such things as land, drop their bombs, investigate plottings, etc. Occasionally, orders were given to flights which were not even in the air at the time. It is curious that, although they were active elsewhere, Japanese air units failed to make an appearance over WoW during this period. During those several days that the weather was clear enough for the Americans to fly more than 100 C-47 sorties into the primitive airstrip, it was also clear enough for the Japanese to send fighters to interdict them. It was true that the transports were escorted by American fighters, but even so, the chaos caused by even a few Japanese fighters would have significantly disrupted operations. It wasn't until February 6, 1943, after the battle was won, that Japanese aircraft showed in force. On that morning, a flight of 9 Kawasaki Ki-48 Lily bombers, escorted by 29 Ki-43 Oscars, attacked WoW. They caught 4 C-47s on the ground, as well as an RAAF Wirraway. 5 C-47s circling overhead fled for Port Moresby. The C-47s on the ground got airborne, but one of them crashed into a mountainside, killing its entire crew. The Wirraway was destroyed by a bomb, and 3 personnel were killed on the ground. P-39s of the 35th Fighter Group and P-40s and P-38s of the 49th Fighter Group raced to intercept the enemy raiders. Claims, which are impossible to reconcile, were made for several bombers and more than 20 of the fighters which the American flyers mistook for Zeros. The P-39 pilots alone claimed to have downed 11 aircraft. David Harbour was a P-38 pilot with the 49th Fighter Group's 9th Fighter Squadron. Over the WoW area at 20,000 feet, he and the other members of his flight spotted a number of enemy fighters tangled with another flight of P-38s. "I dived with 4 other P-38s at a zero breaking from the fight," he said. "He entered a cloud and the other P-38s pulled up to avoid the cloud and mountains." Harbour turned around the clouds hoping to find the enemy aircraft. Instead, he spotted another. "I attacked with a long deflection shot from about 100 to 200 yards and saw my tracers enter his plane. He jerked left and dived into the side of the mountain from about 200 feet above the ground instead of pulling out." Harbour snatched back on his control yoke to keep from smashing into the mountain himself. "As I climbed, I saw the smoke from the undergrowth in which the plane crashed. This Zero, Ki-43, had a wide blue or black circle, band, around the fuselage, just forward of the tail." At the same time the Allies were beating the Japanese at WoW, they were also scratching out or improving airstrips on the north side of New Guinea, particularly in the Popondetta and Dobodura areas. From there, the 5th Air Force could better support Australian and American Army units as they mopped up the remnants of the Japanese in the Bunagona area. Pushing the Japanese back along the Kokora track to the Bunagona area, from where they had started their march to Port Moresby the previous year, had been one of the most miserable and grueling combat actions of the war. It had been made so by disease, a harsh environment, a paucity of material, a fierce enemy, and poor generalship on MacArthur's part. And it had been accomplished at catastrophic cost as 1 man of every 11 perished in the fighting. It was a casualty rate that very nearly met the literal and original definition of decimation. The campaign had been part of the larger necessity, which was to neutralize or destroy the Japanese in New Guinea so that MacArthur could make the jump to the Philippines. Air power was critical to that plan, and Port Moresby's airfield complex, as robust as it was not capable of supporting it. This wasn't news to anyone with a map. Should the Allies succeed in their westward advance across the top of New Guinea, Port Moresby would eventually be too far away to be relevant. Indeed, during the summer of 1942, while the airfields at Port Moresby were still being finished and improved, the Allies were already scouting potential airfield sites near the northern coast across the Owen Stanley Range. The area offered major advantages. Importantly, it was closer to the fighting already underway at Bunagona. It was also closer to major Japanese bases such as Rabaul to the northeast and Wewak to the west. Aside from allowing the bombers to hit heretofore unreachable targets and to carry bigger loads of bombs, this proximity would also allow fighter units to protect the bombers out to greater ranges. Another very real benefit would be the elimination of the Owen Stanley Range and its attendant weather as a navigational hazard. The thunderheads that typically towered over those peaks turned missions around too often. Or crews sometimes flew into shrouds of clouds only to smash into the mountains they hid. Violent thunderstorms tossed aircraft like toys, or even tore them apart. And weather aside, the Owen Stanley Range was an imposing physical obstacle, rising to just more than 13,000 feet. Aircraft damaged in combat or suffering mechanical issues were often unable to climb high enough to fly back to Port Moresby. Trapped on the wrong side of New Guinea, if they were unable to reach Milne Bay at the island's far eastern tip, they had little choice but to go down in the jungle or along the coast. There they could hope for help from the natives, but they also risked injury or death by any number of causes, or capture by the Japanese. Leif Jack Sverdrup and his team scouted the sites that eventually became the massive Dobodura airfield complex. Sverdrup, born in Norway and educated in the United States, was a big project engineer with a reputation for bulldogging the toughest jobs through to completion. A physically imposing man, he was running an airfield project on an island in the Pacific at the start of the war and was commissioned as a colonel directly into the Army. He personally reconnoitered potential routes for moving men and material through the Owen Stanley Range. Kenny, who appreciated a man who got things done, remembered him as a tall, blonde reincarnation of Leif Erikson. For some reason or other, Kenny said, Sverdrup had worked miracles with the natives, who seemed to be willing to work harder and longer hours for him than for anyone else. In fact, Sverdrup led the natives in clearing several strips out of the kunai grass during the latter half of 1942. On November 8th, C-47s began bringing in elements of the 32nd Infantry Division preparatory to the Bunagona assault. Soon after, engineering units were brought in with their equipment to create proper airfields. With the Japanese pushed out of the area by early 1943, engineers went to work with a vengeance on an airfield complex at Dobodura. Within months, these airfields, 15 of them, were at the heart of the 5th Air Force's operations and remained so until the latter part of 1943. Stories of air combat typically record extraordinary performances of bravery, as few readers and listeners are interested in accounts of routine missions during which nothing noteworthy occurs. And only rarely found are descriptions of events during which our fathers and grandfathers utterly came apart or broke under the pressure of combat. However, these sorts of occurrences were part of the fighting that took place all over the world, and they were experienced by all sides. No man was perfect. An example was described by James Murphy, a B-17 pilot with the 43rd Bomb Group. During an attack by enemy fighters, Murphy noticed that the enemy pilots concentrated on one side of his aircraft, and with some success. During the fight, I had asked twice why we were getting our ass shot off on the one side. I had not received an answer. When the zeros were gone, I got out of my seat and went back to the waist of the airplane. I found the gunner lying down below his gun with his head buried in his arms. I knew then why we had been hit so hard on that side. He had fired very little ammunition. I pulled out my .45 caliber pistol, pointed it at his head, and told him to get up and get back on his gun. His eyes were ablaze, and he started to cry. Murphy holstered his pistol and talked with the man, reasoning with him so that he might regain his composure. He had never previously exhibited such behavior, had in fact been a stalwart member of the crew. A short time later, the man was back at his gun. And it was a good thing. A few minutes later, Murphy's aircraft was attacked again. This time, the shaken gunner performed as he always had, employing his weapon with deadly accuracy and showing no fear. Murphy had several private conversations with the gunner following the mission. It was a difficult thing for Murphy and the tens of thousands of heavy bomber pilots like him. They commanded 10-man combat crews flying aircraft that were worth more than the small towns from which many of them came. In that role, they were compelled to serve not only as skilled pilots, but also as leaders, counselors, friends, and sometimes disciplinarians. And as most of them were still in their early 20s, they had little life experience to draw from. "I'm not sure how his problem was solved," said Murphy, "but it was solved. He remained with us on the crew and performed in an outstanding manner on every mission for the rest of the time we were there." 13. It was more than I could stand. The sea route from Rabaul to Lai, which sat in a unique crotch of geography on New Guinea's northern coast, stretched only about 450 nautical miles. This was a distance which Rear Admiral Masatomi Kimura's 3rd Destroyer Flotilla, 8 ships in all, could have sailed in a day. But they were not at sea simply to make a brisk trip down the coast of New Britain and across the Bismarck Sea. Instead, they were charged with escorting 8 transport ships to Lai on New Guinea's northern coast. Those ships were slow, and Kimura was compelled to travel at only about 7 knots to maintain the integrity of the formation. Kimura didn't like the math. His convoy, which the Japanese had given the code name of Operation 81, would be exposed to attack for much of the voyage. Although it was unlikely that Allied warships would sortie in strength to attack him, aircraft were another matter entirely. Since the heady days a year earlier when the Japanese rampaged across the Pacific almost unopposed, the Allied air forces, American and Australian, had grown considerably in strength. They had played a pivotal role in the recent destruction of the Japanese forces at Buna and Gona, and their attacks against the Japanese shipping that sailed between Rabaul and New Guinea were growing in frequency, size, and effectiveness. A similar convoy had been caught by Allied aircraft only a couple of months earlier on January 7th. Although the attacks that day and the next had been a manic mess, in which the Americans and Australians attacked in small, ill-coordinated formations, or even as singles, an RAAF PBY Catalina did sink a large transport, and an American P-40 ruined another, forcing it to beach itself. But having launched more than 400 fighter and bomber sorties, Allied expectations had rightly been higher. Consequently, they had taken lessons from this effort, and Japanese commanders were very much aware that Kimura and his destroyer flotilla might fail to get the transport safely to Lai. Indeed, wargaming exercises by Japanese planners predicted that Operation 81 might lose 40% of its vessels. Still, Kimura had been promised a protective umbrella of fighters during daylight when he would be most vulnerable. The promised protection, provided by both Army and Navy units variously based at Rabaul, Lai, and Kavieng on New Ireland, was to be continuous and in considerable strength. Rather than flying in mixed formations, one service was tasked to fly half the day, while the other was to cover the other part of the day. A6M0s made up the Navy's contribution, while the Army flew Ki-43 Oscars. Indeed, although he couldn't see them through the clouds, Kimura knew there were more than 20 fighters orbiting overhead that very moment. He was glad for the clouds. The weather offered cover against Allied air patrols. If he wasn't discovered, he couldn't be attacked. Indeed, were it in his power, he would have made the weather worse. The ships in the convoy carried more than 6,000 soldiers, primarily from the Japanese Army's 51st Division, as well as a contingent of several hundred Marines. Desperately needed material, equipment, and fuel were also embarked. All of it was necessary if Japan was going to hold the territory it had captured in northern New Guinea. Safely delivered, it would pose an enormous risk to MacArthur's ground forces. Consequently, it was not just important to the Japanese that Kimura's flotilla of destroyers succeed in getting the convoy safely to its destination, it was absolutely critical. Kimura's 8 destroyers and crews had seen considerable combat, including action in the Philippines, the Java Sea, the Battle of Midway, Guadalcanal, and elsewhere. Included in the group were the Asashio, Arashio, Asagumo, Tokitsukaze, Yukikaze, Shikinami, Shirayuki, and Uranami. Notably, the crew of the Yukikaze had helped to sink 2 American destroyers at Guadalcanal a few months earlier, on the night of November 13, 1942. The transports the destroyers escorted varied in size from 950 tons to 8,125 tons, and 2 of them, Kyokusei Maru and the Teo Maru, had been built in the West, the former in Canada and the latter in Germany. The other vessels were Oigawa Maru, Taimei Maru, Shin-Ai Maru, Ayo Maru, Kembu Maru, and Nojima. All the transports were owned by commercial companies except the Nojima, which was operated by the Navy. Kimura didn't know that the Allies were aware he was underway. American intelligence personnel had broken Japanese codes not completely, but to such a degree that they determined a major Japanese convoy was set to sortie from Rabaul at the end of February. On February 25th, we got some information indicating that a big Jap convoy was scheduled to arrive in Lai sometime early in March, Kenny said. Several cargo and transport vessels escorted by destroyers appeared to be coming from Rabaul, and some others were coming from Palau. Word was quickly sent to the 5th's units in New Guinea, and the next few days were spent preparing for what Kenny characterized as the big brawl. Normal operations were reduced to give ground crews the time they needed to ensure as many aircraft as possible were available for the coming fight. Some aircraft were flown north from Port Moresby to the new airstrips at Dobadura, not only to get closer to the coming fight, but also to eliminate the possibility of being grounded in the event of bad weather over Port Moresby or the Owen Stanley Range. Kenny's staff crafted a plan that emphasized timing and the concentration of mass. Although the heavy bombers were to make periodic attacks once the Japanese were discovered, to fatigue the enemy sailors and perhaps inflict some damage, the main blow was designed to bring the full weight of the 5th's forces to bear. In particular, Kenny wanted to hit the Japanese hard with the B-25s, which had been modified as commerce destroyers. The Allies chose the southern end of the Vitiaz Strait, the passage that separated New Britain from New Guinea's Huon Peninsula, as the ideal point of engagement. There, the Japanese would be within range of the 5th's B-25s and A-20s, the RAAF's Beaufighters, and a covering force of P-38s. They would be flung into the attack in numbers intended to overwhelm and destroy the Japanese convoy. In concert, shorter-ranged P-40s and P-39s were to attack the already beleaguered airbase at Lai to keep fighters based there from taking off. Of course, the focus on the Vitiaz Strait assumed that Kimura cooperated by taking the expected route. Rabaul sat on the northeastern end of New Britain, and Kimura had the option of sailing along either the southern or northern coasts of the island. The northern route would take the enemy convoy through the Vitiaz Strait, whereas the southern option would send it through the Solomon Sea and closer to Allied air bases. The 5th's weathermen were adamant that the weather was going to be poor, to the advantage of the Japanese, along the northern coast, and if the Americans and Australians chose to attack while the convoy was transiting along that route, they would be more vulnerable to defending Japanese fighters. Kenny and his staff considered all these factors. "We decided to gamble that the Nip would take the northern route," he said. The gamble paid off. After sailing from Simpson Harbor at Rabaul late on the night of February 28th, the convoy was discovered on New Britain's northern coast the following afternoon, March 1st, by a B-24 crew of the 90th Bomb Group. Kenny's staff had kept at least 2 and sometimes 3 of the bombers thrashing through the storms on a round-the-clock basis. The sooner the enemy was found, the sooner he could be engaged. As it developed, the formation of 8 B-17s that was subsequently dispatched to hit the convoy returned to base when their quarry disappeared under the protective cover of another storm. Nevertheless, there was little doubt that Kimura and the ships making up Operation 81 were still advancing toward their objective. This, even though he now knew that the Americans and Australians were aware that he was at sea. The messages transmitted by the B-24 that had found his ships had been intercepted. Still, strategic imperatives overrode all other factors. The men and material carried by the transports he escorted had to be delivered to Lai. Kenny and his men were anxious to maximize their chances of success. It was something they had failed to do in January when they had expended so much effort and produced such pitiable results. RAAF Group Captain William Gehring was behind the creation of the attack scheme that ultimately proved so successful. He had flown Sunderland flying boats in the Atlantic during the first 2 years of the war and urged Ennis Whitehead, who exercised operational control of Kenny's forces in New Guinea, to plan a massive, multifaceted knockout blow rather than another disorganized pell-mell rush of uncoordinated formations. Goering made a convincing case, and Whitehead directed him to work with his staff to craft a plan. So, Goering said, I went and we sat out in front of the tent of the headquarters and we drew it in the sand, how we were going to do the Battle of the Bismarck Sea. The plan went from sand to paper and then directly to the participating units. Goering also pressed for rehearsal flights. As a plan's complexity increased, so did the odds that it would come apart. Practicing the mission, while there was time to do so, would mitigate the risk of failure. Now, the first rehearsal was dreadful, Goering said. They were all over the goddamn timescale, and Whitehead and I went, and we got all these blokes together, and Whitehead tore a most unholy strip off them for their navigation and their timing. A second mock attack was subsequently flown with much better results. A 90th Bomb Group B-24 found Kimura's convoy again on the morning of March 2nd. It was sailing west, north of Cape Gloucester at the western end of New Britain Island. Again, B-17s were immediately sent after the Japanese ships. Their covering escort of 16 P-38s from the 35th Fighter Group arrived in the area before the bombers and quickly shot down 3 Japanese Ki-43 Oscars for no loss. When the first formation of 8 B-17s arrived, they attacked from an altitude of 6,500 feet and hit 3 of the transports. One of them, the Kyokusei Maru, was hit with 5 bombs and nearly broke in half. Onboard ammunition and fuel exploded in a series of blinding blasts. Nearly 1,000 survivors were rescued by 2 destroyers, Asagumo and Yukikaze, before the stricken ship exploded a final time and disappeared beneath the waves. The other 2 transports were able to continue with the rest of the convoy. A second formation of 11 B-17s attacked shortly afterward and claimed 2 hits on at least 2 ships, but none were mortally damaged. There followed several smaller attacks by B-17s and a pair of B-24s. These crews also claimed hits and near misses, but failed to sink any more vessels. All were engaged by the covering force of Japanese fighters, which did inflict damage and casualties but failed to bring down any of the big bombers. Tracking Kimura's convoy and counting the ships that made it up was difficult as darkness fell and the weather continued to provide cover. American intelligence experts scratched their heads, understandably frustrated, as they sifted, sorted, and struggled to make sense of the reports brought back by the heavy bomber crews. For their part, those crews couldn't possibly have seen everything. They sat more than a mile high with limited fields of view, and they made their attacks while under fire from both the defending destroyers and the covering fighters. Those considerations aside, there was still weather in the area. Some estimates mistakenly tallied more than 20 ships, including several cruisers, and claims for sunken ships ranged as high as 5. Complicating the issue of an accurate count was the fact that the 2 destroyers, Asagumo and Yukikaze, which had rescued survivors from the Kyokusei Maru, raced southeast to Lai to deliver them before sprinting back to rejoin Kimura. It was ironic that the rescued survivors arrived at their destination ahead of schedule, even though their ship had been sunk. Regardless, the exact situation was unclear to the Allies as night fell on March 2nd. Again, the big and slow but venerable PBY Catalina proved its worth. An RAAF crew, captained by Terry Dugan, used its radar to dog the Japanese ships through the night of March 2nd and into the early morning hours of March 3rd. The Australians dropped flares and bombs, causing no damage but keeping the Japanese on edge, and, more importantly, tracking their position. Once the convoy passed through the Vitiaz Strait, it was clear to Kenny's staff that its goal was Lai. And because they had intercepted the radio reports from the Catalina crew, the Japanese were aware that the Allies knew it. Armed with this information, Kimura, for reasons not quite clear, decided not to strike as quickly as possible for Lai, but rather to delay his arrival there until the following day. It is possible that he did not want to outrun the weather under which he had hidden Operation 81 up to that point. It has also been suggested that he wanted the protection that the covering force of fighters could have provided after dawn. But this makes little sense given the fact that he would have been safe from Allied air attacks had he covered the remaining distance during darkness. An American B-17 relieved Dugan and his Catalina crew at dawn. It was at about this time that 7 plucky RAAF Beaufort torpedo bomber crews from 100 Squadron arrived in the area. The weather was still poor, and only 3 of them actually found the Japanese. Their low-level attacks, albeit courageous, were ineffective. Only 1 torpedo was released. It missed. Meanwhile, Allied airfields buzzed with activity as ground crews readied aircraft for the coming battle. Trucks and jeeps rushed here and there. Knuckles were bashed and curses flew as bombs and bullets were loaded, fuel tanks were topped, and last-minute maintenance was performed. Men slapped panels back in place and fastened them securely with screws and latches. The roar of newly serviced engines rose and fell again, while men shielded their eyes against the dust and debris raised by the propellers those engines turned. At the same time, air crews were briefed as to when, where, and how the battle would be fought. The plan called for the attacking forces to rally at Cape Ward Hunt on New Guinea's northern coast, just more than 150 miles north of Port Moresby. Once joined, they were to press toward Kimura's force on a timeline that would see the opening shots exchanged at 1000. The 43rd Bomb Group was tasked with sortying 16 B-17s, which were to lead the entire formation, releasing their 1,000-pound bombs from an altitude of 7,000 to 10,000 feet. The 3rd and 38th Bomb Groups were each assigned to provide a squadron of 16 B-25s. Flying on the heels of the 43rd's B-17s, they were to drop their loads of 500-pound bombs from an altitude of 3,000 to 6,000 feet. These aircraft had yet to be modified as commerce destroyers and would make level bombing runs, notwithstanding the fact that such attacks had not proved to be particularly successful against moving ships. But some chance of success was better than no chance. And in fact, the Kyokusei Maru had been sunk the previous day by B-17s using the same tactics. Additionally, it was hoped that the bombers flying at higher altitudes would distract the enemy fighters, keeping them up and away from the aircraft that were to make masthead-level attacks to deliver the killing blows. RAAF Beaufighters from 30 Squadron, each armed with 4 20mm cannons and 6 .303 caliber machine guns, were charged with leading the attack down low, just as the B-17s and B-25s finished their bomb runs. Blackjack Walker recalled that their objective was to strafe the ships from stem to stern, in which case you would probably get the bridge. Indeed, if the ship's bridge was thoroughly sprayed with cannon and machine gun fire, there was a good chance that the captain and his officers would be killed or wounded, consequently leaving the crew leaderless. Of course, the fire from the Beaufighters would also kill or wound other personnel on deck, including the anti-aircraft gunners. At a minimum, forcing those gunners away from their positions was a desired objective. Not to be discounted was the material and equipment that would be damaged or destroyed. 2 squadrons of B-25s, one each from the 38th and 3rd Bomb Groups, were tasked to hurry in with or immediately behind the Beaufighters. These B-25s were the modified gunships or commerce destroyers that Pappy Gunn had helped create on Kenny's direction. At wavetop height, they were to fire on their targets not only to kill men and destroy material, but also to force the anti-aircraft gunners away from their positions. Then, within range, they were to release 1 or more of their 5 500-pound bombs. Falling away, the bombs would skip across the water until 1 or more slammed into the targeted ship. At that point, if a bomb did not penetrate it, it would sink until its fuse, set for a multi-second delay, triggered it to explode. The resulting shock wave would heave the ship and break its structure, ideally causing it to sink. Another reason for the fusing delay was to give the attacking aircraft time to escape. The bombs were dropped so closely to the targeted ships, just a few hundred yards, that they lost very little speed and struck their targets at about the same time that the aircraft cleared the vessel's superstructure. Were the bomb to detonate instantaneously, there was a good chance that it would blast the aircraft out of the sky. The last element of the attack was a squadron of A-20s from the 3rd Bomb Group. They were to follow the Beaufighters and B-25s. Their tactics were the same as the B-25s, but being smaller they carried fewer guns and only 2 500-pound bombs. Posted above all the different groups were to be more than 30 P-38s from the 35th and 49th Fighter Groups. Their primary objective was to keep the Japanese fighters away from the bombers. In other words, they were to keep the Japanese fighter pilots from doing their job. So, in short, the plan called for B-17s and B-25s to attack from medium level to distract the Japanese fighters, while the Beaufighters and specially modified B-25s and A-20s flew just above the wave tops to strafe and to smash their bombs into the transports and destroyers. Above them all, escorting P-38s were to protect them from enemy fighters. The mission's priority was the transports. Allied leadership wanted the Japanese reinforcements dead before they ever set foot in New Guinea. The secondary priority was the destroyers. The participating units got airborne on time and headed for the rendezvous point. The 3rd Bomb Group's mission narrative recorded the mood. Needless to say, everyone was ready and spoiling for the chance to hit the nip where it would hurt most. What could be better than shipping, men, and supplies? Off went the men of the 3rd Group to distinguish themselves against the little monkey men. Blackjack Walker, the commanding officer of the RAAF's 30 Squadron, was beside himself with frustration. His observer was sick, and he could find no one to replace him. He watched, frantic with anxiety, as his Beaufighter crews, 12 of them, launched without him. "It was more than I could stand," he said. "I thought, I can't let those characters go out alone." So I tore around the camp and I found some poor little green observer who had just come up from down south and I don't think he'd ever flown a mission, and I said, "Get into that aeroplane." None of the crews had been part of such a large operation, nearly 100 aircraft. It was unprecedented in the Southwest Pacific. "It was quite exhilarating to sit there and look at all those aeroplanes," said Beaufighter observer Frederick Cassidy, "but we knew it was going to be tough." At 0930, on time, the formation turned northeast on a heading of 035 degrees toward the Japanese convoy, less than 100 miles distant. The weather that morning had cleared considerably, and the Americans found Kimura's convoy without trouble. His 8 destroyers formed a screen around the 7 remaining transport ships. Together they steamed resolutely toward Lai. Specks in many small groups flitted and flashed overhead. These were the enemy fighters. At just more than 7,000 feet, the pilots of the B-17s and of the B-25s which trailed them relinquished control of their aircraft to their bombardiers. Those bombardiers fine-tuned their approaches to the Japanese ships. For their part, desperate to ruin the work of the bombardiers, the destroyers and transports started to maneuver, leaving curving white wakes behind them. Aboard them, Japanese soldiers and sailors squinted skyward and then down toward the horizon at the thundering throng of aircraft that was about to kill so many of them. Major Edward Larner was at the head of a 12-aircraft formation of B-25s from the 3rd Bomb Group's 90th Bomb Squadron. He led them in a steep descent down through a broken layer of cumulus clouds and toward the water. There, ahead of them, was Operation 81. Bombs from the medium-altitude B-17s and B-25s plunged into the water and exploded, sending huge columns of water into the air. Drop tanks from the P-38s also splashed into the water, some too close. The falling drop tanks indicated that the American fighter pilots were speeding to a fight with their enemy counterparts. Blackjack Walker took off late. Now, at the controls of his Beaufighter with his hastily snatched, wet-behind-the-ears observer, he latched onto the only formation he could find, a group of P-38s. Enemy fighters were spotted as the P-38s neared the convoy, and Walker remembered the American pilots calling out to him. They said, "Listen, Blackjack, you better get that Beaufighter out of the way. It will be no bloody good in a dogfight." This was sound advice, and Walker dived clear. In the actual event, the rehearsal flights proved their worth. Although the timing wasn't perfect, the goal of overwhelming the Japanese defenses with simultaneous and devastating forces was certainly achieved. This was evidenced by the RAAF's Beaufighters and Larner's B-25s as they started their attacks at virtually the same time, while bombs from the B-17s and higher-flying B-25s dropped through them. From then on, crowed the 3rd Bomb Group's narrative, for the next half hour, chaos reigned for the Sons of Nippon. The Japanese believed that the low, fast-approaching Beaufighters and B-25s were torpedo bombers and turned directly into the attack to present a small head-on target rather than a much bigger side profile. The Beaufighter pilots couldn't have been more pleased, as it allowed them to rake the destroyers with their cannons and machine guns from stem to stern. For their part, the B-25 crews were able to maneuver to make quartering and beam attacks. Walker was in and among the fracas by that point. He declared that he'd never seen anything like it. B-25s going in at 0 feet. In fact, I could see a Beaufighter and a B-25 were both going in at the same time, and I thought, get out, one of you. Anyhow, the B-25 bloke saw the Beaufighter going in, so he peeled away and turned around and came in again. That ship was hit, and I think it must have been an ammunition ship or something like that, because a circle appeared above it, and then my attention was distracted for a moment, and I looked back to where this ship was. It had disappeared. It must have blown up. Beaufighter pilot George Drury made a strafing pass at one of the enemy transports. He pressed so closely that he had to roll up on one wing to pass between its 2 masts. Almost immediately, he selected another target. My reflector sight had gone out, so I pressed the button, starting the bullets just below the waterline, pulling the nose up so that they came up the side of the ship and onto the deck, which was piled high with packing cases and landing barges. I left it a mass of flames. The ferociousness of the Beaufighter crews at the outset of the battle was much admired. The 38th Bomb Group, which flew B-25s, practically gushed. One thing every man in the battle agreed on was that the RAAF Beaufighter pilots were the fightin'est flyers they ever worked with. Throughout the heat of the battle, they were constantly on top of the ships, transports, destroyers, and even the deadly cruisers, strafing personnel and anti-aircraft posts and firing equipment. No ACAC, anti-aircraft fire, was too hot to keep them out, and they never seemed to run out of ammunition. Larner gave the signal for his B-25 crews to separate and select their targets. He flew directly at one of the destroyers, perhaps Shirayuki, which was Kimura's flagship, and descended to just above the wavetops as he set up for his attack. Barreling toward the enemy warship, he checked to either side of his aircraft and saw several other B-25s still with him. He called over the radio, "Damn it, get off my wing and find your own boat." John Hennebrey led a 3-aircraft B-25 element of Larner's 90th Bomb Squadron. Ahead of him was the destroyer-protected convoy. He declared that he was scared as hell at the thought of flying right up to their sides at water level. Larner, said Hennebrey, peeled off and bore in on the lead cruiser, destroyer. We watched him go in strafing, get a hit, and start after the next one. Well, that instilled tremendous confidence in the rest of us. If he can do it, so can we, and all hell broke loose then. The battle over Kimura's convoy quickly became a deadly spectacular. The destroyers lobbed 5-inch shells at the B-17s and the B-25s that trailed them at medium altitude. A fiery flash and lingering smoke marked each explosion. But against the low-flying Beaufighters, B-25s, and A-20s, those 5-inch guns were worthless. Their barrels could not be depressed low enough, nor could they traverse fast enough. Instead, the gunners aboard the warships defended against the water-skimming bombers with streams of 25mm cannon and small-caliber machine gun fire. The aircraft returned the favor. Their gun muzzles flashed, and tracer streaks marked the paths of their bullets. Overhead, mortally damaged fighters fell flaming into the water, leaving twisting tendrils of black smoke. Errant bombs sent great plumes of water skyward, while those not so errant exploded on or against the destroyers and transports. Secondary blasts added to the special hell the battle had become. The fight down low became especially confused as aircraft wheeled around to make second, third, and even more attacks from multiple directions. No longer was it a choreographed operation. Rather, it had become a free-for-all. It was bedlam, actually, said Frederick Cassidy. Aeroplanes everywhere, ACAC, anti-aircraft fire, everywhere, and ships turning and speeding off everywhere. It was quite an exhilarating thing, actually. Perhaps it was exhilarating for Cassidy and many of the other Allied crews, but it was terrifying for the Japanese and the convoy. Kimura's flagship, Shimura, was hit by a B-25, perhaps Ed Larner's, at the outset of the fighting. The vessel's bridge and deck were raked by gunfire, and the bomb that crashed into its side detonated the ammunition magazine. The ship broke apart and immediately began to sink. The admiral was not one of the many men killed, but he was blasted overboard and wounded. Not long afterward, he was hauled from the water alive by another destroyer, Shikinami. Back at the Allied airfields, radios had been rigged to loudspeakers at different points so that the ground crews and other support personnel could listen to the fight as it developed. Australian Burton Graham recorded the excitement. A bomb-by-bomb description was coming over the loudspeakers to the crowd surrounding the operations shack. No ball game ever had a keener listening audience than this. The description came to them in the short, terse sentences of the pilots in actual combat. You heard the warnings, the curses, the instructions of intrepid flight leaders. Sometimes you hear the whir inside a crate, aircraft, when a pilot has forgotten to turn off his transmitter. You hear a pilot say that another ship has been hit and is burning. It makes the crowd cheer and stamp about like fools. The 3rd Bomb Group's mission report recounted the results of each attack made by the 90th Bomb Squadron's 12 crews. Every aircrew, except 2 whose bombs would not release, smashed their deadly loads into at least one enemy vessel. Even a small sample from the report is repetitive and, despite the fearsome nature of the action, soon numbs the sensibilities. It is probable that the Japanese enduring those attacks were likewise numbed, but by horror and shock rather than tedious text. Lieutenant Chat scored 2 direct hits and 2 near misses on a large destroyer or small cruiser. Superstructure entirely blown away. Ship made 90-degree turn and stopped immediately. Large amount of black smoke coming from it. Lieutenant Howe dropped 2 500-pounders on a large transport with results unobserved. He dropped 2 more bombs on a 3,000 to 5,000-ton transport, and the ship was observed to blow up in the middle. Lieutenant McCown peeled off onto an 8,000-ton transport gutted with fully laden soldiers in jungle equipment. He laid 1 hit at the waterline and another in the middle of the ship. The ship burst into flames and large columns of smoke poured from it, left in sinking condition. The 90th Bomb Squadron B-25s were followed by 12 A-20s from the 89th Bomb Squadron, also from the 3rd Bomb Group. The 89th was undermanned, and some of the aircraft were crewed by men from the group's 8th Bomb Squadron, which had relinquished its A-24s months earlier and was still mostly without aircraft. One of these crews was pilot Edward Chudoba and his gunner Felix Laurent. When Chudoba first sighted Kimura's convoy, it was already in disarray. Both the transport ships and the destroyers, those not dead in the water, were turning, circling, and otherwise maneuvering to defend against the persistent attacks of the B-25s and the Beaufighters. Chudoba descended to 50 feet and turned to attack a transport, but aborted that effort when he spotted another A-20 from his group already doing so. He consequently adjusted his course slightly to target a different transport, later identified as the Taimei Maru. Closing the range, Chudoba noted the twinkle of machine gun fire coming from the bow and stern of the enemy vessel. He fired his own guns from 2,000 yards and continued putting bursts into the ship until he was only 200 yards away. At that point, he toggled his 2 500-pound bombs and crossed over the transport just aft of amidships, smashing his right wing into a radio or cargo mast as he did so. An instant later, he hauled the A-20 into a steep, climbing left-hand turn, escaping with only a single bullet hole in the aircraft's nose. Chudoba could not see his bombs, but Laurent, facing rearward, could. A post-mission debrief recorded his observations. The gunner, Laurent, definitely observed both bombs after he felt their release. The first bounded up in the air in a deflected wobble and skipped toward the bow of the ship. The other skipped straight and struck directly amidships. The latter exploded first in about 5 seconds and was followed by a tremendous flash at the bow as the second exploded. In total, the 3rd Bomb Group's A-20 flyers claimed 12 bomb hits against 7 different ships. Kimura's destroyers were better armed than the transports they escorted, but they were still vulnerable to the ferocious attacks. Reiji Masuda was one of the crewmen assigned to the Arashio. Its bridge was blown away by a pair of 500-pound bombs. On our side, we were madly firing, Masuda said, but we had no chance to beat them off. Nobody could have survived. The captain, the chief navigator, the gunnery and torpedo chiefs, and the chief medical officer were all killed in action. The chief navigator's blackened body was hanging there all alone. Its leadership dead and its steering most probably damaged, Horatio heeled out of control and careened directly into the Nojima, one of the transports it was charged with protecting. The Nojima began to sink immediately. Masuda recalled that the Horatio's steam pipes burst, scalding men and making it almost impossible to stay aboard the doomed destroyer. "We tried to abandon ship," he said, "but planes flying almost as low as the masts sprayed us with machine guns. Hands were shot off, stomachs blown open. Most of the crew were murdered or wounded there. Hundreds were swimming in the ocean. Nobody was there to rescue them." The P-38s from the 35th and 49th Fighter Groups engaged enemy fighters from the very start. Although the plan called for the Japanese Navy and Army to separately cover the convoy during different hours of each day, it is evident from aircrew reports and surviving records that fighters from both services, Navy A6M0s and Army KI-43 Oscars, were airborne over the convoy that morning. Estimates of their numbers ranged from 30 to 50 and more. Stanley Andrews flew a P-38 with the 35th Fighter Group's 39th Fighter Squadron. "It was a beautifully clear day, as you would frequently see in that area," he said. "You could see the coast of New Britain to the north, and off to the west you could see the area of New Guinea around the tip of land near Finschhafen. The convoy of ships was spread out ahead and below us, making white wakes in the deep blue sea." Andrews' appreciation of the pretty panorama below him was short-lived, as Japanese fighters turned to intercept the P-38 formations. "It looked like a swarm of bees coming at us from probably 15,000 feet, Andrews said. "About this time, the first skip bombers were hitting and the explosions on the surface started up. Fires, splashes, black smoke, and then we were into it with the Japs." Andrews and his squadron mates twisted and turned and fired at the enemy fighters they could see and were often shot up by those they didn't see. Andrews escaped with 93 holes in his aircraft, and both of his main landing gear tires were shot out. He later landed safely, albeit he didn't roll very far on his ruined tires. He was uninjured, but his aircraft was scrapped. One of the enemy fighters damaged in the freewheeling melee climbed toward the B-17 captained by Woodrow Moore and rammed it. "Both planes broke in two," remembered another of the Japanese pilots, "and the four pieces fell jumbled together." Remarkably, 7 men parachuted clear of the tumbling wreckage that had been the B-17. They might just as well have not. Rather than attacking the aircraft that were savaging the convoy and their countrymen, several Zero fighter pilots turned instead toward the gently descending Americans. They made multiple gunnery passes, blasting the airmen into hunks of bloody meat until they hung butchered and lifeless under their parachutes. The ferocity of the air battle intensified. Several American P-38 pilots threw themselves after the murderous Zeros, while others continued the fights in which they were already engaged. Among those who sought to avenge their murdered B-17 comrades was Robert Farratt of the 39th Fighter Squadron, who, months earlier, was the first P-38 pilot to be credited with an aerial victory against the Japanese. With him were squadron mates Hoyt Eason and Fred Shiflett. All 3 were shot down. B-25s of the 38th Bomb Group spotted one of the fighter pilots descending in his parachute and began to circle him. After they identified his yellow life vest, noted the 38th's after-action report, and saw that he was a white man, they dropped him a life raft. But ultimately, Farratt, Eason, and Shiflett were all lost. With so many fighters in the sky, the air battle developed at a confused and frenetic, almost fractious tempo. This was reflected in the mission report filed by Clay Barnes, a 9th Fighter Squadron P-38 pilot who flew as wingman to Ed Ball. "I saw enemy aircraft at 1 o'clock high engaged with P-38s. At the same time, I saw one enemy aircraft at 10 o'clock low. Ball and Barnes dived at the low aircraft and fired at it with no effect. At this time, 2 more enemy aircraft were approaching head-on and were firing at us, Barnes said. Ed Ball fired at one of the Japanese fighters and set it to smoking, but the 2 P-38 pilots exited the fight at high speed. Ball and Barnes took a breather for a few minutes before throwing themselves back into the fray after spotting 2 more Japanese fighters. I dove and made a 15-degree head-on shot, said Barnes. I started firing at about 500 yards and fired a real long burst but with no observed results. The P-38 pilot streaked through the fight before turning back and spotting about a dozen enemy fighters beating up a formation of B-17s. Barnes caught sight of an aircraft in front of him which he was unable to immediately identify. However, after it made a series of turns, it crossed low in front of him only about 50 yards away. I saw the red ball on the wing and fuselage, said Barnes, and fired a big burst straight into its canopy. The canopy disintegrated into sparkling pieces of glass, and the Japanese plane banked steeper into a dive. I went on past, and our flight made a steep 90-degree turn toward home. When we turned toward home, I saw the place where the enemy plane had crashed into the ocean. Barnes noted that the enemy aircraft they had fought that day had round wingtips and were colored a dark brownish black with mottled green spots over it. Clay Tice was assigned to lead a 4-ship flight of P-38s, which were part of a formation of 12 aircraft launched by the 49th Fighter Group's 9th Fighter Squadron. He took off on time from Dobodura just after 0900 with the rest of the squadron, but had to land almost immediately as gas streamed from a loose fuel tank cap. That issue was quickly resolved, and he launched again, but was unable to chase down his squadron and attached himself to a formation of 8 B-17s instead. Flying high above the bombers, Tice had a grandstand seat from which he watched the destruction of Operation 81. Readying his P-38 for air combat, he attempted to release the 2 external fuel tanks he carried. They failed to fall. They were heavy and would degrade the performance of his aircraft in a fight. Not wanting to get caught by enemy fighters at a disadvantage, he turned once more for Dobodura. Descending toward the base at 350 miles per hour, he felt the left external fuel tank break free. Once he landed, mechanics removed the other tank, and he quickly got airborne again at 10:45 when most of the aircraft from the morning strike were already on their way home. Headed back toward the convoy, Tice spotted a column of smoke as he climbed through 5,000 feet. He eventually reached an altitude of 22,000 feet when he spotted a destroyer. He described it as motionless and burning with 5 or 6 large lifeboats to the north of it. I pointed my gun camera at the ship, he said, and was taking pictures, guns off, when I saw a Zeke emerge from beneath my nose on the same course and 4,000 feet below me. Tice immediately forgot about the damaged destroyer and dived after the enemy fighter, which was painted dark green with a horizontal dark blue or black stripe across its vertical stabilizer. At about 800 yards he saw me and made a very sharp diving turn to the left. Tice likewise rolled and pulled hard to the left, attempting to cut inside the Japanese pilot's turn so that he could bring his guns to bear. Tice was able to get the nose of his aircraft pointed in front of the enemy fighter, but not as far as he wanted. Believing that I was failing in my attempt to lead him enough, Tice said, I fired a chance burst in a deflection shot of about 70 degrees. That burst included 30 rounds from Tice's 20mm cannon and 200 rounds from his 450 caliber machine guns. Despite his doubts, the fire from his guns found its target. The entire burst entered his cockpit, said Tice, blowing all of the canopy off and throwing large chunks out of the cockpit. I could see the cannon and incendiaries bursting in the cockpit, and I believe that the pilot was blown to bits. The Japanese aircraft and the chunks that remained of its pilot spiraled out of control toward the sea. The air combat that morning might have been frustrating, but it was nonetheless successful. That success was underscored by the fact that only a few of the enemy flyers dived to attack the low-altitude bombers, which slammed bomb after bomb into the ships of the convoy. And none of those bombers was shot down, although 2, a B-25 and a Beaufighter, were so badly damaged they never again flew. Added to the aerial victories of the P-38s were those of the gunners aboard the bombers. Their claims were overlapping and inflated, but the effectiveness of the gunners in holding off the enemy fighters could not be disputed. Extraordinary, almost unbelievable, reports poured in as the American and Australian crews recovered to their airfields. Allied planners tried to make sense of them all, even as returning aircraft were refueled, rearmed, and readied for a follow-on strike. The men who had been part of the mission were almost wild with excitement as they shared with their ground crews, and the air crews slated for the next mission, what they had seen and done. Men poked their